higher here.
That's right, so if you put it that way, the demonic beasts on the 4th level were really killed by him. It seems that this is the only explanation now.
Shui Feng took a sip of tea and said, "Junior brother, it's just a small matter. Didn't I tell you to be humble?" Hearing his senior brother's words, he scratched his head. Yes, senior brother is right. Junior brother shouldn't have said so much. It's just that this 5th level doesn't have any traces of demonic beasts. Like a group of headless dragons, junior brother would like to ask senior brother to give an idea. At this moment, a handsome young man stood up and cupped his hands in salute. I am Han Ming, a disciple of Sword Peak. Brother, you can slay those demonic beasts. And of course you are extraordinary.
What that senior brother said just now makes sense. I wonder if you have any insights.
The people around responded at the same time. Yes, what is the situation after all? Shui Feng continued to smile calmly, enjoying the cup of tea in his hand. Then he put the teacup down on the table, looked at everyone and said, "If everyone has already spoken, then Shui will reluctantly." Before he could finish speaking, a cloud of white smoke appeared outside. Everyone present shouted in unison, and their expressions changed at the same time. The demonic beasts are here. Quickly form a formation. In the white smoke, Xuan Chen appeared majestic and powerful, solemnly and coldly entering. Everyone looked at the stranger in black clothes who had just appeared, and suddenly didn't know what to say. This. Still looking solemn, ignoring the eyes of the offering heaven sect disciples who were watching him, he calmly walked into the space that was immersed in silence because of the sudden appearance of Xuan Chen. Suddenly there was the sound of weapons, causing a cloud of dust. The man in green couldn't help but laugh until tears flowed down his face. Poofed! Ha ha! Look at that! What kind of formation is that, Xuan Chen? Your aura is really big.
Shui Feng's junior brother angrily pointed at Xuan Chen and shouted, "Kid, can't you open the door properly? I thought it was a demonic beast." Xuan Chen frowned at him. This seat was just entering the door. Is that really worth getting so worked up over?
He was embarrassed to the point of blushing from being talked back at. Everyone around felt the awkward atmosphere, and coughed lightly. Ahem. Another disciple from Xingfeng angrily asked with a sword in his hand. Kid, you're really arrogant. Which mountain did you come from? Another person frowned and pointed at him. What mountain? Look at his clothes. It's obvious he's a newly entered outer sect disciple. I'm afraid he's mixed in here. Outside the inn of the 5th floor at this time, surrounded by misty white smoke, a voice sounded. Cough. It's just impolite to talk. Xing Feng seemed too surprised just now.
Shui Feng looked at Xuan Chen, thinking to himself, this kid made me lose face like this. Let it go, just bear with it for now. If I flare up now, I can only reveal that I am petty. Shui Feng began to show a humanistic face and said, Okay, everyone is a disciple of the same sect. Why must you be ready to fight? He put on an act, secretly chuckling to himself while plotting, gotta play dumb first, not argue with him. The more clueless he is, the more generous I can appear, and then I can use these idiots, they're just outer sect disciples. Anyway, I have plenty of chances to mess with him here. His bros started bootlicking like crazy. Senior brothers not only got insane skills, taking down all the 4th level spirit beasts in the profound spirit tower, but he's also super generous. This junior brother is truly ashamed. He closed his eyes, soaking in the praise, acting all shy and humble, but in his head he was like, hee. Lucky I secretly used my magic communication device to find out the sect's spirit ball was busted. I just rolled with the 4th level spirit beast disappearance and boosted my own rep. Xuan Chen turned to look at him, asking, so you killed them all? The blue-clad man curled his lip and said, these guys from the sacrificial heaven sect are so shameless they're just boasting. He killed those spirit beasts himself, my ass. Shui Feng's face shifted slightly. Feeling a bit guilty, he faced Xuan Chen's probing gaze and declared, of course I killed them. He was thinking, damn, this guy's eyes are making me uncomfortable and making me feel really guilty. Suddenly, another disciple pointed at the table and shouted, look, words are appearing on the table. Everyone got all excited and curious, asking, what does it say? Look quickly. On the table, the words appeared. Before the Zen hour tonight, go to the mountain god temple to worship. The spirit body will sacrifice Zhu Hong as a guide. That disciple furrowed his brow, exclaiming, they know we're supposed to go to the mountain god temple here before the Zen hour tonight. Everyone stared at the words on the table, a little puzzled. And someone spoke up. Could it be that this 5th level doesn't require us to kill spirit beasts, but to test the piety of us cultivators? No wonder it was so quiet when we first came in. I saw an old temple behind the mountain near this inn earlier. Shui Feng, acting all important again, said, This offering isn't too difficult. Looks like everyone can go behind the mountain later to find some live stuff like wild chickens or rabbits. We'll just offer them on time tonight."
The disciples started shouting all over the place. "Got it! We'll listen to senior brother! Me too!" Only Xuan Chen frowned, pursing his lips as he looked at the words on the table. "Temple. Spirit body. Will sacrifice Zhu Hong as a guide."
Shui Feng looked over at Xuan Chen next to him and said, "It's getting late. You should go with our punishment hall disciples to find the offerings behind the mountain left. After all, I'm a few years older than everyone else, so I can protect you if anything dangerous happens." In his mind, he was thinking, "I'll find a secluded spot later and teach him a lesson."
Xuan Chen didn't give him any face at all, turning around to leave and refusing directly. "No need, I prefer being alone." He was instantly humiliated and could only stammer, "Ah." The punishment hall disciples felt their senior brother was losing face, so they immediately came to the edge, brandishing their swords and angrily rushing forward. Ridiculous. Just a lowly outer sect disciple. Repeatedly looking down on others, you're really asking for it. Another disciple chimed in, "Senior brother is being so nice to you, and you're so ungrateful, we'll teach you a lesson for senior brother." Xuan Chen got annoyed by their disruption, using a technique to send them flying, yet lost. They were sent flying by Xuan Chen's attack, hitting the ground head first, and screaming in pain. Ouch! Shui Feng and his bros were shocked by the scene before them. They couldn't believe how powerful Xuan Chen was. Exclaiming in disbelief, "What? The sacrificial heaven sect disciples secretly judged Xuan Chen? Could I be seeing things? Yeah, an outer sect disciple easily taking down 2 inner sect punishment hall disciples?" That senior brother Qian ran over, trying to explain things to Shui Feng, saying with embarrassment,
"We were just not paying attention, so that kid took advantage of us."
His teammate added fuel to the fire. "That's right, that kid is trying to slap the punishment hall in the face."
Shui Feng looked at his 2 useless underlings, getting worked up and scolding. "Shut up, haven't you lost enough face already?" After dealing with the sacrificial heaven sect pests, Xuan Chen flung the door open and left, a gust of cold air rushing in. Shui Feng resentfully thought to himself, firmly holding a grudge, "HMPH, you little punk, just you wait."
A young woman sitting nearby, having watched the whole drama, chuckled to herself with amusement. This guy's kind of interesting." Behind the mountain, Xuan Chen was sitting thoughtfully on a tree, listening to the remnant souls scolding. "You're not looking for the offerings, but hiding here being lazy. Did you see through something? Or are you planning to admit defeat?" Suddenly, he spoke, pointing outward. A powerful azure energy accompanied by lightning bolts poured out of the energy ball. And a woman's voice echoed, "HMPH, how did you discover me so quickly?" The girl, embarrassed by being discovered, said with annoyance, "How boring." Xuan Chen sat on the tall tree, looking down to investigate, asking, "You've been peeking at me for so long, is it enough, beauty?" Observing him since his confrontation with the sacrificial heaven sect, she smiled faintly. She provoked in response, "I was discovered as soon as I arrived, how can you say I was peeking?" He didn't bother to argue, immediately releasing a lightning bolt to attack the night butterfly that was following him, then sighed and asked, "Oh really?" Realizing her secret had been exposed, the woman was shocked and surprised. The butterfly quickly transformed into a talisman. After being attacked by the lightning, Xuan Chen quickly questioned, "Do you have any more excuses? I'm waiting." The girl awkwardly looked away when her secret was revealed. Ahem, so this guy already discovered it. Receiving no response, he powerfully jumped from the tree to the ground, putting his hands behind his back, and coldly spoke to the other party without threatening. "Using a talisman to transform into a butterfly and peek at me, you're quite bold." The woman cautiously avoided answering his questions. "You've offended those people today, aren't you afraid?" Xuan Chen expressed confusion. "Why should I be afraid?" The girl turned and slowly answered, "The leader clearly pretends to be good. Those guys have been humiliated by you like that. There are so many of them, they definitely won't let you off." She rested her chin in her hand and mused, "I heard you're an outer sect disciple of the sacrificial heaven sect, yet today you were able to take on 2 at once, teaching those 2 inner sect disciples a lesson. Of course, it's not impossible for an outstandingly talented outer sect disciple to have this ability, especially if the opponents are temporarily careless and underestimate you." The woman, recalling the scene of them fighting and making a mess, turned to Xuan Chen and continued the conversation. "Just an outer sect disciple, having to go to such lengths. Even if you didn't have to go all out, you wouldn't be this smooth, plus I bet you haven't even used a fraction of your strength, right?" The beauty asked meaningfully. "So I'm thinking you're not some outer sect disciple. And entering the Xuanling Pagoda probably isn't for some high-level cultivation technique either, is it? Xuan Chen immediately became wary, staring at her and coldly saying, "You seem to know quite a bit." The woman turned and smiled, instructing, "No need to stare at me like that. I'm not interested in your goals. Anyway, I find you more interesting, it seems." Xuan Chen relaxed his guard and replied, "You're pretty straightforward." The beauty expressed, "I'm just curious. It's almost the Zai hour, and you clearly have other motives, yet you're hiding here instead of finding those living sacrifices. Could it be you're planning to skip to the 5th level? Xuan Chen mused. "Haha, there really are living things behind the mountain," the girl asked in surprise. "You haven't even looked, so how can you be sure there aren't living things behind the mountain?" he answered while leisurely walking. "The surrounding area for miles is filled with deathly aura." The girl quickly followed after him, saying to Xuan Chen, "If that's what you say, isn't the 5th level unsolvable? Could it be that everyone uses spirit talismans and gives up?" He explained calmly. "Spirit entities are sacrifices. Zhuhong is an attractor. There originally weren't any living things behind the mountain, but now it seems there are plenty." The girl rested her chin on her hand, wondering, what does that mean? Cut to Shui Wu. He asked his junior brother, "How's everything going?" The guy surnamed Qilin replied annoyingly, "That kid is really elusive. I originally wanted to make preparations with a few senior brothers to settle the score with him, but I can't find him at all." Shu Wu said indifferently to his underling, "Forget it. Consider it his lucky day." But in his heart he thought with disgust, "TCH, these guys really are all idiots." Qian said now, "Big bro, that's right, we senior brothers went around looking, not only couldn't find that kid, but also the wild rabbits, chickens, or anything needed for sacrifices behind the mountain, but there wasn't even a feather to be found." He asked powerlessly, "Shu Wu, are you saying that this 5th level is messing with us?" He immediately turned back to Scout in panic. "Didn't you find them?" The junior brother exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong? Does senior brother mean that you've found them?" Shui Wu walked over and replied, "Of course I've found them, but aren't the others going with you here?" Chuan replied happily. They saw that the deadline was approaching, really couldn't find any, and gave up one after another, using spirit talismans to exit the tower. The senior brother asked sinisterly, "So you're the only one who came here?" The little junior brother didn't know the intention, but smiled happily. "Yes, hi. Thinking that senior brother has the best things, you will definitely not forget to bring your junior brother along," he said proudly. "Anyway, I was the one who reminded senior brother to bring the magic weapon that can communicate with the outside world." Zhu Wu laughed secretly and replied, "That's right, luckily there's junior brother." The underling looked around anxiously and asked, "Senior brother, then where are the living things that you found? Zai hour is coming soon, quickly take them out, and we'll go in together," he replied slowly. "What's the rush? It's right under your nose, close at hand." Then Shu Wu whispered in his junior brother's ear from behind, "The sacrifice is a person," making Xuan startled. He stepped back, quickly chopped the back of his underling's neck with one hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Exactly at the Zai hour, at the required sacrifice location. Zhu Wu dragged the body of his underling to pay tribute. He muttered to himself, "Junior brother, don't blame senior brother for being vicious. Who told you to be unlucky? Moreover, our Shizun Wang Tianbao, that old thing is not understanding and reasonable. If I make even a slight mistake, he will teach me a lesson." Shui Wu clenched his fist and said angrily, "To put it nicely, he's upright and impartial. To put it harshly, he's just an old and conservative man who should have given up his position a long time ago." Then, he walked step by step heavily, dragging his underling's body with one hand, both powerless and protecting. "But fortunately, when I get first place in this competition, and learn the outstanding Earth-grade cultivation technique, things will be different," he said with a satisfied and complacent expression. Then, Zhu Wu violently threw his junior brother's body into the sacrifice site. Suddenly, he didn't know if something touched him. He screamed desperately, "What is it? A." After a while the scream faded and disappeared. After a cup of tea, Xuan Chen and his newly acquainted teammates quickly arrived at the scene to assess the situation. Standing before the wide-open gate, the girl sighed sadly, saying, "Looks like we're too late." The two noticed a small bell hanging on the doorframe, with some congealed bloodstains on it. The woman accompanying Xuan Chen pondered and said, "Xuan King Bell, I just saw it today. It's that guy Shui Wu from Xingfeng." She disdainfully criticized, "If you can't find a way to solve the 5th level of the Xuan killing tower, just give up and leave the tower. Using fellow disciples' lives to pave the way for yourself, truly a scourge of the sect. Serves him right,
Xuan Chen interjected with a philosophical tone. It's just courting self-destruction. The babe with curves leaned in, starting a discussion. But didn't they say that offering sacrifices requires living beings? You tell me then, why did Zhu Wu still fail? He frowned at her, saying, who said that sacrifices must use spiritual bodies to be considered living beings? His words surprised the girl somewhat. Xuan Chen, leading his companions through the gate, explained, even though this deity doesn't care about the so-called number one sect, the sacrificial heaven sect, but if the challenges of the Xuanling Tower in this sect really involve using the blood and flesh of living beings as sacrifices, wouldn't that be a slap in their own face?
The beauty fell silent, quietly murmuring, if you think about it carefully, all things have spirits. Seeing flowers is seeing spring, seeing fallen leaves is knowing it's autumn. The so-called spiritual body isn't just living things, blood and flesh. At that moment, everyone's first reaction was things like wild chickens and rabbits.
She ignited a spark in her subconscious, continuing, like their consciousness is being affected by some kind of weird power. Don't you feel like something is off?
The woman smiled again, asking Xuan Chen, so it seems you already know what's going on. Xuan Chen stomped heavily on the ground. His whole body radiated a huge source of mana. Ready to attack, he said. If it's not the idea of the Xuanling Tower, then naturally there is something that cannot be seen hidden in the dark.
Xuan Chen's eyes were full of determination as he looked forward, his voice coldly booming. Guanshan Yu, you've made so many moves, do you really think this deity doesn't know?
He drew his sword menacingly. If you're so eager to die, then this deity will grant you a happy death right now.
Xuan Chen swung his sword. A powerful golden sword intent rushed forward, cutting the ground in half, scattering bricks and stones everywhere.
Guanshan Yu burst out from the house, receiving his attack, his whole body enveloped in a strong barrier.
He was not to be outdone, immediately swinging his sword in response, laughing loudly.
Ha ha, Xuan Chen, it's not too late for you to realize it.
The two attacks collided. Guanshan Yu's move like a stream of air wrapped around Xuan Chen's sword intent. The girl following him was extremely panicked at the sight, her eyes wide with shock. This person is actually practicing evil arts. His attack quickly broke through the massive power rushing from Xuan Chen. Shan Yu arrogantly provoked Xuan Chen, I missed one of your moves just now, so now. Before he could finish speaking, he spread his arms wide, using all his strength to show off.
An illusion identical to Guanshan Yu appeared behind him, its huge body wrapped in streaks of bright purple energy, the eyes of the puppet behind him glowing with murderous intent, its hand waving without hesitation. He controlled the puppet, smugly laughing as if victory was in his grasp. Hey, it's my turn.
He reached out, controlling the power, roaring loudly, go die. The puppet made the same actions as Guanshan Yu, raising his hand forward to slam down at Xuan Chen, his laughter mixed with the laughter of the illusory consciousness echoing in space.
Ha! The woman following him anxiously warned, be careful, this palm strike.
Xuan Chen remained very calm, facing the evil power before him. He summoned 2 fire dragons wrapped around his body to protect himself, as well as being the 2 main forces in this battle. When Guanshan Yu's palm strike landed, his 2 spiritual beasts rushed forward to tear at the enemy, protecting their master. Before this solid defense, the enemy's attack was completely ineffective. Xuan Chen smiled faintly, disdainfully. Ha, with such low talent.
As he spoke, the 2 fire dragons rushed to wrap tightly around the illusion behind Guanshan Yu, biting and tearing, preventing it from moving, causing him great anxiety.
Xuan Chen again strengthened the power of the 2 spiritual objects to completely destroy the opponent's move, and then finished the second half of his sentence, and you dare use it in front of this deity.
After a portion of his great power was broken, Guanshan Yu's body suffered no small injuries. He fell to the ground in pain, groaning, ugh, ugh, ugh. He retracted his moves, calmly standing in front of him, scowling. Can't withstand a single blow. Guanshan Yu's clothes were disheveled. Revealing one blind eye, he gnashed his teeth in anger, saying, very well, Xuan Chen.
After saying that, he continued to show off the power he had not used, shouting threateningly, I was careless just now, that's why you were lucky enough to dodge it. Now I want to see how you break the continuous attacks of Shan Yu.
As he charged to attack Xuan Chen, the remnant soul always by his side urgently warned, kid, watch out, that's forbidden medicine. He frowned, staring straight ahead, TCH, and then proceeded to summon a little fire dragon to block the attack.
Sadly, this time those dragons were constricted by that terrifying evil technique, leaving them no room to defend.
Their bodies were gradually dissolving. The remnant soul shouted in panic, Even the power of the Nine-Dragon Sword Light is being corroded by this technique. It's weakening. Guan Shanyu's terrifying move enveloped his body, and his voice rang out eerily. Ha ha ha! Ji Xuan Chen, your sword kid is useless against my forbidden art. Seeing his powerful forbidden energy enveloping Ji Xuan Chen's body into a sphere, Guan Shanyu smugly threatened, "Today is the day you die." With that, he quickly manipulated his magic to tighten the sphere, making it smaller and smaller to crush his body and finish him off. Guan Shanyu conjured a mass of evil energy and laughed eerily. He raised his eyes and stretched out his palm, taunting. You can't escape this time, can you? Sensing that the opponent had no resistance to his powerful strength, he became even more confident. Ji Xuan Chen, can you solve it? The corrosive power of this forbidden art is very cunning. It is almost corroding your heavenly Dao power. He tried to calm himself, closing his eyes to calmly think. Forbidden techniques are also evil force aggregations. The stronger the resistance to them, the stronger they become. The corrosion force will also become stronger and stronger, and the domineering heavenly Dao power of the Nine-Dragon Sword Light is an offensive force. When encountering this level of corrosion, it can only be dissipated and suppressed. In other words, corrosive force is different from offensive force. Then it can be different. The corrosive force is... Musing, Remnant Shadow realized that the real situation was out of control and said loudly, Ji Xuan Chen, why do you have no reaction? A moment later, water magic moves in the hazy space, and the water wraps around Ji Xuan Chen, avoiding the erosion of evil spirits. The remnant soul outside panicked. Clearly the situation shouted desperately, It's over, this guy can't stand it anymore, it seems that my hand has not been repaid, but instead the soul has flown away. As soon as it finished speaking, Ji Xuan Chen opened his eyes suddenly. He used all his strength to strengthen the water magic. The water poured out vigorously through his body, pushing the evil art away, causing Remnant Shadow to rejoice, tears sparkling between his eyes. Ji Xuan Chen, you found a way to restrain the erosion of his art. Xuan Chen's technique escaped from death and happily announced, It's water. Water is enough to accommodate everything in this world. Guan Shanyu was still complacent. He laughed provocatively. Haha, Ji Xuan Chen. In less than 15 minutes, the spiritual energy you can resist will be exhausted, and you can only turn into a pile of mud. But I can't wait any longer. He continued to gather evil energy, quickly rushing forward to end the opponent's life. Suddenly, strange threads appeared, tightly binding Guan Shanyu's hands, preventing him from moving. He angrily looked back and asked, Who is it? The woman who followed Ji Xuan Chen waited until now to help him, she said disdainfully. Actually, this lady doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. But unfortunately, compared to him, you are really too ugly. He shook his hand, creating evil magic from his bound hand, breaking the move, and angrily shouted, Courting death! Seeing the demonic energy trying to attack her, the girl immediately jumped back to avoid it. Phew, almost. This magic is indeed very strange. Unfortunately, a little evil art has touched her body, causing her skin to be corroded. The woman groaned in pain. Oh no, careless. Before she could stabilize, the girl witnessed another surprise. An explosion broke Guan Shanyu's evil Dao move. He felt a heavy loss in strength and vomited blood. What this is? Impossible. He actually broke this technique. A stream of water flowed around Xuan Chen's body. He calmly approached the enemy and raised his voice. Guan Shanyu, is that all you've got? This seat feels it's not enough fun. His eyes flickered with killing intent. His mouth sneered contemptuously at his opponent. Immediately afterwards, he created a water barrier to protect the beauty, while protecting himself, the girl exclaimed. Ji Xuan Chen, not only is he fine, but even the heavenly Dao power around him is a bit stronger. The resident spirit following him had to admire and praise. I didn't expect that little kid to turn killing into 100 refinements, into softness, and to transform his own heavenly Dao power into invisible water. Guan Shanyue was still not afraid, he said smugly. Haha. Just now I only used 3 parts of my strength, so you could take the opportunity to escape. It continued to unleash his power, confidently boasting arrogantly. This is really courting death. The demonic energy spewing from Guan Shanyu totally slammed into Ji Xuan Chen's protective barrier. But get this, his forbidden technique was utterly useless this time. Guan Shanyu roared furiously. Am I seeing things? I clearly trapped him just now, but how in the world did he withstand my massive corrosive power in just a blink? Ji Xuan Chen just chuckled eerily and shot back. Piffed. That's just a little tickle. Guan Shanyu was utterly helpless, totally stumped by the current situation.
he bitingly snapped, "You!" The residual soul, however, finally understood Xuan Chen's new operational method. He muttered to himself, "Water is the softest, but it has this incredible power and tolerance that can counter all sorts of weird, demonic forces, using everything Quan Shan Yu throws at it. This is seriously brilliant." Quan Shan Yu, still fuming, continued to unleash his bizarre demonic path power, bitterly cursing Xuan Chen. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten injured in the sacred realm in the first place, or had to miserably flee back to the heaven-sacrificing sect." Quan Shan Yu's body went stiff as he roared, "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be uselessly blinded right now, and making a fool of myself in front of the sect leader." Xuan Chen just stood there, still as a statue, silently watching Quan Shan Yu's current state. He had completely merged with the Crimson killing intent, practically become it. He spat out a curse. "Today I'll make sure your soul and spirit are utterly annihilated, never to reincarnate for all eternity." Watching all this unfold, the evil soul finally caught on. Wind might be different from water, but the heavenly Davo power around that kid is starting to ripple. Down below, the tower spirit craned its neck to look up, a worried expression plastered on its face as it shrieked, "Watch out, Quan Shan Yu has totally lost it now." He let out a cackle of triumph, saying, "Xuan Chen, your death day is here. Go join all those dead ants in the lower realm." Outside the Xuanling Tower, a massive crowd had gathered, all of them super worried about what was going down inside. Down below, Elder Wu Ya and his granddaughter, Mo Ru Yu, were watching everything unfold. She piped up, "Grandpa, all the disciples from the different peaks have come out of the tower, but we still haven't seen Xuan Chen or Quan Shan Yu." The elder stayed silent, but his mind was racing. The spirit pearl is acting all wonky, yet those two are still stuck inside the tower. This is seriously way too coincidental. Suddenly, a sect disciple approached with a respectful bow, totally interrupting his thoughts. "Greetings, Master." "Master, the spirit pearl still needs about an incense stick's time to fully recover." The elder immediately echoed, "An incense stick's time?" Elder Wu Ya then mused. "The time inside the Xuanling Tower isn't the same as outside. Counting from when they went in, it's probably already been a whole day and night in there." Noticing something was totally off, Mo Ru Yu quickly piped up, "Grandpa, when Xuan Chen went into the tower, he actually burned down his own spirit mansion, so he can't communicate with us outside at all. If we wait even another incense stick's worth of time, who knows what kind of trouble might brew." Elder Wu Ye's face turned totally grim, and he didn't utter another word. With that, he practically shot towards the Xuanling Tower like a rocket. "I'm heading inside to check," he declared. Ru Shui was spot on. "We seriously can't wait anymore." Suddenly, a wave of purple-black power just popped up right in front of Wu Ya, making him jump. A voice then spoke up, "Elder Wu Ya, what in the blazes are you trying to do here?" Ji Changfeng's figure slowly materialized, and he piped up, "Didn't the sect leader already make it clear? Until he comes out of seclusion, this competition is left in our hands, yours and mine. You're supposed to be an examiner, so why are you trying to barge into the tower now?" Elder Wu Ya jabbed his staff straight at him, snapping irritably, "The spirit pearl is damaged, and the disciples inside the tower, their lives or deaths are unknown. Shouldn't you, as an elder, be most concerned about their safety?" Ji Changfeng, still calm as ever, shot back, "The heaven-sacrificing sect has always highly valued its disciples. Before they even entered the tower, everyone was given spirit mansions. But if someone, purely out of their own arrogance and looking down on others, sows the wind and reaps the whirlwind, how can anyone else be held accountable?" Wu Ya was utterly stumped, barely managing to sputter out, "You!" Just then, shouts from the crowd snagged both their attention. "Look! Quick! What in the world is happening inside the Xuanling Tower?" Elder Wu Ya and Ji Changfeng immediately whipped their heads around, fixing their gazes on the tower. The Xuanling Tower was now glowing with an eerie red light against the dreary sky, a surge of power that utterly dwarfed Quan Shan Yu's malevolent aura. He was utterly terrified, his legs practically giving out from under him. What? The tower spirit looked just as shocked? The heavenly Tao power is being messed with, but it's actually condensing with the wind? The residual soul, meanwhile, stood rooted to the spot, watching intently. So that's the trick, I get it now. He broke into a brilliant smile. Water has no color, no smell, no form, yet it's boundless and capable of endless transformations. That kid wants to use this to break the deadlock. Seriously, how clever is that? Xuan Chen's entire body was radiating an absolutely crushing aura. He gripped his sword and slashed down. This venerable one still thinks it's not quite enough. Quan Shan Yu knew his end was nigh, but deep down he just refused to accept it. How is this even possible? No way. Why isn't he dead yet? Father clearly said this forbidden technique was more than enough to kill him.
Xuan Chen attacked with zero mercy, putting his entire might into a powerful swing downwards. But sadly for you, your chance is completely gone. Quan Shanyu absolutely did not want to die, so he started desperately pleading, no. But perhaps it's too late. Xuan Chen slashes straight down. Now I'll use your life to atone for your sins. Quan Shanyu screams in pain as the sword cleaves his body in two. Quan Shanyu groans and passes away with unclosed eyes. He collapses to the ground, covered in blood. Quan Shanyu's bisected body falls heavily onto the cold ground as Xuan Chen looks on with disdain. He scoffs at him. You created your own karma. No way you could survive. He remembers the lost souls. See that? This is Quan Shanyu. I, your honored self, have finally avenged you all by taking his life. The surrounding scene begins to collapse, and the evil soul panics, shouting, Looks like your fight just now was too intense. The space in this 5th level is about to collapse. Suddenly, a tall door appears before Xuan Chen. The tower spirit evil soul calls out from the side, Oh, the passage to the 6th level has appeared. Quan Shanyu is dead. Xuan Chen, do you want to continue? Xuan Chen confidently steps forward. Since I'm here, there's no reason not to go. Abruptly, a hand tugs at the corner of his robe. Wait, Xuan Chen turns halfway, his eyes filled with confusion. In a flash, the little girl with the mark on her forehead is beside Xuan Chen, smiling as she asks, You're called Xuan Chen, right? You're probably here in the Xuanling Tower because of that person, aren't you? If he's already dead, why bother expending effort to climb it? He grimaces. I, your honored self, like to see things through to the end. As soon as he finishes speaking, rocks begin to fall all around Xuan Chen and the tower spirit. She moves closer, urgently saying, See, it's going to be very dangerous to go further up, and this level can't hold on for much longer. It's best to leave quickly. Xuan Chen doesn't respond but stares intently at the tower spirit, sensing that the situation can't be delayed. She becomes anxious. It's spirit wave fissuring. If you fall down, at best your vital energy will be greatly damaged. At worst, your cultivation will be crippled. The tower spirit goes first, grabbing Xuan Chen by the arm and pulling him. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Suddenly, he grabs the tower spirit's wrist. Xuan Chen looks down, questioning, What about you? Aren't you coming with us? The tower spirit feels a lump in her throat and blurts out an ah, then falls silent. Xuan Chen flicks his fingers lightly, and golden light surges towards the tower spirit. In a blink, the golden light surrounds her. What are you doing? Xuan Chen sneers. As expected, you don't have the spirit talisman of a Jishintian sect disciple, yet you know so much about this place. Who are you exactly? A burst of laughter erupts, grating on the ears. Xuan Chen looks around but can't see anyone. At this moment the tower spirit becomes extremely vigilant. The voice speaks again. Fool, now it will be difficult even if you want to leave. The tower spirit dashes in front, ready to unleash her techniques at any moment. I'm still here, it's not your turn to interfere. The other side laughs in the air, a big tone. After speaking, it transforms into a purple ring and rushes towards the tower spirit. I see you just can't bear to attack this little kid, can you? Caught off guard, she doesn't have time to defend, and a sonic wave is emitted, making the tower spirit dizzy. Ugh, this sound, my head hurts so much. The voice runs around in her head. You say, what's the point of you doing this? He laughs uproariously. Initially you split me apart but couldn't subdue me. And just now you carelessly injured your vital energy. Now that you're under me, how can you block me? The tower spirit hugs her head, pressing her hands tightly against her ears, but still can't escape. It hurts a lot, right? You can't stand it anymore, can you? Why not just merge with me as one? She wrings her head and tears at her hair, shouting in despair, Shut your mouth for me! The tower spirit opens her eyes, but something is wrong, as if her soul is being sucked away. If you're so uncooperative, I'll take this opportunity to end you first, and then absorb him. Just as the other is about to take over the tower spirit, in the most crucial moment, a technique that is both strange and familiar saves her life. The miserable scream gradually fades. Immediately afterwards, Xuan Chen makes his move to rescue her. What kind of thing dares to act so presumptuously in front of me, your honored self? Luckily I acted in time. The tower spirit hugs her neck, coughing violently. She thanked Xuan Chen profusely. Just now, that sound you heard, didn't you feel any pain? He heard her and felt a bit uneasy. Pain? This one just thought it was too noisy. Footsteps approached, and a little girl's voice chirped, HMPH, you little runt. Grumbling, she said, For a mortal like you to hear my voice and not even react, you're definitely different. The little ghost exclaimed with interest. How interesting, I like you.
She pointed directly at Xuan Chen and declared, I've changed my mind. Why don't you help me capture her, and stay in the tower to keep me company? The woman following him felt a little flustered hearing her say that. Xuan Chen stepped forward, a smirk playing on his lips.
Haha, turns out you're just a radish who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth, and you are still jumping up and down. The little devil got all fired up at the taunt, yelling, What? This stinky brat dares to call me a radish?
She stomped her foot, causing earth tremors and muttering repeatedly, Die, die. The ground cracked, extending towards Xuan Chen. The kind-hearted girl reminded him, Be careful. The shockwave is coming.
Both of them jumped high to avoid the impact. Xuan Chen frowned, annoyed, and huffed. You have a death wish.
He swung his sword, releasing a powerful surge of sword intent that attacked the little demon.
A fire dragon from the sword Kui stabbed down towards the enemy's position, sending rocks flying everywhere. The force of the attack created a massive crater in the ground, but the little devil was nowhere to be seen. Xuan Chen stared in surprise. Vanished in an instant. The woman following him spotted the enemy and immediately pointed, announcing, Xuan Chen, she's over there. He was delighted. Provocatively, Oh, you want to run? After a bit of tag, they arrived on the 6th floor of the Xuanling Tower.
The little ghost girl was still pleased with herself, thinking she'd ditched Xuan Chen. She snickered, Heh, you want to catch me? I'm the tower spirit of the Xuanling Tower, isn't this all my territory? Back then, that old fox sect leader Feng got played by me, and he still ended up losing. She smugly chuckled. I bet that little brat is probably still busy admiring himself.
Xuan Chen already caught up on her tail. The she-devil discovered him and panicked, screaming, What? He's already caught up so fast, damn it, Fet, why is he chasing after me relentlessly? The little ghost scurried away, tail between her legs. No way! I can't let him catch me.
Losing sight of his target,
Xuan Chen stopped and lowered himself to the ground to look around. He continuously scanned his surroundings. Just now, his aura was clearly in this direction, but it vanished in the blink of an eye.
Suddenly, he noticed a suspicious rock lying in the corner.
Is the rock the little demon transformed into? She continuously murmured. You can't see me. The thing that is in your sight is the thing that needs to be more concerned. Xuan Chen approached the rock, observing it. All around were jagged rocks, but suddenly, a round rock appeared. That was truly rare. At that moment, the little ghost noticed the situation and immediately jumped in fear. Oh no!
He approached the rock, brandishing his sword, while his scary face said menacingly,
Look closely. The little devil in the rock got hit on her head, and she grimaced and screamed, Ah, you bad thing. After that, because of the collision with the surrounding area, the rock was rolling continuously forward.
Continuously being rubbed against the ground, the little ghost was in pain, and resentfully cursed, Damn it, so damn hateful, causing me harm. I'm a dignified tower spirit, but I've become so miserable.
After a while, it rolled in front of a small pond. The little demon was overjoyed, cried out, Truly, even the heavens are helping me. The little demon quickly escaped from the rock, and quickly jumped into the water. HMPH. I see you've got some skills, being able to catch up to me, but you're getting too cocky too soon. Xuan Chen now found the pond. Knowing that his opponent was underneath, he challenged. You really are a disobedient loach. Xuan Chen knew the little rascal was down there, so he raised his voice to provoke it. Seriously, what an unruly loach. Got nothing better to do. Catching loaches isn't bad either. As he said this, he controlled his sword to stab around in the water, making the little demon scream in pain. But the little devil still refused to come out. Xuan Chen's sword teased it like a cat playing with a mouse. The little rascal yelled, Asa, you stabbed my butt. Stop it, you little punk. Make that stupid sword stop.
The little devil was scared to death, crying and begging, Wah, save me, this little demon can't take it anymore. It shot straight out of the water, angrily shouting, You're bullying me too much, I can't take it anymore, seriously. Even after it left the lake, Xuan Chen's sword relentlessly chased after the tower spirit. It even overtook the little devil, flying ahead and releasing beams of energy to capture this disobedient loach. The strands of energy wrapped around it, imprisoning the little demon's soul. It furiously shouted, How dare you! I am the tower spirit of the Xuanling Tower. Let me out! Let me out! Seeing how noisy it was even after being captured, Xuan Chen pulled the ball of energy closer, sighing, Can't stay still, huh? Getting bored, he loosened his grip, withdrew his magic power, and released the tower spirit.
Xuan Chen grabbed the brat by the hair and asked, So, still want to run? The little devil was terrified, quickly waving its hands. No more running. It put on a pitiful face, clasping its hands together in supplication. Hey, human, I was just messing with you a little earlier. Surely you wouldn't hold it against a tiny tower spirit like me, right? You wouldn't be that petty. Xuan Chen nodded in agreement. What you're saying kinda makes sense. Just as planned, the tower spirit was overjoyed after hearing Xuan Chen's answer. It thought wickedly, HMPH. What a fool, so easily tricked by me. Hee. Once I regain my freedom, I'll devour that girl, seize all the power, and then settle the score with you. The little devil put on a cute act, asking, So, are you agreeing to let me go? Xuan Chen sneered in reply, But unfortunately this daddy doesn't have a generous heart. I'm the pettiest. The tiny tower spirit broke out in a cold sweat, its jaw dropping as it blurted out, What? Immediately after, he tossed the tower spirit high into the sky, making it scream in panic. Hey, you little punk. What do you want to do? I am the tower spirit of the Xuanling Tower. You can't kill me at all. Its eyes looked down, burning with fury, towards Xuan Chen. Don't even think about it. On the other side, the woman traveling with Xuan Chen was very worried. She paced back and forth, feeling uneasy. That guy is full of tricks, and Xuan Chen hasn't come back yet. Could something have gone wrong? I should go check it out. Just as she was about to step through the space portal to investigate, Xuan Chen returned. The beauty joyfully greeted him. You're back. He calmly walked past, tossing her a jade pendant and saying, Take this. The woman looked down at the purple jade in her hand, puzzled. This is. Inside is the imprisoned soul of the little tower spirit. The woman was shocked by Xuan Chen's abilities, exclaiming, You actually refined it into a medicinal pill. He helplessly, wearily reminded her. So noisy. You're giving this daddy a headache. The bewitching beauty said in silence. I never thought he would end up subduing it like this. She began to recount the past. I was originally the tower spirit of the Xuanling Tower, located in the Jitian sect for, I don't know how many years, maybe it was a very long time. So long that even I have forgotten the time. The time was so long that it was like torture, so boring, that I felt like I was about to get moldy. All I could do was talk to the flowers and plants, to the demonic beasts, until one day I split it out. At first, we lived together happily. I was originally stagnant water, lonely. And finally, in the light, there was a day when there was a different color. But I don't know when it started to change, becoming willful, becoming greedy. The little devil provoked all the beasts in the Xuanling Tower, even laughing and mocking, Ha ha ha, you stupid bunch, interesting, all go to hell. My tolerance for it was repaid with reckless replacement. Even if the little demon girl was imprisoned, it still tried its best to roar and resist. I want to go out, let me out. In the end, I couldn't bear it anymore, but at the same time, I couldn't control it anymore. The maiden asked Xuan Chen cautiously. When I started, I hid my identity to deceive you. Why did you still want to help me? Aren't you angry? Xuan Chen answered as if it were obvious. This daddy isn't helping you. Besides, who you ultimately are has nothing to do with this daddy. The real tower spirit of the Xuanling Tower was stunned by the answer. She chuckled softly and said, Haha, I knew I had a good eye. You really are an interesting person. Xuan Chen. Then the woman started absorbing the energy from the pill Xuan Chen gave her. She said, Good. If that's the case, then I won't be polite either. Then the tower started having strange movements. The girl's soul, who had been with him from the start, grew larger, helping him develop his power. Xuan Chen thought, no matter what, thanks for helping me, now it's my turn to give you a hand. Outside the tower, Ji Changfeng nervously asked, What's going on? The spirit pearls are all broken. Is there something wrong with the Xuanling Tower? Xuan Chen and Guanshan Yue are still inside the tower. Moru Shui worriedly ran to Wu Yai, calling, Grandpa. The elders and everyone in the sect respectfully saluted. Greetings, sect leader. But old man Wu Yai spoke. Sect leader, this matter is extremely strange and inappropriate, but the most important thing right now is the safety of the disciples and the cause of the Xuanling Tower's turmoil. The Di Tian sect leader looked towards the tower, tiredly saying, The Xuanling Tower has never had such strangeness before. Why is this being reported so late? Elder Wu Yai glared at Quan Ruhai, reporting, If Ru Shu hadn't secretly gone to find the sect leader, things would have been even worse. Someone was hoping to hide this matter. Being exposed, Ru Hai immediately raised his voice to scold. Elder Wu Yai, what do you mean by this? The old man calmly replied, What do I mean?
Elder Quan probably knows best. Old Quan lost face and could only laugh it off and swallow his anger. Hey, forget it. Maybe Yue has already dealt with Xuan Chen by now. It's not easy to fall out with this guy in front of Ji Changfeng.
Suddenly, the sect leaders sensed something strange and turned around to look. Wait, this is the Xuanling Tower is acting strange. The top of the tower exploded, and power poured out from within. Xuan Chen jumped into the air, testing his newly comprehended power, excitedly anticipating. This is the transformation god realm.
Great! Xuan Chen's power poured down. Everyone who witnessed it had to admire. What strong sword energy! Achua! Dodge quickly. Ji Changfeng quickly opened a formation. He created a huge barrier to protect everyone from the sword intent created by Xuan Chen. He appeared, standing on top of a high pillar, arrogantly looking down and said, 2 days in the tower turned out to be just the scenery of one night. It's a pity this seed is still not satisfied. The big shots of the Jitian sect who heard his voice were all shocked. How is this possible? Why is it that little brat Xuan Chen? Where's my son? He actually broke through the 7th floor of the Xuanling Tower. It's Xuan Chen. That's great. He's okay.
Old Ji questioned Xuan Chen. How did you break through the 7th floor? Is the strange movement in the tower related to this? Quan Ruhai anxiously asked. Where's Yue? Why are you the only one who came out? He contemptuously replied. Guanshan Yue has been killed by this seat. His words stunned everyone. What? The crowd whispered. What did he just say? One of the Ditian 3 sons, Guanshan Yu, is dead? Isn't Guanshan Yu very powerful? What's the background of this little brat? That he actually killed him. Moreover, looking at the situation, it seems that Guanshan Yue has been minced to pieces. His body and soul destroyed. Then isn't Elder Quan experiencing a white-haired man, sending off a black-haired man? Quan Ruhai heard these words. His heart ached, his body trembled, and his hands clenched tightly. He was both sad and angry, wanting to avenge his son, Wu Yue. Elder Quan's eyes were full of resentment, looking towards Xuan Chen, eerily calling his name. Xuan Chen. The old man gathered his magic weapon, jumped in, and threw a punch. I will tear you into 100 pieces.
Xuan Chen was not to be outdone. He immediately summoned a fire dragon to join the battle. Ha! Looking for death, you came at the right time.
Ru Shui worriedly said. This is bad. How can Xuan Chen be Quan Ruhai's opponent, Wu Yai, first create a protective barrier to avoid conflict, and then instruct his granddaughter, Ru Shui? Wait.
The girl looked over worriedly. Urging her grandfather, Elder Wu Yai, calmly said, Look, Ru Shu.
Following her grandfather's instructions, Mu Ru Shu looked up at the 2 savage beasts created by Ruhai and Xuan Chen, fighting each other evenly. She couldn't help but be shocked and blurted out. He actually easily blocked an attack from Quan Ruhai. Old Quan angrily shouted at Xuan Chen's face. You killed my son! If you don't die today, this old man won't let it go. Xuan Chen did not yield or show any respect. He also summoned his spirit beast, determined to fight the opponent. What's the rush? There's someone to accompany him on the road to the Yellow Springs. Perhaps he won't be so lonely. Elder Wu Yai witnessed this terrifying power, extremely surprised. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable.
This little brat came through the Xuanling Tower without any damage. Now I can even feel that the power of the heavenly Tao around him is no less than that of Quan Ruhai. It seems we underestimated him by a lot. Quan Ruhai's power is basically no match for Xuan Chen in the present. He was knocked down. Seeing this, the disciples in the Jintian sect immediately shouted to each other, The 5 disciples of the wind formation, quickly help master.
Yes. The elders were extremely astonished, someone blurted out. How can this be? The Jitian sect's rules are strict. How can they allow others to commit mass murder here?
Ji Changfeng was still somewhat calm. He stood there for a moment, observing carefully. Wait, that's the Jitian sect leader.
After recognizing him, he quickly told everyone, Stop.
The group of well-meaning people who had just rushed up to help Quan Ruhai, before they could do anything, were thrown away by him using a mysterious power.
That snake-like dark power was so wild it seriously injured everyone. They screamed in agony, Alaya! 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 Even the elder, whose power was several times greater than those 5 disciples, couldn't withstand the pressure and crashed to the ground. He coughed up blood and wheezed. Kuk! That's the sect's forbidden art, the 9-kill formation. The man was terrified, his eyes rolling back as he watched his fellow disciples turn dark. 9-kill formation? You can tell just by looking at it. The killing intent is insane. Once activated, anyone within 100 miles with insufficient cultivation will easily hallucinate and have a drastic change in personality. Those guys who just took the brunt of Quan Ruhai's attack now have splitting headaches. They're screaming miserably. I think I see my grandma. Kill! I'm gonna kill you! Ah, my head is about to explode.
Seeing everyone in danger, Ji Changfeng quickly channeled his qi into a medicinal pill,
And he unleashed a massive formation.
Sect leader Ji Tian is trying his best to break Quan Ruhai's formation and save everyone. He angrily yelled at his fellow disciples, "Hurry up and stop! The 9-kill formation is a forbidden art of the Jiqian sect. How dare you cultivate it without permission?" Old Quan roared furiously, baring his heart. "Originally, I didn't want to act so quickly, but today, the hand of my son, Quan Shanyu, must be avenged. This Jitian sect is due for a change of leadership." Chang Feng frowned, scolding him, "Stubbornly clinging to your delusions." He then called his trusted aides to help. "Elder Wu Ya, Elder Ouyang, the two of you, listen to my command. Immediately come assist Ji Changfeng. Quan Ruhai's rampant slaughter is an unforgivable crime. Quan Ruhai, quickly surrender and face your punishment." Old Quan remained unrepentant, doing as he pleased and waving his hand fiercely as he shouted, "The winner takes all, the loser gets nothing, ha ha. You all can be buried together with Jiyu Xuan Chen." His attack slammed down, wanting to break the formation set up by the 3 elders of the Jitian sect. Quan Ruhai furiously cursed as he attacked. "Jiyu Xuan Chen, no matter where you hide, I'll dig 3 feet into the ground to find you." Ru Shu, standing within the protective barrier, was extremely worried seeing the 3 struggling. She called out loudly, "Grandpa!" In an instant, Ji Changfeng's formation was shattered, and the 3 were sent flying, unable to withstand the force. The evil power began to corrupt everything around them. Sect leader Jitian hugged his heavily injured body, anxiously thinking, could it be that the Jitian sect won't be able to survive this tribulation today? Demonic energy suddenly surged toward him, causing him and the other 2 elders to panic. But before they could react, a strong, dragon-like figure stepped forward, blocking Quan Ruhai's attacks on Ji Changfeng. Jiyu Xuan Chen coldly said, "This path of deceit is only worse than Quan Shanyu, Chu Qinghai, and Han Shu." Officially landing, Jiyu Xuan Chen pointed his sword directly at Quan Ruhai. Issuing a challenge, Quan Ruhai smiled faintly and said, "Ha! The Jitian sect is just full of dirty origins. But it's you." He controlled a fire dragon to attack. The dragon roared, displaying its power. Roar, 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 roar. Old Quan was stunned by his current strength. These 5 dragon-shaped sword auras. Why, compared to the previous battles, and even that one attack just now, it's completely different. The power is obviously several times stronger. Could it be that he was deliberately hiding his strength just now? He wondered in confusion. "This is your true strength," Jiyu Xuan Chen smugly replied. "Not wrong, but your realization is too late." His mighty dragon opened its maw and lunged forward. The cunning old fox, Quan Ruhai, was pinned down by the transcendent technique, preventing him from escaping. What's going on? It's like there's an invisible, irresistible force, suddenly making me unable to move at all. The force was so great that even the outside elder was stunned. A scream of panic from Elder Quan as the heavenly Tao power of Jiyu Xuan Chen descended, shattering everything and finally settling everything. Jiyu Xuan Chen looked towards those Jitian sect elders and said, "It's all over." The events unfolded so quickly that they hadn't even understood the situation before them. What just happened? I don't think I even saw it clearly. They retreated together into the main mountain of the Jitian sect. The Jitian sect leader was no longer in the mood for leisurely tea. "Master, no need." He began to give instructions to the others. "Everyone is probably aware of what happened at the sect tournament. Elder Wang was not lightly injured. Let him go to Xingfeng to heal. Elder Wu Ya, please have someone send over some healing pills later. This is only natural." The Jitian sect leader revealed on behalf of everyone, "Everything has been thoroughly investigated. Elder Quan Ruhai of the Formation Peak previously had malicious intentions, secretly cultivating the forbidden arts of the Jitian sect. Han Shu and Chu Qinghai had cultivated evil forbidden texts. They probably didn't even know that. Quan Ruhai was secretly plotting behind the scenes. His aim was to one day use the evil arts to control these 2 for his use. As for Quan Shanyu, his previous outrageous actions in Holy City, every scandal has been clearly investigated. He said to them, "These things are because I was usually too immersed in cultivation, and closed my eyes to the problems in the sect, which is why so many things happened." The other elders chimed in, trying to smooth things over. "Sect leader, you're being too hard on yourself. No need for so many elders to persuade. As the sect leader, I shouldn't pass the buck. I should reflect on my own shortcomings." With that, the sect leader turned to Jiyu Xuan Chen, a smile on his face. Moreover, The fact that our Jintian sect was able to avert this disaster today is thanks to one person, he continued. Young Master Ji Yu, Guanshan Yu's initial harm to the sacred domain was the Jitian sect's fault. I, Ji Chengfeng, offer tea in place of wine, to thank you for not holding past grievances against us, and for stepping in to help in time.
This was unprecedented, leaving everyone completely stunned, while the sect leader maintained his expression. Sect leader, there's no need for you to bow to a junior like that. That's right, sect leader. Besides, I know young Master Ji Yu doesn't care about the position of elder in the Jiqian sect, but our sect has many secret classics. Would you be willing to stay at the Jitian sect? If you are, the position of elder goes without saying. You can read and cultivate any of the sect's cultivation manuals. Everyone who heard this was completely dumbfounded. The sect leader is actually offering this junior the position of elder in the Jitian sect. What is the position of elder worth? Didn't you hear? If he agrees, he can cultivate any of the cultivation manuals. The sect leader is probably even willing to offer up a heaven-grade cultivation manual. Over on the other side, Mo Ru Shu was anticipating his answer. Will he agree to stay or not? The Jitian sect leader politely asked again. Young Master Ji Yu, what do you say, Ji Yu Xuan Chen? Then accepted the teacup from the sect leader's hand. No need for thanks. This esteemed one will accept the tea. Then, right in front of everyone, he downed the tea. This time, even the Jitian sect leader was taken aback. Young Master Ji Yu, does this mean you're agreeing? That's wonderful, Ji Yu Xuan Chen then said. When did this one ever agree to be an elder of your Jitian sect? The sect leader wanted to speak again, but Ji Yu Xuan Chen cut him off. This one only taught Guan Ruhai a lesson because he deserved to die. He then placed the teacup down and, without saying another word, turned to leave. Your tea was all right. If there's nothing else, this one will take his leave. Watching his departing figure, everyone started whispering, that little brat is really putting on airs. Shh, keep your voice down. Seeing his straightforwardness, Mo Ru Shue felt a little sad, so he really doesn't want to stay. That night, Ji Yu Xuan Chen had long left the Jitian sect. He thought to himself, since coming to the Supreme God Realm, I haven't heard any news about my other disciples. I wonder how everyone is doing in the small world. Suddenly, the small world in his hand started to fluctuate. Why is it suddenly shaking? Could it be that this small world sensed my cultivation level rising and is starting to awaken? He couldn't wait any longer. I'll just go directly into the small world and see what's going on. Inside the small world, Ji Yu Xuan Chen surveyed his surroundings. Things have changed a lot. Before, when this one entered, nothing was in bloom. Now things are getting better and better. But as he looked at the giant tree beside him, Ji Yu Xuan Chen was a little disappointed because he had misunderstood the earlier tremors in the small world. So it's not because everyone is starting to awaken, he said to himself. Looks like this one was mistaken. But suddenly, a familiar voice called his name, Ji Yu Gongzi. This was a voice that Ji Yu Xuan Chen would always remember, and he quickly asked loudly, Tian Yuan, is that you speaking? Sure enough, there was a reply. It's me. Not long ago I discovered that I had recondensed consciousness and felt like a warm force of heavenly Tao was restoring my originally damaged primordial spirit. Just now I tried to sense the source of the force of heavenly Tao, and it turned out to be Ji Yu Gongzi, Ji Yu Xuan Chen, then asked her, Tian Yuan, you've awakened. Where are the others? Hearing this, Tian Yuan replied with some surprise. Since I awakened, I haven't seen anyone else. Judging from Ji Yu Gongzi's words, everyone is here. What exactly is going on, Ji Yu Gongzi? I remember we were clearly buried in the sacred domain in the beginning, Ji Yu Xuan Chen told her. It was Xiao Mang, he explained to her. Xiao Mang was initially fortunate enough to be helped by everyone dispersing a bit of their essence to help this one, which reluctantly allowed me to break through to the Saint King realm and repel Guanshan Yu. I originally thought that this one would never see you again, but as I was about to endure the heavenly lightning tribulation and ascend to the Supreme God realm, Xiao Mang suddenly appeared. She told this one that she had gathered all of your primordial spirit fragments, using her own life to turn them into seeds of life. And this one needs to continuously raise my cultivation level, using the power of the heavenly Tao to water these seeds. And one day, we can reunite. Tian Yuan. This one is now in the Supreme God realm, having ascended to the Transformation God realm and killed Guanshan Yue. And you are now in the small world that this one opened up. At this point, Tian Yuan understood. So that's how it is. No wonder when my primordial spirit was scattered, I faintly heard Xiaomang's voice. I never expected Xiaomang to make such a great sacrifice. At this point, Ji Yu Xuan Chen finally asked her, only, There's one thing this one still doesn't understand. Why is it that only you have awakened in the small world, Tianyuan? Do you know? Tianyuan explained. After Giyu Gongzi finished speaking just now, I sensed it. There really is the aura of everyone gradually gathering around me. Perhaps it won't be long before everyone can return. Hearing this, Xuan Chen was relieved and his mood relaxed a bit. That's good. Then when will you all start to take human form? Tianyuan replied. That may be difficult, unless there is a treasure from the Tianyuan sect. What treasure is that? He spilled the beans. Even though I'm from the Heavenly Origin sect of the Supreme God Realm, I was locked up by Thunder Old Geezer in the city domain a long time ago. I don't know much about the Heavenly Origin sect. I just overheard that they have some treasure that can help recondense a scattered soul into a physical body. Whether that's true or not, who knows? It's already lucky we're all together. Tianyuan is content. Giyu Gongzi, don't risk it. Little did she know, Xuan Chen had already filed that juicy info away in the back of his mind. Heavenly Origin sect, huh? The next morning, Xuan Chen was at Dan Peak in the Sacrificial Heaven sect, looking like he was ready to bounce. The residual soul, tagging along, asked, Yo, Xuan Chen, you leaving Sacrificial Heaven sect already? Not even saying goodbye to that little old guy, Mo Wu Ya, or that Mo Ru Shu chick? All good things come to an end, why drag it out? Suddenly, someone shouted his name. Xuan Chen. Turns out, Mo Ru Shu had gone all the way there to find him. She looked super rushed, too. Xuan Chen, wait for me. The residual soul snickered to him. Heh, it's Mo Ru Shu again, all in a hurry. Looks like you ain't getting away just yet, buddy. Mo Ru Shu finally caught up. Xuan Chen. What's the rush? It's grandfather. People from the Heavenly Origin sect took him away. This was news Xuan Chen hadn't expected. That name popped up again, making Xuan Chen think, the Heavenly Origin sect again, huh? At the main peak of Sacrificial Heaven sect, the Sacrificial Heaven sect leader and the other elders were huddled together. In the Supreme God Realm, everyone knows Sacrificial Heaven sect is a big deal, but there's this Heavenly Origin sect that's been quietly rising. Internally, Heavenly Origin sect is still way behind Sacrificial Heaven sect, but their powerhouses have been killing it lately, especially in martial arts. Comparatively, Sacrificial Heaven sect, while famous and decent, has been stuck in neutral. But the Heavenly Origin sect is always keeping things close to the vest. Otherwise, just in terms of raw strength, the Sacrificial Heaven sect doesn't even qualify to be considered on par with the Heavenly Origin sect. And this time, the guy who took Elder Wu Ya is Qi Lian Kong, the peak lord of the martial god peak from the Heavenly Origin sect. He slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Humph, that old fox Qi Lian Kong. Every time he comes to Sacrificial Heaven sect, he says he's here to strengthen the relationship between our sects, but he always takes something away. He's a master of keeping things just right, so you can't get mad. Otherwise, it looks like Sacrificial Heaven sect is the troublemaker. The Sacrificial Heaven sect, standing on the side, also sighed, and said, that Qi Lian Kong is an old fox. The Sacrificial Heaven sect is not as good as the Heavenly Origin sect. Plus, after the battle with Guanru Hai, the lost strength cannot be directly in conflict. This time he said he wanted to borrow Elder Wu Ya to the Heavenly Origin sect to refine elixirs for them, and Elder Wu Ya had to go. Speaking of this, his face suddenly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, What's more, the Heavenly Origin sect also moved the Southern Region God Assembly. Then, the Sacrificial Heaven sect also recalled the unpleasant conversation between himself and Qi a few hours ago. He stood opposite him, then smiled lewdly. The upcoming Southern Region God Assembly, in order to compete for benefits for our Songzhuao Southern Region at that time, the Heavenly Origin sect is taking the time to prepare for alchemy, but after all, the strength of one family is limited. Qi then went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Therefore, I would still like to ask Sacrificial Heaven sect to lend Elder Wu Ya for a few days. Maybe sect leader Ji will not refuse. Right, Sacrificial Heaven sect didn't respond when he heard this, but just stared at him. On Xuan Chen's side, he was standing next to Ru Shui, and then asked, What is the Southern Region God Assembly? When she heard this, she quickly replied, The Southern Region God Assembly is the most important festival in the Southern Region. Then, she introduced Xuan Chen to the 13 states in the Southern Region of the Supreme God Realm. The Southern Region has 13 states, including the Sacrificial Heaven sect, the Heavenly Origin sect, and 5 other factions located in Songzhuao. The entire Southern Region has been fighting for the State Lord for decades, Ru Shu continued. If you can become the first place, all other forces in the state will have the right to search for the Southern Region Earth Core for the next 10 years. After all, The Southern Region Earth Core also hides the best martial II resources in the Southern Region, which is the center of power for all parties in the Southern Region, and where the strong compete. After listening to her explanation for a while, Xuan Chen disdainfully blurted out, the Heavenly Origin sect is so strong that they don't even have excellent alchemy masters. I'm afraid it's not just because of this so-called Southern Region God Assembly, right? The Heavenly sect standing in front heard this and turned around to answer him.
Yu Gongzi guessed correctly. In fact, they took Elder Wu Yai away because, speaking of this,
he paused suddenly, remained silent for a while, and then continued. Yu Gongzi Xuan Chen. Hearing this, he replied somewhat vaguely. Because this seat hurt, he asked. Tianzong also did not hesitate to answer the question. At the beginning, Yu Gongzi refined the 9-dragon god pill, and the projection of the ancestral dragon appeared, alarming the entire sacrificial heaven sect, and also caused many gossips to spread, which was passed on to Elder Wu Ya for refining the god pill. He continued. Perhaps they learned about this, and also learned about Guan Ruhai's betrayal of me, and the injury of the elders, so now they are so taboo. He, standing behind the two, couldn't help but interject. On the outside, they want to help the sect. But in fact, they took advantage of the opportunity to take Elder Wu Ya away, to provide them with continuous divine pills. Tianzong turned his face and continued.
If you think about it carefully, I'm afraid that Elder Wu Ya won't be able to refine the divine pill, and the people of the Heavenly Origin sect will think that he intends to hide it, and do nothing. Xuan Chen heard this and said with interest, Heavenly Origin sect. Then I will take a trip and personally bring Elder Wu Ya back. These words made Ru Shui, who was standing nearby, pay attention to him.
As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the people of the sacrificial heaven sect lit up, and they said one after another, Yu Gongzi, are you telling the truth? Yu Xuan Chen, are you really willing to bring your grandfather back here? Humph. Xuan Chen frowned, and confidently said, There is also a reason for this seat, and this seat naturally cannot ignore it. He thought to himself. This seat is originally rushing for their heavenly origin little cuties, and I'm still worried about not having a way to find out their inside information. If they take the initiative to come to our door, it's better to follow the situation. After thinking about it, Xuan Chen asked, Tianzong, but this seat also needs a few days to go there. I don't know how long Elder Wu Ya can last. He immediately replied, Yu Gongzi doesn't need to worry about this. After all, Elder Wu Ya is the owner of Dan Peak, and he also has some insights into the projection of the Dragon Organization, so it's more than enough to delay for half a month. Then, Tianzong and the others also escorted Xuan Chen to the transmission array near the waterfall and said, This matter involves the interests of the southern region, and it is inevitable that things will become more complicated. I hope Yu Gongzi will not reveal his identity too early, and can use the identity of the descendants of Elder Wu Ya to go back there.
He nodded in agreement. Okay.
After finishing speaking, both Tianzong and Ru Shu silently watched Xuan Chen's receding figure.
Ru Shu clasped her hands in her heart, secretly hoping, Yu Xuan Chen, grandfather, you two must be safe. In Luoyang City, 3 days later, a voice suddenly rang out in the crowded crowd. Wu Ya, the little old man from Luoyang City, peak leader. If you let you use his descendant's identity to sneak into the Heavenly Origin sect, you can learn about Luoyang City. Dao Tan Hun in the Heavenly Calculation chart also added, But time is limited, kid. Even if you're super skilled, I doubt you can find the all-knowing person in Luoyang City's sea of people and time. Yu Xuan Chen seemed to ignore Dao Tan Hun's words, and was about to reply, Yu Xuan Chen glanced at the notice posted on the board, which was surrounded by people. He complained, What's Fu City Lord posting now? Ouch, don't shove, move aside. The content of the notice was finally revealed. High notice. To celebrate Lord Zhu Tianlong's birthday, Fu City Lord is specially selecting someone to arrange and record the history related to Luoyang City, compiling the Luoyang City history.
Yu Xuan Chen frowned and wondered, City history? As soon as he mumbled that, someone beside him explained,
So they want to recruit someone to compile the history of Luoyang City. So many years, there must be a lot of historical materials accumulated. The City Lord's mansion didn't specify the reward. What idiot would do this for free?
Yu Xuan Chen didn't think much, then stepped forward and snatched the notice in everyone's shock. The man was dumbfounded. As soon as he tore the notice down, he was led away by 2 soldiers standing there, amidst the jeers of the other people. What's happening? There really is an idiot. HMPH, what do you know?
Looks like he wants to find an opportunity to become the City Lord's son-in-law. After a while, Yu Xuan Chen was led to the front of the City Lord's mansion. The 2 soldiers spoke up. Alright, go inside the hall and wait. There are 9 others inside, you go with them, and someone will naturally come to tell you what to do later. He followed their instructions,
went straight into the hall to wait, and was accidentally noticed by Tang Tianlong. He shouted loudly, "Young Master Ji Yu, what are you doing here?" Ji Yu Xuan Chen was equally surprised. He frowned and replied, Tang Tianlong. Tianlong hurried over to Ji Yu Xuan Chen. He awkwardly said, "Ahem, ahem, ahem, young Master Ji Yu, let's talk over there." Suddenly, a shout came from inside the hall. "The young lady is here," startling everyone and drawing their attention. Some people cheered excitedly. "It's Miss Shu, look, it's Miss Shu." In their words, it was none other than Shu Fei Yan, the city lord's daughter, early stage of nascent soul realm. At this moment she was walking out of the hall with her maid and asked, "Are you all here yet?" Everyone bowed to her, except for Ji Yu Xuan Chen in the distance, who stood with his arms crossed. "Greetings, Miss Shu." He coldly looked at Fei Yan, thinking to himself, "This is the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion." Xiao Kui, standing beside her, replied, "Miss, there are 10 in total, you're all here," Fei Yan just replied coldly. Then, she slowly walked towards them. After a moment, she suddenly put on a charming look and asked, "Am I beautiful?" For a moment, they didn't react. Everyone was dumbfounded looking at her, blurting out, Right after, everyone competed to praise Fei Yan's beauty. "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Miss Shu is truly too beautiful. Not only that, Miss Shu's beauty is enough to overthrow a country. She should be called a fairy descended from heaven." Tang Tianlong, standing nearby, couldn't bear the shamelessness of those people and cursed, "Oog, those flatterers stole my lines." Ji Yu Xuan Chen just silently smiled meaningfully. As for Fei Yan, she suddenly showed disappointment with these men, then turned around and waved her hand. "Take these others away." Hearing this, they were a little disbelieving, and angrily questioned her. Miss Shu, why are you doing this?" "That's right, Miss Shu, why are you suddenly driving us away?" Xiao Kui, standing beside Fei Yan, immediately stood out to explain, "Compiling history books requires a calm and peaceful mind." After saying that, she immediately invited them out. "3, please." Everyone was stunned, their faces darkened, unable to say a word. Tang Tianlong in a corner breathed a sigh of relief, his whole body covered in sweat. "Phew, that was close, I almost went up there just now." Inside the hall, only Fei Yan and her servants remained, along with 7 other invited guests sitting cross-legged. Tianlong, sitting next to Ji Yu Xuan Chen, leaned over to him and whispered, "Young Master Ji Yu, to be honest, I came out to travel, went to Luoyang City, heard that the Luoyang City Lord's Mansion was recruiting people to compile history books, and the young lady of the City Lord's Mansion is beautiful, so I came to try my luck, but..." Saying this, he suddenly stopped, thought for a while, and then continued, "If young Master Ji Yu also likes Miss Shu, then I definitely won't compete with young Master Ji Yu." Ji Yu Xuan Chen shook his head in response, "I have no interest in her." Hearing him say that, Tang Tianlong was a little surprised, and asked back, "Is that true?" Then you, on one side, without anyone knowing when, Fei Yan had taken out a zither, strumming it as she said, "Gentlemen, since you've come to visit, the City Lord's Mansion doesn't have much to offer. Fei Yan will present everyone with a piece of music, 4-star lute." The people sitting there widened their eyes, not believing what they just saw, and blurted out, 4-star lute? Isn't that Miss Shu's treasured magical instrument? It is said that the sonic formation of this 4-star lute will make people unknowingly immersed in it, unable to escape. This song, why use a magical instrument? It seems that this song is not so easy to enjoy. While Ji Yu Xuan Chen, sitting nearby, remained unfazed, Fei Yan's expression became serious. She politely said, "Excuse my poor skills." Right after, she reached out and touched the strings and began to play, only to see countless pale purple tones suddenly appear. Immediately, the people sitting nearby were mesmerized. Ji Yu Xuan Chen closed his eyes and thought, "This music is indeed extremely tempting." Seeing Tianlong captivated by the music, he shot a wisp of spiritual energy towards him. The wisp of spiritual energy struck hard between his eyebrows, causing Tianlong to groggily wake up, wincing. Didn't I just return to Qingqi State as a high official? Only then did he realize he had been saved by Xuan Chen, and he turned to thank him. "Ji Yu Gongzi, I must have been caught in the illusion of this music just now. Thank you for pulling me out." Xuan Chen didn't pay attention to what Tianlong said. He frowned, thinking, "This music? At first it sounds like it's telling a story." Then he glanced at Fei Yan, who was still intently playing the pipa. Oblivious to her surroundings, Xuan Chen continued his train of thought. In reality, each Tao pattern crisscrosses, constantly evolving into exquisite formations. But if you stop the detailed evolution, it's still a bit unstable. After a short while, all the guests were sprawled on the ground except for Tianlong and Xuan Chen. While Fei Yan continued to play, the others were soon being carried away by the servants of the city lord's mansion. Xiao Kui, standing beside her, saw this, and reminded her, "That's enough, Fei Yan Xiaoji." Hearing this, she slowly opened her eyes. As for Tianlong, he was still struggling against the enchantment of the music. Fei Yan couldn't help but praise inwardly. When I use this 4-star pipa to play the Heavenly Jade heart-clearing mantra, this person, though looking uncomfortable, can still maintain his lucidity. He's got some skill after all. She glanced at Xuan Chen, and in contrast to Tianlong's difficulty, he was leisurely enjoying the pipa music wafting in his ears, making Fei Yan think. As for him, why doesn't he have any reaction? Maybe he can't bear it, he's obviously already immersed in it, he just hasn't collapsed yet. After observing them both for a while, she stopped playing the pipa and stood up, saying to Xiao Kui beside her, "Go get some Ningxiang royal incense for that gongzi to use." Xiao Kui nodded. "Yes." Then, Fei Yan thought with a sigh, "I just wanted to find someone with strong soul power. If I let him resist like this, he might even lose his life here." Immediately afterward, she went to Tianlong's seat and bowed to greet him. "I haven't had the honor of learning this gongzi's name." Tianlong's cheeks flushed red, and he quickly clasped his hands together, saying, "This humble one is Zheng Tianlong." Paying respects to Shu Daxiaoji, he thought to himself, "Phew, is this finally over? If it weren't for Jiu Gongzi's help, I would have collapsed long ago." Fei Yan smiled and gestured to him. "Would Zheng Gongzi be willing to stay and help me?" Tianlong blankly pointed at himself and asked, "Me, stay?" Then he wondered, "I was only able to endure for so long because I completely piggybacked on Jiu Gongzi. Why would Shu Xiaoji choose me?" He immediately stood up and looked suspiciously at Xuan Chen, unable to help but think, "Could it be because she thinks I'm more handsome than Jiu Gongzi? Hey. Xuan Chen felt Tianlong looking at him and opened his eyes to glance at him, then wondered to himself, "Why is this guy looking at me like that?" Tianlong misinterpreted Xuan Chen's glance as an angry threat. "Ha, not bad. You actually dare use me as a stepping stone." His face immediately turned pale as he thought, "Crap, Jiu Gongzi is clearly still angry that I'm stealing his credit." Old Tianlong's mind immediately raced, and as soon as Fei Yan opened her mouth to say, "Then next, I'll trouble Zheng," he interrupted her, "No." Then put on an extremely serious face and said, "I'm not willing." This stunned Fei Yan, and she asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Even Xuan Chen, sitting nearby, had to put a big question mark on his strange behavior. Fei Yan quickly calmed her emotions. She frowned and angrily questioned Tianlong. "If you didn't want to, why did you actively tear down the notice and enter the city lord's mansion? Are you trying to play games with us?" He panicked and waved his hands, stammering, No, I don't want to, it's just..." He pondered a countermeasure. "I'm screwed. Shu Xiaoji has misunderstood. I can't afford to offend this Jiu Xuan Chen, but I also can't afford to provoke the city lord's mansion of Luoyang City." Hearing Tianlong's half-hearted explanation, Fei Yan pressed on. "If it's not that you don't want to, then why are you refusing, Tangongzi? Is there some hidden reason you can't say? Although I haven't clearly stated the reward on the notice, I've already prepared it, and will definitely not mistreat Tangongzi." Tianlong became even more frightened. He fearfully retreated, repeatedly refusing, No, it's not because of the reward, it's because. Then he thought, "This is what they call being caught between a rock and a hard place. It seems that if I can't give a reasonable explanation, I won't be able to leave this place." At this critical moment, Tianlong suddenly had a bold idea. He immediately pointed at Xuan Chen and said, "My point is that he and I both persevered for so long. Directly keeping me here is really a little unfair." Fei Yan smiled lightly. "What are you saying, Tang Gongzi?" This Gongzi clearly couldn't endure it. The maid beside Fei Yan was about to feed Xuan Chen a pill. When she glanced at him, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the scene before her. What? Jiu Xuan Chen is holding tight to Zhao Kui's arm, grilling her, "What do you want to feed this seat?" Totally freaked out, she just turns and whimpers for help. "Miss Fei Yan, Seeing this, she couldn't restrain her shock and said, "You actually woke up from my celestial jade serene heart incantation." Then Jiu Xuan Chen lets go of Zhao Kui's arm and sneers back, "This seat never even fell into it. Why would I need to wake up?" Tianlong, standing off to the side, chimes in, "That's right, Miss Shu. To be honest, I was just passing through Luoyang City. Hearing rumors of your otherworldly beauty, I got bold and came to test my luck, see if I could get a glimpse of you." Then he keeps justifying himself. Just now, if Jiyu Gongzi hadn't poured a bit of heavenly Tao power into my brow, I fear I would have already collapsed from the sound of that zither.
Fei Yan, not believing her ears, questions. Tianlong, are you saying he's the reason you've been able to persist until now? But just now his face was clearly blank. He didn't move an inch. He looked solemnly trapped in my music. He then gestures toward Xuan Chen, gushing, Miss Xu, don't be angry. This Jiyu Gongzi has the air of a mysterious, aloof master. His emotions never show on his face. If it were truly as you say, he would have suffered a great loss of vital energy long ago. How could he be sitting here, all robust and extraordinary, as he is now?
Even the Tao remnant soul inside Xuan Chen couldn't help but scoff at Tianlong's flattery. Trisk. Zheng Tianlong's bootlicking skills have definitely leveled up. Listening to Tianlong ramble on, Fei Yan falls into contemplation. Taking a closer look, Tang Gongzi's complexion is indeed a bit pale, and his demeanor doesn't seem like someone who's been affected by the music. After a while, she decides to take out her zither to test Xuan Chen again, also not forgetting to inform him. Alright, if that's the case, please forgive Fei Yan's presumptuous attempt to learn from Jiyu Gongzi. In her heart, she thinks, I'll confirm it for myself.
Fei Yan doesn't say much and begins to play the zither. Her pipa's melody rings out once more, and immediately, faint purple streams of spiritual energy fly straight towards Xuan Chen.
In the blink of an eye, Xuan Chen has fallen into the bamboo forest illusion created by Fei Yan. Xuan Chen's face doesn't change as he calmly sits and observes the scene before him, then speaks up. Shu Fei Yan's new illusion is actually a bamboo forest.
Suddenly, a voice echoes from nowhere. Azure Sea year after year asks, who is guarding the ice wheel for it to be round or to lack? The sound successfully grabs Xuan Chen's attention. He reflexively turns to look in the direction of the voice, thinking to himself, where did that poetic sound come from?
At the same time, Fei Yan descends gracefully, strumming her zither and reciting poetry. Around her, bamboo leaves rustle and fall, creating an incredibly beautiful scene.
Xuan Chen turns around, meticulously watching her every move.
Then he silently muses. On the contrary, this is much more interesting than the first song just now. At this moment, Fei Yan continues to dance to the rhythm of the music, swirling into a vortex that carries the falling bamboo leaves above her. Along with that, the speed of her playing increases. Fei Yan dances and leaps into the air, then leans to one side. Xuan Chen, standing nearby, watches and thinks. The tempo of her performance is suddenly so fast.
He closes his eyes and comfortably enjoys her music, mentally assessing. Within the hurried melody, this seed can sense a sharp power of the heavenly Dabao that is still forming. Fei Yan abruptly halts her movements and descends rapidly to the ground.
During all this, she is always staring intently at Xuan Chen. Then she suddenly somersaults into the air, heading straight for Xuan Chen, strumming her instrument, gauging the timing precisely. At the appropriate moment, Fei Yan's eyebrows furrow slightly. She's calculated everything perfectly in her mind. Taking advantage of this moment, in a split second,
she suddenly reaches out and grasps the neck of the zither.
Then, from within, she withdraws a sharp, precious sword.
Fei Yan didn't hesitate and charged straight at Jiyu Xuan Chen, her eyes blazing with killing intent, saying, "This young master, it seems you're about to lose." Ignoring Fei Yan's swift approach, he simply crossed his arms and nonchalantly replied,
"Is that so?" Jiyu Xuan Chen raised his eyes, smiling faintly. "Miss Xu, aren't you a little too confident?" Fei Yan's eyes widened. Utterly astonished that he could still respond to her, she yelled, "What? He's not being charmed by my music?" Just as she lunged forward,
she saw Jiyu Xuan Chen wave his hand, effortlessly creating an invisible barrier that blocked Fei Yan's attack.
Under the impact of the barrier's force, Fei Yan was sent flying back several meters, crying out in pain as the sword in her hand shattered into pieces.
Meanwhile, back in reality, Fei Yan was strumming when suddenly all the strings of her zither snapped. She collapsed to the ground, still clutching the zither, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then slumped onto the ground, groaning in agony. Zhao Kui, standing beside her, panicked and rushed to support her, shouting, "Miss!" The surrounding servants quickly reacted, rushing to surround Jiyu Xuan Chen, some of them yelling, "Oh no, Miss is injured, seize him!" Jiyu Xuan Chen stood tall, calmly saying, "Is this how the city lord's mansion welcomes guests?" Fei Yan, on the side,
though in pain, raised her hand to stop their actions. "Everyone, stop!" Then, she immediately stood up and scolded the servants, waving her hand. "Nosy? When did I need you to intervene? Quickly help that fainted young master up, and let him use the fragrant condensation pill." The servants, hearing her words, replied with a yes, and hurriedly helped Tianlong away.
After settling everything, Fei Yan turned to Ji Xuan Chen to apologize to him. Ji Gongzi, I have experienced your strength. Just now, our city lord's mansion was impolite. However, I have a request. Before Fei Yan could speak, Ji Xuan Chen interjected. Ms. Xu wants to say that the city lord's mansion's recruitment this time isn't for compiling history books, and this is a secret you're afraid of being revealed, so you're using this as an excuse. She was utterly astonished and asked, How did you see through that? Ji Xuan Chen frowned and said, This is probably related to your pipa instrument from earlier. Fei Yan and Zhao Kui were so shocked that they were stunned, both silent and speechless. He continued, Whether it was your initial Heavenly Jade Pure Heart melody, or your later pipa immortal tune. Pausing for a moment, Ji Xuan Chen slowly pointed out the weaknesses within her attack. Both have superfluous techniques but insufficient power. Saying this, he recalled the scene from earlier and concluded, Therefore, once encountering an opponent, it is extremely easy to suffer a backlash. Fei Yan was extremely startled upon hearing this and said, You actually saw through all of that. Truly unbelievable. If that's the case, you can definitely help me, right? In 5 days, a special envoy will visit me. Although I'm 100% confident in my pipa music, I want to make it even better. She continued, Therefore, I hope to have someone help me perfect the formation plate. The formation plate can evolve formation incantations. Once successfully refined, it can enhance the effectiveness of the formation when used and expand the range of its influence. Saying this, Fei Yan became melancholic. She rubbed her head and said wearily, Actually, I've been refining this formation plate for several months. Now it's at a crucial moment, but my soul power is insufficient to support it to the end. Then, before Zhao Kui's astonished eyes, she suddenly leaned close to Ji Xuan Chen, pleading with him, Ji Gongzi? If you can truly lend me a hand, whatever conditions you have, as long as the city lord's mansion can do it, we will definitely not refuse. Zhao Kui, standing beside her, felt embarrassed by Fei Yan's actions, and quickly reminded her, Miss, faced with her captivating beauty, Ji Xuan Chen's expression remained unchanged. He coldly turned his face away, refusing. This seat has no interest. Fei Yan, hearing this, yelled in disbelief. Seeing that she couldn't sway him, she resorted to provocation. This miss thinks what you said earlier was all just guessing, wasn't it? That's why you don't dare to agree to this miss's request. Ji Xuan Chen saw right through her little scheme. He just shook his head and said, That little trick ain't gonna work on yours truly, Miss Xu. Be my guest. She was left speechless, totally called out. After saying that, Ji Xuan Chen turned to leave, when the remnant soul Dao Kan piped up inside him. Ji Xuan Chen, aren't you supposed to be collecting the history of Luoyang City? Helping her out with this shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Ji Xuan Chen coldly replied. Having to wait for her 5 days. Too much hassle. Zhao Kui, seeing Ji Xuan Chen about to leave, couldn't help but nudge her mistress. Aya, miss, young Master Ji Yu is leaving, don't be so stubborn. Even so, Fei Yan just wouldn't budge, huffing. What's so great about him, HMPH, I don't believe I can't get into Tianyuan Pavilion on my own. Hearing the 3 words Tianyuan Pavilion, Ji Xuan Chen immediately stopped in his tracks and asked, Tianyuan Pavilion. Not even giving them a chance to answer, he turned around and followed up with, Could it be that the meeting in 5 days is with the envoy from Tianyuan Pavilion? Fei Yan, instead of answering, asked back with distaste. Yeah, so what? What's it to ya? Meanwhile, Zhao Kui, trying to smooth things over, flashed him a smile. This young master must be from out of town, right? Then she went straight into explaining to Ji Xuan Chen, Actually, this place used to be called Zhaoan City, but then, a genius popped up in Luoyang City, which is under the jurisdiction of Tianyuan Pavilion. They entered Tianyuan Pavilion. At this point, Zhao Kui paused to think. Their power grew really fast, and they incorporated this place into the map of Luoyang City, making it a district under Tianyuan Pavilion's control. Fei Yan chimed in agreement. That's right, everyone in Luoyang City knows about Tianyuan Pavilion. Loads of talented young folks would be honored to get in. Even though I'm a girl, I refuse to fall behind. She suddenly stopped, abruptly asking Ji Xuan Chen. Wait a sec, why are you asking all this? Ji Xuan Chen simply answered, Aren't you in a hurry to finish the array disc? I've changed my mind, I'll help you with it. Zhao Kui and Fei Yan were both over the moon when they heard that. Really, miss? That's fantastic. After a moment, Fei Yan led him down into a secret chamber, saying, We're here. The two stopped. Before a path leading up to an array disc floating in the center, she quietly introduced, This is the Exu family's Qi refining stone chamber.
Then Fei Yan glanced at the array disk hovering in the distance and said, "That's the blank array disk. I haven't finished refining it yet." With that, she handed Xuan Chen a scroll. "Take a look at this array incantation."
Without a word, he just reached out and took the scroll. Fei Yan continued, "No need to understand it, just get familiar with it." Xuan Chen, without saying anything, suddenly conjured a flame from his palm to burn the scroll. Fei Yan, standing to the side, went pale at what he did, and cried out in alarm, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Xuan Chen grinned and unleashed his signature move, waving his hand.
Fei Yan's eyes widened as she stared in astonishment at him standing inside the array, and she clicked her tongue in admiration. "Unbelievable! It was just a split second ago, and you already memorized my array incantation." The characters appearing within the array incantation grew more and more chaotic, and she and he stared intently at the mass of characters. Fei Yan frowned as she observed Xuan Chen seriously perfecting the array and thought to herself, "The way he's doing it so smoothly, it's like he's written this array incantation thousands of times before."
A sharp glint of golden light flashed in Xuan Chen's eyes, and he frowned, lost in thought, ignoring the roaring flames behind him. Sure enough, refining array blanks is just like refining pills. You gotta fuse all the materials together to get the initial shape. Moreover, these materials contain power. When they are fused together, there might be some gaps. However, as long as these gaps aren't too big, they won't repel each other. Thinking that, he pointed at the array diagram.
Fei Yan's eyes showed bewilderment. Just a few strokes from him look like he's nonchalant, but they can equal my several days' worth of effort. She stared at the array diagram where beams of light were emitting with several mages were seating. Fei Yan mused. In the Supreme God Realm, the rank of array masters is based on a rating from low to high, divided into 1 to 5 stars, with 5 stars being the highest level array masters. Fei Yan frowned, looking at him with disbelief. She blurted out, "You're an array master." Then she went silent, contemplating, if he wasn't an array master, there's no way he could draw it so skillfully. Plus, even if an array master got this array chart for the first time, he's already had insights this quickly. Just what level of array master is he? Xuan Chen frowned upon hearing that, explaining, "I'm not," he wondered to himself, "array master. This venerable one was just struck by a sudden inspiration and decided to try it out." Fei Yan glanced at him, saying, "Well," but she suddenly stopped mid-sentence, thinking, why isn't he admitting it? Whatever, this weird, mysterious, and unfathomable guy probably doesn't want to talk about it, so I shouldn't push him. Suddenly, both of them stared blankly at Xiao Kui, who was struggling with the chaotic pile of books. Yang Miss, Jiyu Gongzi, these are all historical records of Luoyang City.
Xuan Chen and Fei Yan stared wide-eyed as the mountain of books teetered in Xiao Kui's arms. She gave an embarrassed smile. Tilting her head, she looked at him, who was crossing his arms thoughtfully. "You're willing to help me, and the only condition is needing these records. If you have any other requests, don't hesitate to say them."
As soon as she finished speaking, he frowned and replied, "It's enough." Seeing that he had no other requests, Fei Yan turned and walked away.
"All right then, if that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. Focus on refining the array plate here. Xiao Kui, let's go."
She said that on the surface, but inwardly she was cursing. HMPH, what a strange person.
Xuan Chen stood with his hands behind his back, pondering. Based on Xu Fei Yan's original array diagram, even if he continues to help her perfect it, there will still be flaws. Dao Canhun chimed in. "Hey, what do you want to do? There are only 5 short days. Even if you're a top-tier 5-star array master, you can't do much."
Xuan Chen suddenly grinned confidently, declaring,
"If this venerable one makes a move, of course I have to do it to the best possible extent." Then, he raised 2 fingers, as if he was about to crush something. 5 days later, everyone gathered merrily, raising their glasses. "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to City Lord Shu on his 3000th birthday." Ao Tian walked over with a glass, saying, "Tianlong brother, I heard that there are envoys from Tianyuan coming to today's banquet. Truly admirable." The person called Tianlong politely responded,
"Ao Tian brother, you're too kind. It's just that the Shu family once had ancestors who entered the Tianyuan sect to take care of some disciples. That dignified man was Shu Tianlong Kang, the city lord of Luoyang City."
While everyone was raising their glasses in celebration, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Envoys from Tianyuan have arrived!" Upon hearing this, the guests all turned to look at the entrance, eagerly anticipating, exclaiming, "Envoys from Tianyuan, they really came! Look, even the envoys from the Tianyuan sect have come to celebrate our city lord's birthday. What a great honor!" Only to see 2 special envoys, the Lin envoys, walking in with smiles.
Shu Tianlong respectfully greeted them. "Aya, the Tianyuan envoys have come from afar. Forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." Seeing how courteous he was, the two special Lin envoys hurriedly said, "City Lord Shu, you're too polite. We specifically came here to wish you a long life. If you're this courteous, we'll leave." "That's right. Who doesn't know about City Lord Shu's relationship with our Tian Yuan sect?" He gestured with his hand. "Come, two envoys, this way please."
Then, he turned to his subordinate and ordered, "Hurry up, invite young miss here." The person replied, "Yes." Zhao Kui anxiously entered the room, calling out,
"Young miss."
"I just asked the guards at the door, and they said there's still no movement in the secret chamber. Could it be that Ji Yu Gongzi failed?" Fei Yan firmly replied. "No way. He deduced the array formula so skillfully back then, and I can feel an extremely stable force of the heavenly Tao faintly emanating from the secret chamber. I believe in him." Just then, the subordinate beside Tianlong suddenly entered to announce,
"Eldest young miss, the Tian Yuan special envoys have arrived."
"The old master told me to invite you to the main hall." Fei Yan turned her head slightly, saying, "They're here so soon." Zhao Kui also nervously whispered, "Young miss, we're running out of time."
She clenched her hand, instructing Zhao Kui, "You go there first and stall for time. Just say I'll be there later. I'll go find Ji Yu Gongzi." Zhao Kui nodded in agreement. "Okay, I understand."
A few minutes later, Fei Yan stood before the door leading into the secret chamber. She ordered the two subordinates standing guard to open the door. "I want to go inside." Upon hearing this, they respectfully bowed.
"Yes."
Then one of them stepped forward to open the door to the secret chamber. In an instant, a massive force suddenly appeared, sending all three of them flying, causing them to cry out in agony.
Fei Yan quickly retreated and exclaimed in panic, "What happened?"
Ji Yu Xuan Chen stepped out heroically, holding the array plate, saying, "It's nothing, it's just that this venerable one was testing this array plate a little while ago."
Fei Yan happily smiled, saying, "That's great, so you've successfully refined it."
"I didn't expect the power of my array to be so strong after it was completed." However, when her eyes met the array plate emitting a dazzling light in his hand, Fei Yan asked suspiciously, Wait, the aura of the array on this array plate doesn't seem to come from the array formula I wanted you to perfect. You changed it on your own." But then she smiled, saying, "But if I sense it carefully, it seems to have a denser force of the heavenly Dakio than my original array formula. It's just that, can this match the tune I play with my 4-star pipa?"
At this moment, he suddenly flung the array plate towards her.
"You'll know as soon as you try it." Looking at the brilliant radiance emanating in all directions from the array plate, Fei Yan secretly praised, "Truly extraordinary." So she thought, grabbed her pipa, and started playing. Awesome! Meanwhile, inside the bustling hall, Zhao Kui went to report to Shu Tianlong, making him yell in anger. "What did you say? The young lady said she'll be late." He frowned and scolded. "This is outrageous. That girl is getting worse and worse. This old man has to go see what the heck she's doing." Zhao Kui could only force a smile, asking, "Master?" She sweated nervously, her hands trembling as she said, "Wait." Just then, a sound suddenly echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Tianlong frowned, glancing to the right, wondering, why is there pipa music? Everyone blankly followed the sound. He frowned, exclaiming, "This is the flying swallow tune." Everyone's faces showed surprise. One person sighed, "I've long heard that Miss Xu is skilled in the pipa. This piece is only heard in heaven. It's rare to hear it in the mortal realm." Before Lord Shu's birthday banquet even begins, the eldest Miss Shu is using her music to preach. Truly admirable. Admirable. Another chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. Only Kunshan jade breaking and hibiscus weeping dew can compare. We are very grateful for Lord Shu's great kindness."
The two special envoy Lin also laughed loudly, raising their wine cups to praise.
Miss Shu's pipa skills are superb. The rhythm and melody of the piece can be said to be exquisitely outstanding. Tianlong bowed to the envoy's praise. "You flatter me. My daughter's musical skills are not refined. You are laughing at me." However, in his heart, he secretly chuckled. Confident. So this little flying swallow is trying to use her music to attract the attention of the envoys. As her father, I really misunderstood her.
Shu Tianlong stroked his beard, inwardly delighted. Even his subordinates on both sides were happy. He cleared his throat. "You are too kind. Everyone has honored me by coming today, showing respect for Shu Tianlong. It is only right that I should repay everyone a little." He said so, but inwardly he was extremely arrogant, thinking, when did Fei Yan improve so quickly? Even these two 3-star formation masters from Tianyuan Pavilion are praising her so highly. It seems today I can recommend her without much effort. As soon as he finished speaking,
The pipa music outside suddenly became very strange.
Someone felt dizzy and held their head, exclaiming, "This melody, why is it becoming so agitated? This old man, I can't take it anymore. Yes, my head hurts so much." Everyone's faces contorted, showing discomfort, asking, "Lord Shu, what's going on in your house?"
Tianlong held his head, watching everyone sprawled on the ground, and shouted orders. "Someone, quickly bring out the Ningxiang pills for everyone." The two special envoys Lin exchanged glances, signaling, "The power of the heavenly Tao in this melody is too strong. Those with high realms might not be able to circulate their energy to block it. If their realms are insufficient and they haven't used the Ningxiang pills, they simply can't bear it." Tianlong quickly flew outside, inwardly cursing. What the heck is Fei Yan trying to do? Is she trying to eliminate all the guests like this? But before Tianlong could leave, two beams of green light flashed across his face from the main hall, causing him to exclaim in surprise,
"Special envoys." At the source of the deafening sound, Fei Yan's figure appeared, standing there playing the pipa. She closed her eyes, thinking, "This formation suits my 4-star pipa so well. It seems to be created to match every note it produces." She swayed with her eyes closed, her hand gently gliding across the strings. Truly extraordinary. So extraordinary. Light leaves fell gently in the clear sky to her melody. The two special envoys, Lin, flew down from above towards her, towards the source of the pipa music. This time their movements also attracted Xuan Chen, who was sitting alone on a high treetop. He propped his chin, pondering. The remnant soul spoke up. "These two attacks of heavenly Datao power are extremely sharp. Aren't you going to act?" His eyes sharpened, and he replied softly, "No need." From above, the two special envoys Lin jointly launched an attack towards her. Fei Yan quickly resisted, and two streams of green and yellow energy immediately collided. Then the two special envoys Lin were sent flying far away with screams. Tianglong ran over, his face panicked, shouting, "Stop, Fei Yan, stop now!" Fei Yan's expression was half awake, half dreaming, confused, and calling out to her father. Tianlong worriedly looked towards the two special envoys Lin, asking, "Are the two special envoys injured? My daughter is truly outrageous. I will definitely teach her a lesson." The sudden arrival of the three people made Fei Yan panic, thinking, "Why are the special envoys from Tianyuan Pavilion in the back courtyard, and in such a pathetic state? This is bad. Could it be?" Her face filled with fear as she bowed to apologize. Fei Yan greets the two special envoys. "Just now I had a sudden insight and couldn't control the musical notes, offending the special envoys. Please forgive me." In her heart she trembled, thinking, "Attacking the special envoys of Tianyuan Pavilion for no reason. If this gets out, even my father's position as city lord will be lost." However, the two special envoys looked at each other and smiled, saying, "Eldest Miss Shu has extraordinary talent, and is experiencing an insight into cultivation. This is a situation that everyone has. How can there be any blame?" Indeed, they said so, but in their hearts, they cursed. Thankfully Shu Tianlong arrived in time. Otherwise, if we were really injured by this little brat, we would inevitably lose face for Tianyuan Pavilion. One of the two special envoys frowned and said, "We also offer our congratulations. We won't attend the birthday banquet for the time being. But regarding Miss Shu, we have something we want to discuss in more detail." Hearing this, Tianglong hurriedly replied, "Yes, Fei Yan and I will take the two envoys to the guest room to rest." At this moment, Fei Yan covered her mouth in surprise. It seems I'm turning misfortune into blessing, and have a chance to enter Tianyuan Pavilion." After everyone left, Xuan Chen folded his hands behind his back and flew down from the treetop. Zhao Kui came to his side, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Young Master Ji Yu, you've worked hard today." The young lady instructed that you must not be neglected. "Please, young Master Ji Yu, come into the hall and enjoy yourself with the distinguished guests." Inside the grand hall, the old man bowed respectfully. "Esteemed guests, just now, our young mistress had a breakthrough, affecting everyone. The master has escorted the two special envoys for a rest, and specifically instructed this old servant to convey his apologies to all the distinguished guests." The distinguished guests were all seated properly in their places, the city lord said earnestly. "For Miss Shu to have a breakthrough while the two special envoys who impersonate Lin Zheng are here is truly a blessing for her." Just then, a shout suddenly rang out. Kui Ji, little Kui, who was standing beside Ji Yu Xuan Chen, turned and ran upon hearing this. Someone's calling me." Before leaving, she didn't forget to say, "Ji Yu Gongzi, wait a moment, I'll be right back." Suddenly, someone behind him recognized his figure. It was none other than Luo Wu, the second young master of the Luo Manor, and Luo Wen, the eldest young master. They looked at him with disgusted expressions. Isn't that the little punk who participated in the competition with us before? Shu family's personal maid is actually leading the way for him. HMPH, the shameless bastard. He's definitely after Miss Shu. Truly a toad lusting after swan meat. Calm down, you two. Anyway, Miss Shu isn't here right now, and he's all alone.
Why don't we go find some fun? In an instant, both of them flashed sinister smiles, saying in unison, "Sounds good." As Xuan Chen was looking around, a provocative voice suddenly rang out, attracting his attention. "Yo, if it isn't Gu Gongzi, didn't expect to run into you again." He glanced over at them and asked, "Are you familiar with this one?"
The group stood arrogantly before him, the two leading figures starting with provocation. "So, you don't remember us? Or are you so ignorant that you don't even know Luo Wen and Luo Wu, the two young masters?" The people around them started gossiping. "Hey, aren't those the two young masters of the Luo Manor? Heard those two brothers applied to compile the city history at the Zhu Manor a few days ago. But they lost to some pretty boy. That must be him. Looks like this handsome Gongzi is about to have some bad luck." Hearing this, he ignored the surroundings and turned his head, saying,
"This one never remembers useless things." His words made the three people who were eavesdropping exclaim in unison, What's that supposed to mean?"
Luo Wu angrily threw down the wine cup in his hand and snarled, "How dare you? Is that so?" The two brothers were filled with resentment, immediately joining forces to attack.
Luo Wen gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see what capital you have to say those words." Luo Wu, upon hearing this, also roared angrily, "If we don't defeat you today, the two of us brothers will disappear from Luoyang City." Someone suddenly widened their eyes and shouted, "It's the two brothers' signature move. Heavenly Spin Earth Shift."
The scene was now extremely chaotic, with objects and people being swept up and slammed everywhere by the wind.
Someone exclaimed in horror, "My head hurts so much." Someone grabbed the pillar beside them and warned in a growling voice, "Heavenly Spin Earth Shift, once unleashed, will create an extremely powerful spiritual energy vortex. Luckily, I prepared early. It's that robust Gongzi who's out of luck. He's being attacked from both sides by the two brothers. He probably can't resist anymore. He's finished." After all, Luo Wen and Luo Wu's cultivation realms may not be high, but once the two of them combine to unleash their move, their power is equal to the late-stage transformation god realm. The two Luo Wen and Luo Wu brothers burst into wild laughter and attacked even more fiercely.
"You're definitely going to die from this move." "Die?" His eyes flashed brightly, and he angrily said as he held his weapon,
"Going around and around is annoying me."
The person who had spoken earlier exclaimed in horror when he saw him take out his weapon.
"Wait, this is him."
Before he could finish speaking, Xuan Chen had already turned and counterattacked.
With just one strike, the two Luo Manor brothers were sent flying away, spitting out fresh blood from their mouths. The bald-headed guy widened his eyes and shouted, "Dragon form sword radiance." Seeing that this Gongzi had already mastered it was superfluous, no wonder one strike could eliminate the two Luo brothers' signature move. In his heart, he secretly added, "He's definitely no ordinary person." Luo Wen and Luo Wu painfully hugged each other, sitting slumped on the ground.
Xuan Chen stood there with heroic spirit and said sternly, "Just now you said that if you lost to this one you would disappear from Luoyang City, is that right?" Xuan Chen stood there with heroic spirit and said sternly, "Just now you said that if you lost to this one you would disappear from Luoyang City, is that right?" Luo Wen and Luo Wu were grimacing and moaning in pain, and upon hearing this, they looked at each other in horror. Both of them fearfully clasped their hands together, begging him for forgiveness. No, we were blind and offended you. We won't dare to do it again." Seeing how pathetic they were, he merely curled his lips and softly said, "Too late." With that, Xuan Chen leaned and waved one hand, sending the two brothers flying out the door. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Who dares to be presumptuous in my city lord's mansion?" Tianlong and Fei Yan approached. He asked, in astonishment, "Who are you? Why are you here, turning my birthday banquet into such a mess, and disturbing the two special envoys?" She glanced at him, and worriedly cried out in her heart, "It's Gu Gongzi! Father still doesn't know about him helping me create the Xuan Chen formation disc." Frowning, he replied with a glance, "Merely teaching two mosquitoes a lesson." Tianlong was enraged by his attitude, and roared, "You!" Seeing that the situation was not good, Fei Yan hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade, "Father, don't. This Gu Gongzi is someone I invited to compile the city history." He still wouldn't let it go, and yelled, "So what? What a mess." Saying she couldn't stop her dad, she frowned, thinking, "Oh crap, this guy's causing a huge problem, making Dad lose face in front of the envoy of Tianyuan. Dad's gonna blow a gasket." Envoy Lin saw this and signaled for him to stop. "Hold on." The envoy looked at him, asking, "You're not from Luoyang City?" Gu Xuan Chen stood tall in front of everyone and said loudly, This seat was originally traveling around to broaden my horizons, passing through this place, and heard that Miss Xu wanted to edit a section of the historical records, so I came here to apply for the job. She happily patted her chest, comforting herself. Phew, good thing you didn't blab about helping me make the formation plate. He frowned, thinking hard, and in his ear he heard Dao Canhun's voice. Hey kid, why'd you make such a big scene just now? So you wanted to use those two idiots to attract the attention of the Tianyuan envoy. In that case, you didn't need to disguise yourself as someone from Luoyang City trying to sneak into the Tianyuan pavilion.
Envoy Lin frowned suspiciously. I'm afraid it's not entirely like that. His eyes also narrowed, as if he was pondering something. Over here, Fei Yan clenched her fists, her face clearly worried. We're screwed. Could it be that we've been exposed?
The envoy quickly pointed at him, laughing. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid you admire Miss Xu and are using the excuse of working on the historical records to get close to her, right?
Xuan Chen heard this and was about to speak. But Fei Yan rushed over, stood next to him, and waved her hand with a laugh. Envoy, what are you saying? Tianlong stared wide-eyed at the scene of the two being so close, thinking, why didn't I know? His face was puzzled. What's she saying? She winked adorably at him. If the two envoys find out about the formation plate, it won't be good. Instead, just go along with their guess. Xuan Chen, definitely don't expose me. He finally figured it out. Could it be that she's afraid this Siat will reveal the matter of the formation plate? The envoy patted him on the shoulder, laughing. Young man, besides cultivation, talking about love is also very normal. Little Gu, let's step aside and talk outside. The sky was clear, and a few leaves fell gently. The two envoys, Lin and he, stood chatting. You know about Miss Xu's talent, and the Xu family and our Tianyuan pavilion also have some connections. The two of us just discussed it, and plan to take Miss Xu back to the Tianyuan pavilion. That's right. Although you also meet the standards for recruiting disciples of the Tianyuan pavilion, the Tianyuan pavilion only recruits disciples once a year, and Miss Xu is already a special case. As for you, they glanced at each other, which was a pity. Talents like you have cultivated several moves of the heaven rank cultivation technique. The envoy extended his hand. You guys probably won't see each other again for another 4 years. Both envoys spoke happily about the main point, little Gu. The move you used just now. Is it probably a heaven rank cultivation technique? That's right. His hand rotated, secretly channeling his true energy, and he smiled inwardly. These two are singing different tunes, pretending. Turns out they want to threaten this Siat. If that's the case, this Siat might as well go along with the flow. In the blink of an eye, the heaven rank cultivation technique appeared in his hand. They all exclaimed in surprise, this is. On Xuan Chen's hand was a shining cultivation technique. He smiled and said, at first, this seat traveled around, and happened to get a heaven rank cultivation technique, and comprehended a little bit like that. If the two of you can find a way to reference it, that would be great, but I don't know if there's a chance. Envoy Lin was overjoyed, and hurriedly reached out to support the cultivation technique, saying repeatedly, why do you say that? If you have this sincerity, we can't easily refuse, right? In his heart, he secretly sneered at him. This kid is already so powerful. After comprehending a little bit, this time it's really a big profit. The two envoys, Lin happily opened the cultivation technique. That's right, little Gu, you are so affectionate and righteous to be able to enter my Tianyuan pavilion with Miss Xu. He looked at them and said, in that case, I'm troubling you two. Under the trees they laughed loudly and turned to leave. So profound, it really is a heaven rank cultivation technique. This Xuan Chen can be considered to know what's good for him. Originally, if he didn't hand it over, the two of us would have to waste effort and use some means. HMPH. It's just a pity that he's such an idiot, and you and I easily tricked him out of the heaven rank cultivation technique. He stood there with his chest puffed out, and Dao Canhun's whisper appeared in his ear again. I don't think that book looks like it was obtained from the Jijitian sect. Kid, when did you get a heaven rank cultivation technique that I didn't know about? Xuan Chen heard this and replied, it's just the insights that this seat wrote at will when I was free. These words made Dao Canhun cross his arms and shut up. He was sitting and practicing in the room, when suddenly there was a voice calling from outside. Xuan Chen, are you asleep? Xuan Chen frowned and opened his eyes, staring at the door. Standing opposite Fei Yan in front of the door, he frowned and asked, what's the matter? She hurriedly opened her mouth and said, I have something I want to ask you. As soon as the words fell, Xuan Chen frowned and looked at her in confusion. She followed him in, her face blank and thoughtful. It's so late, and he hasn't even touched the bed. Has he been cultivating all along? And he's not sleepy or tired? He asked, a little annoyed. Miss Xu, what brings you here so late? What's the big deal? This made Fei Yan jump a bit. She thought to herself, why am I suddenly so concerned about this guy? Almost forgot what's important.
She pulled herself together, giving him an innocent smile. Thank you for keeping your promise today, and not blabbing about you helping me craft the formation plates.
Thank me?
He tilted his head, exhaling, then said,
It's nothing, really. No need to worry about it. Just then, Fei Yan remembered something, and she said, Oh right, one more thing. It's not like I intentionally sent people to spy on you, it's just that my maid accidentally overheard that Special Envoy Tianyuan got a treasure from you, a cultivation manual. Is that true? Hearing this, he nodded. Indeed, something like that did happen. Her eyes widened, looking up at him confused. Your mastery of formations is even better than mine, and you possess such a treasure cultivation manual like that, and you just give it to the Special Envoy of Tianyuan sect? I really don't get it. Coming to the Shu Manor wasn't just to help me for free, right? Why did you do that? Then, Fei Yan sighed, raising a hand to cover his mouth, and sighed. Don't tell me you're just interested in the history of Luoyang City. I don't buy it, he blankly replied. If not that, then what? What does Miss Xu think it is?
Her mind raced with possibilities about him, and she thought, if I didn't know he could craft such powerful formation plates, and that his martial skills are incredibly strong, and that he can casually produce high-level cultivation manuals that make the special envoys drool, I might believe this reason a little, but Xuan Chen doesn't seem like the type to scheme for the power of my Shu Manor. Then Fei Yan looked up at Xuan Chen, who was watching her with a questioning look, and she shyly blurted out, could it be that you actually have something for me? She lowered her head, her face flushed with bashfulness. Fei Yan, with a flushed face and bright eyes, pondered. Come to think of it, no wonder the special envoy made an exception and let him enter Tianyuan sect later. It seems he offered the cultivation manual so he could be with me. He also pondered and asked back, have something with you? In his heart he thought, could she see that I'm using her, having other intentions at Tianyuan sect? Suddenly, her eyes widened, her face turned completely red, and she turned and ran away. Leaving him staring blankly, Fei Yan shouted back, It's nothing, I'm sleepy now, you should rest early too. Xuan Chen was sweating, utterly confused. Weird. Even if she saw through it, why would her reaction be so big?
Outside the hall, where the 4 people were gathered, Fei Yan bowed respectfully. 2 special envoys, I'll go say goodbye to my father first. One of them calmly said, Go ahead. With Miss Shu's talent, she's destined to enter Formation Peak, and in the future, you'll be lucky to see each other once a month. Then she turned and left. At this time, Xuan Chen spoke up. I wonder how many peaks the Tianyuan sect has. Within the inner peaks of the Tianyuan sect, besides the main peak, there are also Martial Peak, Formation Peak, and Pill Peak, and the rest are called comprehensive peaks. The one who controls the main peak is naturally the sect master. Under the main peak are several major peaks. Each major peak will be managed by a peak master, just like under the major peak. There are several small peaks. The small peaks are managed by different elders. Among the elders, those with outstanding cultivation are usually called core elders.
The 2 special envoys Jialin took turns explaining to him. In short, there is only one peak master for each major peak, but there can be many elders and core elders. Specifically, wait until Miss Shu arrives, and we will tell you more details about this on the way. When we arrive at the Tianyuan sect, we will also recommend Miss Shu to go to Formation Peak. As for you, it is most suitable for you to go to Martial Peak. The 2 special envoys glanced at each other and smiled secretly, understanding each other. If this kid lives well in the Tianyuan sect in the future, the 2 of us will also have the credit of leading him there. That's right, not only can we get a lot of benefits from the sect, more importantly, we have a friendship with him. Xuan Chen frowned, looking into the distance, Martial Peak. 3 days later,
at the outer chamber of Tianyuan sect, streaks of light appeared in the sky. One of the 2 special envoys, Jialin, turned around and said to the 2 people behind, Tianyuan sect is ahead. Just then, a man appeared in front of them. He is Chu Yuanxi, the elder of Formation Peak, the early stage of Imperial Soul Realm.
Seeing him, the 2 special envoys Jialin panicked and respectfully called out, and they were worried in their hearts. What happened to Elder Chu? Just arrived at Tianyuan sect, and before they had time to recommend them to the elders, Elder Chu was already standing here waiting.
Yuanxi gently brushed past them, went to Fei Yan and asked. Hearing him ask her, she hurriedly replied and asked herself, Are you Shu Fei Yan, daughter of Shu Tianlong, the city lord of Luoyang City, right? Is it you who combined the curved sound pipa with the formation? Yes, this elder Chu actually knows me. He raised his hand, and a stream of spiritual energy appeared on his fingertips. Then Yuan Shi directed the stream of spiritual energy towards the mark on Fei Yan's forehead. After a while, he pondered for a moment, and then opened his mouth, surprising her. Although not as talented as rumored, you do indeed have some talent. Are you willing to join Formation Peak and focus on cultivating with me? Immediately, she knelt down and respectfully saluted. Yes, Fei Yan greets master. Her heart was filled with joy at this moment. Am I dreaming? Getting a master is this easy? Yuan Shi glanced at Xuan Chen and said slowly, As for you. He put on a casual look. The special envoy Lin next to him coughed lightly and said awkwardly, Taking one disciple is still taking someone. Might as well take you too, Elder Chu, actually. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them. Elder Chu, you just took a beloved disciple, and now you're taking another one. It's bound to be tiring. Jiang Wu Feng, the elder of the Martial Peak Center, a mid-stage Imperial Soul Realm expert, frowned and frankly suggested, I think this kid's talent is not bad, and he's more suited to my martial arts. He should just go to my martial peak. Yuan Shi's face darkened, and he retorted angrily, How honorable is it to nurture outstanding disciples for our Tianyuan pavilion? How could I feel tired? The two elders started confronting each other like children. He immediately mocked, Elder Jiang, I heard that last time in the group of new disciples who entered Martial Peak, some of them became your disciples. You must be even more tired, right? Elder Chu is joking. After all, those who are capable should work more. When Elder Chu becomes one of the central elders of Formation Peak, perhaps he can take in a few more disciples. Being mocked in return, Wu Feng took the opportunity to challenge him. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth angrily. What do you want? Suddenly, a giant gourd appeared, and a voice echoed in the sky. What's there to argue about? Qin San Ban, the elder of Pill Peak, a late-stage Imperial Soul Realm expert, was lying on the gourd drinking wine and scolding, bothering Zhao Laoji's good sleep in broad daylight. As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly drunk voice from him made the people below freeze. Speechless. Only Xuan Chen looked at him with amusement. At this time, Yuan Shi spoke sarcastically, and Wu Feng quickly echoed, Elder Qin, why are you drinking like this? If you continue like this, your Pill Peak may not even have your position. Isn't that right? It's just relying on being old and having a slightly higher cultivation than us. You spend every day so absurdly, just living off old power. Qin Sanban gently landed on the ground, laughing a few times and saying, Rules, how much is a rule worth in wine money? He walked to the two elders and probed, You two aren't just after. The atmosphere around him changed as he bluntly revealed, This kid's heaven-grade profound vein art. Are you? Hearing these words, the two special envoys, Lin, looked at each other in panic. Oh no, how do they all know that Xuan Chen has a heaven-grade art? Wu Feng hurriedly pointed at Qin Sanban, shouting, What nonsense are you talking about? Ignoring him, Qin Sanban, with a flushed face, accused Xuan Chen. Hey kid, these two guys know that your art is imprinted in a secret scroll. They have evil intentions. Hearing this, he asked him curiously, What do you mean by that? He staggered away drunk, complaining, What a brat, doesn't even know this. Qin Sanban brought the wine up and continued to drink it down. After a while, his face became increasingly red. He burped loudly again. A mysterious voice explained, The greatest benefit of the secret scroll inheritance is that the cultivator only needs to immerse the power of his soul into it to comprehend the mysteries of the art. But each time soul power penetrates it, the inheritance power of the secret scroll will become weaker. No one knows when the power will be exhausted and destroyed after being read. Qin Sanban drunkenly revealed, These two guys are competing to take you as a disciple. He pointed at the two elders and affirmed, They want to read it first. As soon as he finished speaking, the two elders immediately retorted loudly, Elder Qin, you're drunk. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Sanban ignored the two elders who were surrounding him, and denying it. It's really absurd. He ignored them and left, praising loudly. Good wine. Xuan Chen smiled slightly, thinking to himself, This guy is quite interesting. At this moment, Fei Yan behind him spoke up. Choosing between Formation Peak and Martial Peak, do you have any thoughts? She lowered her head, shyly expressed, If you come to Formation Peak, you and I might be able to cultivate together. Even though that's what she wanted, she still enthusiastically recommended him, thinking of him. But I feel that with your talent, it would be a pity if you didn't go to Martial Peak. The two elders quickly changed their attitudes and came forward to recruit him. Come to Formation Peak. If you guys know each other, you'll have someone to hang out with. Or come to Martial Peak. Even if you have a heaven-rank cultivation technique, you can only learn a fraction of it without someone to guide you, missing the essence. As they said this, the two elders suddenly exchanged glances that sparked with fire. Yuan Shi shouted, Martial Peak. Not willing to lose, Wu Feng roared, Formation Peak, Martial Peak, Formation Peak. Suddenly, Xuan Chen interrupted them. This one. The two elders moved their faces close together, full of expectation, shouting, "What?"
Suddenly, he leaped up, startling them.
He gently landed in another spot on the ground.
Xuan Chen blocked Qin San Ban, nonchalantly saying, "This one wants to enter the pill chamber." Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes wide in surprise.
The two elders were even more surprised, shouting, "What?" Qin San Ban leaned back slightly in refusal, waving his hand. "Don't block the way. Don't block the way. This old man has no interest in taking you as a disciple, kid. You've come to the wrong person."
Xuan Chen quickly reached out to stop him.
That's not necessarily true. A moment later, the location had changed to the Heavenly Essence Sect, Pill Peak, Misty Cloud Peak.
Qin San Ban walked in front, coughing softly, and said, "We're here." He turned his head, stroked his beard, and held out his hand, demanding, "Kid, that thing you promised this old man earlier?"
A hand gently rose, and a jar of wine immediately appeared.
Xuan Chen forcefully opened the lid of the wine jar, confidently thinking to himself, "Chengluoyang is famous for its wine." Initially, this one glanced through a few chapters on winemaking recorded in ancient books, using grade 6 spirit herbs from the spiritual spacetime diagram for planting as ingredients to experiment, and it's not bad.
Qin San Ban lifted his nose and took a deep sniff, savoring the aroma of the wine. Immediately, he tossed 2 items to him. "This is your identity token. You can learn about Pill Peak on your own." He caught the 2 items, carefully listening to his instructions. "This is the pill that is distributed to disciples of the Heavenly Essence Sect. I will give it to you once every 3 months."
After speaking, Xuan Chen stared blankly at the jar of wine that had been snatched away.
"Then make yourself at home."
Qin San Ban ran away with the jar of wine,
jumping and laughing. Good wine, good wine. This old man won't go back until I'm drunk today." At this moment, Xuan Chen smiled slightly. When the Tao remnant soul appeared, he scoffed, "Kid, you have your stupid moments, actually accepting a drunkard as a master. Speaking of which, the news that you have a heaven-rank cultivation technique was something you intentionally spread earlier in Chengluoyang, right?" The Tao remnant soul suddenly remembered a moment and wondered, "It's just, those two clearly wanted to get you no matter what, but they were willing to let you go with this old drunkard. What did you say in their ears at that time?" He held the token, leisurely replying. Hearing his answer, the Tao remnant soul laughed loudly in praise. "Telling the truth." This one simply straightforwardly said that I had already given that heaven-rank cultivation technique to the special envoys of the Heavenly Essence Sect. A fine move of ditching the bridge after crossing it. Those 2 dogfart special envoys are extremely greedy. This time, they worked in vain. The Tao remnant soul lowered his eyes slightly and slowly said, "But perhaps you also know that they used the excuse of entering the Heavenly Essence Sect to harm you. In reality, they already intended to kill you. So I think what you said probably wasn't just these things, right?"
Xuan Chen gave a mysterious smile, answering, "It's nothing, just saying that this one actually handed over 2 sets of heaven-rank cultivation techniques."
At this time, elsewhere, the 2 fake special envoys, Lin, were beaten black and blue, screaming in agony.
The 2 elders, Yuan Shi and Wu Feng, yelled at them with dark faces, "Tu Yuan Ming, you actually dared not report to the sect, secretly concealing the heaven-rank cultivation technique? Where's the rest of it? Hand it over now."
The 2 fake special envoys, Lin cried and explained, crying injustice. "Xuan Chen is talking nonsense. He clearly only had one part. He must be a wolf in sheep's clothing, with malicious intentions towards our Heavenly Essence Sect. Yes, elder, we are truly wrong." The 2 elders didn't believe them when they said that, and simultaneously launched their attacks, still daring to be stubborn.
The 2 special envoys were sent flying far away, screaming to the heavens.
At the same time, an image of Misty Cloud Peak, a place with luminous rocky mountains shrouded in mist, appeared.
Xuan Chen looked at the image through the token and exclaimed,
"It seems this place is Misty Cloud Peak of Pill Peak." After speaking, he raised his hand and clenched it tightly, muttering, "Heavenly Essence Sect. If they want Elder Wu Ye to refine the 9-dragon divine pill, he's naturally at Pill Peak. But the location of this Misty Cloud Peak is inevitably too remote. Elder Wu Ye is more like he's at Pill Deity Peak." Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting his attention. It's strange to say, but in the past, the elders of Dan Feng would go to Dan Shen Feng every so often to sponge off some alchemy methods. Although our Xin elder almost always pretends to be drunk and doesn't go.
2 disciples were chatting with each other on the stairs going down, but why haven't we heard anything from the elders going back and forth to Yunmiao Peak lately, don't you know? The green-haired disciple immediately spilled the beans. The squinty-eyed disciple was surprised to hear that. It seems Elder Qi invited an alchemist from outside the Tianyuan Pavilion a few days ago. The Peak Lord is super busy right now. Really?
This person must be incredibly important, it's so intriguing. If you want to know, why not go through Yunshu Ling and eavesdrop at Dan Shenfeng?
Hearing him say that, the squinty-eyed disciple shuddered and exclaimed, "Quick, stop talking. Yunshu Ling is where Dan Feng cultivates spirit herbs and raises spirit beasts. But I heard that recently some people who went into Yunshu Ling to gather herbs never came out." Xuan Chen, standing high up, clearly heard their entire conversation. "Really? That doesn't sound right at all. Could it be a false rumor? I have no idea about that." Seeing his interested smile, Dao Canhun praised him. "Little brat, your guess is right. Elder Wu Ya is indeed at Dan Shenfeng, but Yunshu Ling sounds extremely strange."
He immediately flew away, replying with a cocky laugh, "There's no place that this esteemed one wouldn't dare to go." A moment later, in a forest called Yunshu Ling, Xuan Chen gently landed in the middle of the forest. He looked around and assessed. The trees here are lush, and the power of the heavenly Tao is dense. Although it's not as good as Elder Wu Ya's alchemy space, it's much better than other places. Suddenly, he smelled an unusual scent and exclaimed in surprise, "Why is there a bloody smell?" Behind him, rustling sounds came from the bushes, and a white monster rat angrily rushed out.
Xuan Chen frowned slightly and turned his head. Dao Canhun appeared and exclaimed with interest, "It's a big silver-furred rat. That's quite rare."
Immediately, a wall of fire surrounded him, blocking the rat's lightning strike. The white rat, scorched by his flames, stopped, and the fire gradually extinguished.
Xuan Chen looked at the white rat's corpse falling in front of him.
While he summoned his sword, Dao Canhun asked him, "Hey, you didn't even use a fraction of your power just now, did you?"
"The spirit beasts of Yunshu Ling probably can't withstand a single blow, right?" He ignored Dao Canhun and used his sword to lift up the monster. The bloody smell was indeed coming from here. The sword wound on this spirit beast's abdomen hasn't fully healed, so it was probably injured recently.
Based on this, Dao Canhun voiced his speculation. Xuan Chen chuckled and continued, "If that's the case, there must be other people nearby."
Not only that, but it desperately wanted to kill this esteemed one just now, probably seeing this esteemed one as an accomplice of the one who injured it.
Suddenly, a group of people rushed towards him from afar, loudly questioning him. "Who are you?" The leader of the group looked at the rat on the ground and angrily questioned, "You killed our silver moon rat." Xuan Chen glanced at them and asked in a low voice, "Your silver moon rat?" The disciples behind him immediately clamored, "Of course, we were in a fierce battle before, and it was Xiao Bai who lured away that powerful spirit beast for us so we could escape. We didn't expect Xiao Bai to not be killed by that spirit beast, but to die tragically in your hands."
The leader of the disciples interrupted them, questioning Xuan Chen,
"Stop playing dumb, looking at your clothes, and daring to come to Yunshu Ling alone. You're probably a newbie who doesn't understand the rules, right? Rules, what do you guys want?"
Hearing him ask, the disciples looked at each other and smirked, calculating,
"We haven't even started scamming him yet, and this guy's already aware. To think we just slashed a silver moon rat, and now we've met a scaredy cat. We brothers are hitting the jackpot today." At this moment, Xuan Chen glanced down and chuckled inwardly. He looked at the swords in their hands and mocked. "You dare to try and scam this esteemed one when you haven't even cleaned the blood off your swords. This esteemed one wants to see what tricks these fools want to pull."
Thinking this, the leader of the disciples coughed a few times slyly and said, "Considering everyone is a fellow disciple, we won't make things too difficult for you."
He pointed to the sword in his hand and demanded, "I see that your sword isn't bad, so consider it an apology." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan Chen's sword trembled slightly, and he raised his sword dangerously, asking,
"Are you sure you want this esteemed one's sword?"
The leader didn't give in, and replied with a cunning smile, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" The disciples behind him stirred and shouted, "You're already going back on your word after just arriving. I think you're looking for death."
Not gonna waste time with these guys.
I immediately yet the sword forward. All right. The sword left Xuan Chen's hand and thunk right into the ground in front of these clueless disciples. Arms crossed, waiting for the show. I challenge them. You want it? Come and grab it yourselves. The leader dude grins, reaching out, all pleased with himself. Now that's what I call being a smart kid.
The goons behind him chime in with smug grins. "See? Would have been easier if you'd done this from the start."
Yeah. This head honcho confidently grabs the sword hilt, and suddenly his face goes pale. He feels the power and thinks, this sword, it's packing a crazy strong heavenly Dabio power. He's freaking out internally like, this heavenly Dao power is all over the place, super domineering. It could only be controlled by a master above the soul manifestation realm, but this kid is clearly still very young.
Wait a minute. Why can't I sense his cultivation at all?
Could it be? The leader looked at Xuan Chen and determined that he must be a top martial artist hiding his cultivation. Meanwhile, the goons are looking at him, confused. Senior Brother Huang, why aren't you picking up the sword? Yeah, Senior Brother Huang, why are you shaking like that? One of them steps forward and puts a hand on his shoulder, giving him a little shake. Senior Brother Huang. That little tap makes the senior brother cough up a mouthful of blood, and he drops like a sack of potatoes, not moving. Panic ensues. Senior brother's dead. They point at the guy who touched him, accusing, "You killed Senior Brother Huang?" "What?" The guy looks at his hands, protesting. "How could that be? I don't know." Suddenly, Xuan Chen's sword starts shaking like crazy. I lower my voice, all menacing like. My azure dragon sword's asking, "Who's next?" The remaining disciples hear that and straight up freak out, scattering and screaming, "This sword's possessed. Save me." Once they're all gone, the sword flies back on my command. "Sword, come here." I grab the sword. Channeling its power, I stroll over to the so-called Senior Brother Huang, step over his body, and say casually, "You made your own bed, now lie in it." The sound of my shoes scuffing on the ground echoes in the air. The disciples who ran away earlier stop to catch their breath. Mullethead closed his eyes tightly and turned his head with difficulty, saying firmly, "Okay, maybe that person won't chase after us." When he turned around, he realized someone was missing and asked in a panic, "Huh, where's Lao Si?" The two people behind him also replied in confusion, "He was just following us. Why did he disappear in a blink of an eye? Isn't it said that people often go missing near the Cloud Beast territory recently?" "Lao Si, could it be that you really met a ghost?" Mullethead heard this, was frightened, not knowing that something was moving behind him, and talking nonsense. "What is it? Weren't we all fine just now?" I think Lao Si was so scared that his legs were soft, and he couldn't run anymore. The vine was reaching for his neck, but he didn't know it, and only asked the two guys, "When seeing your unusual expressions, why do you two look at me like you've seen a ghost? I'm still alive." Not letting the mullet head continue to speak, the vine immediately wrapped tightly around his neck. The two men saw him being hanged by the vine, screamed in terror, and ran away. "Save me." But the two of them were quickly grabbed by other vines, and all that was left was a desperate cry for help. "Save me." At this moment, in another direction of the forest, a figure was following Xuan Chen. Vines also began to appear behind the person who was following. Xuan Chen seemed to sense it, then turned his head and cursed dangerously. "You sneaky bastard." He launched a powerful blow behind him and shouted, "Trying to get yourself killed?" The eyes that were following him widened in shock, watching his attack tear through the vines and send the girl tailing him flying. She was sent flying straight into the stream below. Xuan Chen was cold and detached, the spray of water creating a nonchalant atmosphere. Mo Rushu, soaking wet, blankly thought to herself, "Uh-oh, busted, I've been found out." Mo Rushu, a disciple of Dan Shenfeng, quickly stood up and questioned him. "You dare to ambush this lady?" He looked at her and frowned slightly, internally assessing. An inner peak disciple from Dan Feng, she probably wouldn't even know if she was being strangled by that vine demon just now. Seeing him staring at her, she hurriedly covered her body and yelled, "You shameless thing, where are you looking?" Xuan Chen decisively turned and left. "This one has no interest in you," Mo Rushue immediately shouted to stop him. "Hold it right there. Who said you could leave?" She pulled out her weapon and attacked him, yelling, "This lady sees that you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." One lash of her whip shattered a boulder. He stood there, watching that surge of power. Dao Tan's remnant soul's voice resounded, "This is Nine Nether Flame Heaven Fire, also called Nine Nether Heavenly Fire, is the heavenly fire from the beginning of time, the essence of the netherworld condensed. This kind of heavenly fire possesses power far exceeding a human's Dao fire, and is scattered throughout the God realm." The supreme Dao Tan remnant soul slightly frowned, rubbing his chin, revealing, "It is said that if an alchemist can refine this heavenly fire and fuse it with their own Dao fire, they can not only comprehend the heavenly Dao within the heavenly fire during the process, but also allow their own Dao fire to possess the power of heavenly fire in the future." Hearing these words, Xuan Chen internally assessed this magical artifact. Not bad, actually. Mo Rushu, seeing him dodge her attack, was shocked. That's fast. To think that even my Nine Nether Flame Heaven can't touch him at all. At this time she paused slightly. He flew high above, looking down, and asked, "You've been following me the whole way, and I haven't even bothered with you, yet now you're retaliating." Hearing him ask, she recalled the scene at that time and replied, "You clearly murdered fellow disciples first. Disciples have been continuously disappearing for several days in the Cloud Beast domain. It's likely related to you." Mo Rushu, filled with anger, affirmed his crime with certainty. "This lady personally witnessed the scene of you killing people and dumping corpses. I just wanted to see if you had any accomplices or not. But I didn't expect you to discover me first. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Seeing that she wasn't being reasonable, Xuan Chen annoyedly sighed. Annoying. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue firebird appeared from her whip. Ma Rushu coldly snorted, scolding, "If you don't want people to know, then don't do it." Just as the firebird charged towards him, a scroll appeared, blocking it. Feeling the heat from it, Daotan loudly yelled, "Hot!" Xuan Chen looked at the scroll blocking him and exclaimed in surprise, "The spiritual celestial mechanism chart, this is." Mo Rushu witnessed this scene and cried out, "You!" Filled with surprise, she thought to herself. He actually used a magical artifact to absorb my 9 nether heavenly fire. Immediately after, she raised her whip high, preparing to attack. "Alright, I want to see how many lashes you can withstand." At this time, Xuan Chen cast his spell, frowning and cursing. She really is a tough one to deal with. A sphere immediately appeared, enveloping Mo Rushu. Mo Rushu immediately lashed at the sphere repeatedly with her whip, shouting loudly, "You want to use a barrier to trap this lady?" She was filled with anger, striking wildly everywhere within the sphere, yelling, "Dream on!" A moment later, she stared blankly at the undamaged sphere, thinking to herself, "This barrier isn't budging at all." Finally, Mo Rushu slumped down, admitting defeat, and said loudly, "If this lady's talent is not as good as others and I fall into your hands, then you can kill me if you want. Anyway, once senior sister Zhao knows, she definitely won't let you off." As soon as she finished speaking, the sphere quickly landed on the ground. She watched the sphere gradually disappear, wondering to herself, "What's the situation?" After releasing her, Xuan Chen turned and left, saying, "The one you encountered brought it upon himself, and as for the deaths of others, they have nothing to do with this one." He turned his head, gave Mo Rushu a cold look, and said, "That's all I have to say. Believe it or not is up to you, Mo Rushu." Hearing him say this, frowned in surprise. Finishing speaking, he flew away. She hurriedly called after him, but it was too late. "Hey, you wait a moment." Watching his back, she was filled with confusion, wondering, "He didn't kill me. Isn't he the bad guy who's been harming fellow disciples lately? Robbing and killing?" Just then, a few vines rushed towards Chen Shu, as she muttered to herself, "Could it be that what I saw wasn't the truth? Did I really misunderstand him?" Now she noticed the dark shadows moving on the ground. Seeing the vines rushing towards her, she questioned loudly, "What are you things that dare to lay your hands on this lady?" Immediately, those vines wrapped around Chen Shu. She cried out in panic, "Not good." Her limbs and body are now completely tied up by those vines. At this moment, in the sky, Xuan Chen was using his power to move. Suddenly he sensed something. Quickly, he used his power to knock away the vines and the demonic beasts below. Next, he summoned his azure dragon sword, his face dark as he exclaimed, "I let you get away once before, you really don't know the meaning of death." Xuan Chen unleashed a powerful strike, splitting the monster below in two. The vines from just now flew out from the monster's mouth. Seeing them retreat into the deep forest, he quickly chased after them. Deep in the forest, a millennia-old heavenly vine tree roared loudly. "This old one cultivated for 1,000 years, and you arrogant human, have repeatedly chopped off 10 of my arms." Xuan Chen rushed over powerfully, reassuring, "What's the rush? This seat will send you to reunite with them." Unexpectedly, that heavenly vine tree brought Chen Shu out to shield itself, shouting, "Wait! Take a look at who's in this old one's hands." Seeing her, he was slightly startled. The heavenly vine tree laughed loudly with pleasure. "Human, you chopped off several of this old one's arms before, saving this girl, never thinking she'd end up miserably dying in front of you, right?" Hearing his words, she thought in surprise, "What? He saved me?" Chen Shu stared at him with astonished eyes. "Wait, could it be that he wasn't trying to humiliate me back then?" The millennia-old heavenly vine tree looked at the person opposite with a warning. "Now this girl's life is in this old one's hands. If you want to save her, first chop off your arm." Hearing him say that, Chen Shu laughed mockingly. Seeing her laugh, he was both angry and confused. "What are you laughing at?" she replied fearlessly. This lady is laughing at how stupid you old thing are just now. This lady wanted to kill him. Why should he sacrifice an arm?" Speaking of this, she suddenly shouted, "You're so stupid. You've really lived 1,000 years in vain. How ridiculous." Hearing her say that, he angrily ordered, "Shut up." His branches tightened around Chen Shu, causing her to let out cries of pain. After dealing with her, the millennia-old heavenly vine tree raised his head, looking, "Human, you after all." But at this time, he was surprised to think in his heart, "Wait, where did that little brat go?" Xuan Chen appeared behind him at this moment. He unleashed his power. Anyone who previously dared to threaten this seat all had their souls annihilated. He rushed towards him, flashing a happy smile. Now, if you have this kind of guts, this seat will fulfill you."
Seeing him like this, he could only shout, "What? His body seems to exude more immortal energy." Seeing that, the millennia-old heavenly vine tree thought to himself,
"This palm strike. Its power is like facing 1,000,000 heavenly troops."
This old one didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting.
His eyes could only widen as he assessed the situation, but why? Is such a tiny little brat had such a scary golden god Dharma form? A palm from Xuan Chen descended? He screamed in pain, "No! Am I dead?" Chen Shui lay on the ground, squinting her eyes to look up at the sky. "I'm not dead, but I clearly remember that there was a large hand slapping down just now."
She reached out and rubbed her eyes, muttering, "What's so dazzling?"
She was just lying there on a huge, cracked rock.
Right next to her were the imprints of a giant hand and a whole bunch of sparkling gems. Chen Shu was totally flabbergasted by the sight. "These are..." Xuan Chen stood to the side, calmly observing and analyzing the situation.
"Looks like this heavenly vine relies on camouflage to trap people, then sucks their blood and flesh dry to power itself up. And get this, once someone gets snagged and dragged into its hollow trunk, their independent space gets dragged in too."
He pictured all the crazy stuff this 1,000-year heavenly vine must have done, and went on. "After the person dies, and it keeps digesting them, that independent space will pop back out. Then all the cool herbs and pills inside will naturally get sucked up by it, boosting its power."
A flash of green light erupted behind him. "And anything indigestible, like ores, magic artifacts, cultivation techniques, and other resources, would naturally just sink down beneath its body."
Xuan Chen's expression turned serious. "But honestly, all this stuff, none of it even comes close to this Lord's Azure Dragon Sword."
Chen Shu, completely ignoring him, happily pulled out her whip and started lashing at the gems. "This is amazing, it's my 9 nether heaven flame." Gazing at the piles of gold, silver, and jewels, she thought to herself, "These are clearly all the Danfeng disciples' treasures. Oh man, looks like I seriously misjudged him."
Suddenly, a purple object floated up from amidst the treasures. It swirled around right in front of Xuan Chen.
He used his power to lock it still in mid-air. He stared at the purple essence crystal, wondering aloud, "Is this the heavenly vine's essence?" Chen Shu rushed over to him, peered at it, and chirped. "And judging by its quality, this essence has condensed the cultivation of a 1,000-year-old mother plant. Seriously, it's an unparalleled, top-tier resource." He stared at it for a good while, then deadpanned, "This thing is... okay, I guess."
She then gave him a proper bow. "Oh right, I'm Chen Shu, a disciple from Danshan Peak. It's true, I totally misjudged you earlier. I actually thought you were a criminal who murdered fellow disciples. That's why I wanted to give you a good beating. But seriously, how come a new disciple like you has such ridiculously strong cultivation?" After her introduction, he looked a bit confused and asked, "You're from Danshan Peak?"
Just then, a loud voice called out from a distance, "Xiao Shu." It was Si Jiao, a disciple of Danshan Peak. She spoke with concern to her junior. "So here you are. I just entered Cloud Beast Ridge and noticed an incredibly potent heavenly blade Q."
Si Jiao anxiously grabbed Chen Shu's hand. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Chen Shu just smiled, seeing her senior sister's worry. "Sister Jiao, what are you doing here? Don't worry, I'm totally fine." She suddenly turned around, pointing behind her back. "Just now I accidentally got hurt by that heavenly vine, but thankfully he saved me." Si Jiao's gaze followed her hand, only to find his perpetually cool and detached expression.
After hearing what Chen Shu said, she was utterly shocked. 1,000-year heavenly vine? She thought to herself. Cloud Beast Ridge is already a spiritual land brimming with heavenly Tao power, so it's no surprise there are some spiritual plants here. But 1,000-year cultivation is on par with a late-stage martial cultivator in the soul control realm. How could it be dealt with so easily?
She then glanced down at the gold, silver, and jewels in the pit, utterly flabbergasted. And all these resources, he got them too. Could it be? She looked up at Xuan Chen and introduced herself. "I'm Si Jiao, also a disciple of Danshan Peak, just like Xiao Shui. Young master, are you perhaps from Luoyang City?" He answered plainly. That's right. Hearing their conversation, Chen Shui was totally lost.
"Huh, Sister Jiao. How did you know?" Xin Jiao replied. Without even looking at her, "I heard that Special Envoy Tian Yuan from Luoyang City personally brought 2 incredibly talented disciples here. One of them supposedly possesses a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and that must be you, young master." Chen Shu seemed to finally piece things together, turning her head slightly to look at him. "That heaven-grade cultivation technique, so it's yours?"
Si Jiao continued to ask him. "Young master, you just arrived at Cloud Beast Ridge and joined Danfeng, right? But I'm curious, which peak of Danfeng did you join?" Xuan Chen's face remained utterly blank.
"When Miao Peak." Hearing his answer, Si Jiao looked a bit awkward. No wonder. Seeing their reactions, he looked utterly bewildered. What's that supposed to mean? Chen Shu stepped forward, eager to explain. You see, our master actually wanted to check out what kind of skills a new disciple with a heaven-grade cultivation technique like you had. But guess what? He got totally sidetracked with alchemy stuff this morning. She laughed gleefully as she explained. So, when he finally got free and went out, and then came back, his face was as black as a cauldron had. That's when I realized. You must have been snagged by Elder Qin, his sworn enemy, and privately accepted as a disciple before Master could get to you. Seeing her getting carried away, Si Zhao sternly warned. Zhao Shu, don't be rude. She stepped in front of Chen Shui, humbly telling him, Young master, please don't mind Xiao Shui. She's always been a bit too blunt with her words. Hearing that, she immediately shot back. But I am telling the truth. Oh, by the way, Sister Zhao, how did you even know I was in Cloud Beast Ridge? You didn't tell Master, did you? Hearing that, she replied with a hint of anger. It was Shifu who told me to come to the Cloud Beast domain. Junior sister left the mountain without permission. She'll definitely have to admit her mistake when she gets back. Hearing senior sister say that, Chen Shui was a little scared. What? Shifu already knows. She ignored her junior sister and turned to salute him. About the heavenly vine wood. Could we trouble you to come with us to Pilgod Peak? I'm just not sure if it's convenient for you. Xuan Chen turned to leave. It's fine, I'll go with you. He thought to himself. I originally thought I'd need some tricks to get into Pilgod Peak, but this actually saves me some trouble. Hearing this, Si Zhao was very happy. That's really great, Chen Shu muttered to herself. We're doomed. Doomed. The three of them returned to Pilgod Peak. Si Zhao led him into a room. Before leaving, she said to him, Young Master Ji Yu, please rest here for a while. I'll come to invite you to meet Shifu later. He gently nodded. He sat down on a chair and took out a scroll. Using his ability to control it in the air, he looked at it and spoke. You've been reading non-stop since we set out. I'd like to see what's so interesting. The scroll opened, and he stepped into another space. The place was very dark with large rocks. Xuan Chen stepped into this place, surprised, and thinking to himself, inside the celestial insight diagram, why is it so dark, and there's not even a remnant soul to be found? Black smoke began to surround him, and Xuan Chen realized something. This is Netherworld Heavenly Fire. He closed his eyes amidst the black smoke and thought, the Netherworld Heavenly Fire here is black, even purer than Netherworld Flame. Heaven, this endless high temperature seems like it wants to melt the space inside the celestial insight diagram. The space only echoed with his thoughts. But for some reason I don't feel uncomfortable. It even feels like I can see each group of Netherworld Heavenly Fire evolving the Heavenly Tao. Above his head was a black vortex, and even inside his dantian, it was as if there was a group of Netherworld Heavenly Fire. The inside of the celestial insight diagram had begun to burn. Right now, I only feel like my body has been transformed by flames. To be precise, my body is made of flames. He looked up at the black vortex and realized something. Wait. Could this be the process the celestial insight diagram wants to show me about my Netherworld Heavenly Fire? Xuan Chen opened his eyes wide, sensing something. A pillar of energy shot straight into the sky from him, surrounded by other forces that were merging together. The remnant soul in the celestial insight diagram couldn't help but exclaim, Not bad, you actually comprehended the Heavenly Tao of Netherworld Heavenly Fire so quickly. This talent is only slightly inferior to mine back then. It's just, I wonder what the effect will be. Xuan Chen waved his hand, and black energy burst forth powerfully and decisively. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuzhong, Peak Lord of the Pill Peak, with a Soul Dominion Realm cultivation base, was very angry. He shouted loudly, Absurd! Not diligently cultivating to advance in realm, but going to the Cloud Beast domain on your own. Face the wall and reflect for a month. Chen Shu was shocked when she heard him say that and wanted to argue, Shifu, but he cut her off by increasing the punishment. 2 months. She quickly covered her mouth, not daring to say anything more. Si Zhao spoke up for her. Shifu, little Shu knows she's wrong. She will definitely reflect well this month. She continued to hint to Chen Shu. Hurry up and go. Chen Shu was rescued by Si Zhao, and quickly ran away as fast as her legs could carry her. Yes. Old Zhuzhong slumped down on the chair, clearing his throat, and Si Zhao quickly asked, Shifu, your old injury? He waved his hand. It's nothing. You said you had something to report. What is it? Si Zhao bowed slightly, her face showing concern as she began to explain. In the Cloud Beast domain, there is 1,000-year-old heavenly vine wood. Little Shu almost lost her life in its mouth today. Moreover, I heard that disciples of the Pill Peak have been disappearing continuously these past few days. After the heavenly vine wood died, I found many belongings of Pill Peak disciples where it died. Perhaps it was responsible. Zhu Zhong was surprised. There was such a thing. Then how did you escape? Si Jiao continued. It was the young master who just entered the Cloud Mist Peak who saved little Shu. When I arrived, he had already subdued the heavenly vine wood. He continued to ask, is he the disciple who brought the heaven-grade art into the heavenly origin pavilion? Where is he now? Si Jiao replied. He's in the guest room. Does Shifu want to meet him? At this moment, a young man rushed in from outside, reporting, Shifu, a strange phenomenon is occurring in the direction of the guest room.
Si Jiao was equally surprised. What's going on? Old Zhuzhong quickly stood up and waved his hand, giving the order.
Let's go take a look.
They quickly arrived at the living room. The entire room was surrounded by a layer of barrier. Zhucheng reached out to touch it, and Si Jiao reminded him from the side. Master, wait. We don't know what's going on inside Jiyu Gongzi's room right now, plus the power of this formation. The Peak Lord interrupted her. What's there to be afraid of? Even though I'm an alchemist, I'm still in the late stage of the Yuhan realm. How could I be hurt by some whippersnapper? He put force on the barrier, and his expression immediately changed. Zhucheng was actually knocked back several meters. Seeing this, Si Jiao hurriedly approached. Master, are you all right? He even vomited blood. His face became unsightly, coughing non-stop, and he had to be supported by Si Jiao to stand firm. In his heart, he thought, this power is so terrifying I clearly haven't even entered the formation yet. Just touch the edge of it. Dan Feng Peak Lord spat out blood again, even more than the last time. He couldn't stand up and collapsed to the ground, making Si Jiao worried. Master? The door of the room opened slightly, and Xuan Chen looked outside. He opened the door and spoke. What's wrong? Si Jiao quickly explained. Master, he just wanted to open the door, and suddenly vomited blood, Xuan Chen thought to himself unhappily. Looks like he was injured by this seat's formation barrier just now. He turned around, while saying to her, First, help him in here. The Peak Lord lay neatly on the bed, and Xuan Chen quickly treated him. He closed his eyes and circulated his energy to heal. Under Si Jiao's astonished gaze, after one night, old Zhucheng slowly opened his eyes. He hurriedly sat up as soon as he woke up. Seeing this, Si Jiao quickly came over to support him. Master, you've been asleep for a night, you're finally awake. The Peak Lord was incredulous. He coughed a few times and asked, I actually fainted for a whole night. Xuan Chen turned away and asked, Have you been using qi-depleting elixirs all along? This question surprised both Zhucheng and Si Jiao. She quickly said, Jiyu Gongzi, are you mistaken? Master has never used any qi-depleting elixirs? The past was brought up again. Si Jiao continued to explain, but 8 years ago, when Master was in secluded cultivation to break through, he was accidentally injured by a giant scorpion, so he has always used jade bone pills to consolidate his foundation, she said. But she also had her own thoughts. This Jiyu Gongzi's martial arts cultivation is extremely high, but after all he's just a newcomer to Danfeng. It's not surprising that he doesn't understand things about elixirs. Zhucheng coughed a few times and said to himself, You're right. Si Jiao was surprised. Master, he continued to tell, at that time, I underestimated the giant scorpion, and didn't pay attention to the fact that the rank 8 Nianwei scorpion had become demonic, and missed the best opportunity to remove the poison, causing the toxins in my body to be impossible to eliminate. The Jade Frost Pill is not a foundation consolidating elixir, but when the scorpion poison recurs, it's an elixir that can resist the scorpion's poison. It's just that in the long run, it will indeed deplete my vitality. Zhucheng asked directly, saying, I've always been suppressing it with jade bone pills. How did you find out? Xuan Chen stood with his back to him, replying, When your Dantian was probed for the first time, the seemingly stable state actually had signs of long-term damage. Si Jiao now asked, Master, why didn't you say so earlier? Is there no better way than using jade bone pills? Dan Feng Peak Lord held a blue jade in his hand, explaining to her, This scorpion poison is really powerful. I'm also afraid that one day even the jade frost pills won't be able to control the toxins from invading my internal organs, Xuan Chen said coldly. But the Tianyuan Pavilion, threatening the elders of the Jintian sect to come over, is instead convenient for you to research and refine the Dragon God pill, Zhucheng admitted. I have never mentioned the advantages and disadvantages of the Jade Frost pill to anyone, and I did not approve of the Jintian sect's affairs in the first place. After all, friction on the path of alchemy should not be like this. He lowered his head slightly and moved his gaze into the distance as he continued. Moreover, refining the 9 Dragon God pill is something that can be encountered but not sought after. Elder Wu Ya's closed-door cultivation has also been going on for some time. Si Jiao asked, her face worried. Jiyu Gongzi, do you have something you don't know? Qi Lian Kong of Wu Feng has long been eyeing the resources of our Danfeng, and hates that he can't use them. This time he was ordered to take people to the Jitian sect. There may be no shortage of threats and temptations towards Wu Ya Elder. She continued. Currently, Although Wu Yai Elder is in Dan Shenfeng personally cared for by Master, Qi Liankong temporarily has no chance, but sooner or later he will pretend to borrow the name of protecting the disciples of Wu Feng.
Her eyes narrowed slightly, her words unfinished. In short, Qi Liankong wants to seize Master's mistakes at any time, and also lead to the fear of the Masters, she finished. If he finds out that Master is seriously injured, there will definitely be movement. At that time, he will send even more disciples of Wu Feng to infiltrate Dan Shenfeng. The Peak Lord could only sigh as he listened to her. Xuan Chen spoke calmly. Removing the poison is not difficult, but after it's done, this seat has a request. Zhu Cheng was surprised. You, Gu Xuan Chen, I know that your martial arts talent is high, but I am a 6-star alchemist and can't even save myself. How can you do it? He walked out of the room, leaving a word. Whether this seat can do it or not, we'll know once we try. Where is the alchemy room? Xin Zhao was excited. Jiu Gongzi, please follow me. Xi Zhao led the way to the alchemy room and stood outside waiting. The girl, with a worried look on her face, thought to herself, Jiu Gongzi has been inside for a while now. Can he really refine a pill to detoxify Master? Zhu Cheng came to her side and ordered. Let him out, Xi Zhao asked in confusion. Master? He closed his eyes. Although life and death are destined, the jadebone toxin did indeed drain some of my vitality, but as long as I recuperate, I believe this old man won't die so easily. Creak. The pill refining room opened. The aura radiating from it startled both people standing outside. Ji Xuan Chen was using his power to refine pills. The pressure was so great, as if he was fighting the furnace. Zhu Chong was in disbelief, while Si Jiao was excited. This is 9 nether heavenly fire in his body. The grade of 9 nether heavenly fire seems to be even 1 level higher than the 9 nether flame that the Little Snow Peak Master uses for fire cultivation. The Peak Master thought to himself, it's not just 1 level higher, this kid's Tao of Fire aura is even far superior to the 9 nether heavenly fire in my body. Xuan Chen concentrated on refining the pill. Red fire mixed with black air creating a chaotic scene. He was smiling. Zhu Cheng looked at him and remarked, his technique, his control, this fire manipulation skill. He became more and more astonished as he spoke. Even in the entire Supreme God realm it could be outstanding. Si Jiao covered her face. Master, are you saying that he is at least a 7-star alchemist? Zhu Cheng was in disbelief. A 7-star alchemist and a 6-star alchemist, although only 1 level apart, the former's understanding of the Tao of alchemy is probably beyond the reach of the latter. His future is unimaginable. Above Xuan Chen, his power had transformed into a dragon. Zhu Chong and Si Jiao were both astonished. The projection of the ancestral dragon, a ray of light, flashed quickly. Xuan Chen held a 7-pattern 9 dragon god pill in his hand. He looked at the pill and said, this 7-pattern 9 nether heavenly fire is indeed much better than heavenly Tao fire. Zhu Chong coughed. Si Jiao supported him, as he loudly asked, Jiu Xuan Chen, who are you? He thought to himself. According to what Si Jiao said before, you easily killed a 1,000-year-old heavenly tree, and I've already experienced the power of your formation. Your level in the Tao of formations is basically terrifying. He continued to think as he looked at the pill in his hand. Now even if Elder Wu Ya of the Sacrificial Heaven sect were to refine a 9-dragon god pill, it would require a great opportunity. Yet he did it effortlessly, and the quality of this pill is said to be excellent. If you look closely, this person, although young, inexplicably possesses the aura of a senior expert. Xuan Chen looked at him uncomfortably. Zhu Cheng hurriedly asked, Jiu Xuan Chen, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Heavenly Origin Pavilion? Si Jiao was worried for him, Master. Outside a notification rang out. Pavilion Master is here. Qi Feng Master is here. Si Jiao immediately put on a worried expression. This is bad. The Pavilion Master and Qi Lian Kong, why are they here? Master's poisoning must not be exposed. Xuan Chen spoke up. First, have someone help your master to rest. Next, do as I tell you. In the back courtyard, 2 people were walking together. Luo Songjiang, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion, late stage of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Next to him was a white-bearded old man named Qi Lian Kong, the Peak Master of the Martial Peak, early stage of the Heavenly Soul Realm. The old Pavilion Master appeared and immediately brought a laugh. Just now, I was still discussing the Southern Domain Divine Assembly with Qi Feng Master, yet I saw the projection of the ancestral dragon appear in the sky above Danshen Peak. Si Jiao cupped her hands in salute. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, Qi Feng Master. The Pavilion Master continued, you don't need to be so polite. Where is Chen Peak Master? Did his alchemy skills have a breakthrough? Si Jiao replied. Reporting to the pavilion master, Master is still resting, and as for the ancestral dragon projection just now, it was because I refined a 9-dragon god pill. Lian Kong smiled contemptuously. What's wrong? Chen Peak Master is relying on the fact that he researched the 9-dragon god pill, so he doesn't understand the rules. The pavilion master is here, and he doesn't come out to greet us, but instead lets a little girl come out to just give us the minimum courtesy. Several more people appeared from behind. Si Jiao. They are the elders of Dan Peak. A representative spoke up. Where is the Peak Master? Why are you the only one at the entrance of the pill refining room? Could it be that you refined the 9-dragon god pill? Another person spoke up. Io. Yesterday I saw you taking your junior sister and a disciple out of the Cerulean Cloud Beast range, and then I heard that you destroyed a 1,000-year-old heavenly tree in the Cloud Beast range. Si Jiao, how did your cultivation improve so quickly? Truly, future generations are to be feared. The pavilion master and Lian Kong paused, and both asked in disbelief. You, Si Jiao, that 9-dragon god pill was really refined by you. Si Jiao bowed her head and reported. Pavilion master. This 9-dragon god pill was indeed refined by me. Si Jiao didn't dare to lie. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Phew. The elders of Dan Peak also came. But it's very coincidental that they came. Lian Kong spoke up. It seems I really underestimated you. Why didn't you say so at the beginning? Where is the 9-dragon god pill now? Si Jiao respectfully replied. He said that the alchemist from Jitian sect that Peak Lord Qi invited can refine the 9 dragons divine pill. Master has been grinding lately and has some insights, she continued. It's just that Master tried refining pills in the alchemy room this morning and somehow made a slight mistake. By the time I broke down the door, I found Master had suffered a backlash and fallen into a coma. Looking back now, maybe it was because he was affected by the aura in the alchemy room, making Master's injuries worse, that I suddenly had an epiphany and managed to refine the 9 dragons divine pill. Si Jiao put on a convincing act. It's just that the 9 dragons divine pill has already been used by Master. Although I was helpful during the refining process just now, if I were to do it again, I'm afraid the chances of success aren't great. The elders spoke up one after another. Alchemists sometimes tap into their potential when refining key elixirs. Exactly. That's right, the 9 dragons divine pill is a rare find. Si Jiao, you've done great. Si Jiao stepped aside, clearing the path to the pill chamber. If Peak Lord Qi still doesn't believe me, the 9 underworld heavenly fire in my pill furnace hasn't gone out yet. Everyone present couldn't believe what they were hearing. Si Jiao continued. Does Peak Lord Qi want to take a look while we're at it? Her confidence gave him pause. She's so sure, could it really be true? The other elders chimed in. Peak Lord Qi, Si Jiao, is the only one standing at the door to the alchemy room right now. If she didn't refine the pill, who else could it be, you or me? Others chimed in. That's right. Si Jiao clasped her hands respectfully. Sect leaders, I have a request to make. Song Jiang immediately responded. What is it? Go ahead and say it. She bowed. In the past, Maester and Elder Mo Wuya would often spar in the Tao of Alchemy. But Maester just used the 9 dragons divine pill and needs to rest for a few days. How about letting me replace Maester and go exchange pointers with Elder Wuya during this time? It might benefit me, Elder Wuya, and even the Tianyuan pavilion. Qi Lian Kong whispered. Sect leaders, that Mo Wei Wuya is an old fox, Peak Lord Chen is injured, and Si Jiao is still too young. I think we should send a few more people. The elders jumped in again. Si Jiao, was able to kill a 1,000-year-old Teng tree, so her strength isn't necessarily lower than a disciple from Wu Peak. Why worry, Peak Lord Qi? That's right. Besides, Si Jiao can refine the 9 dragons divine pill, so it's not like she's unqualified. Si Jiao seized the opportunity to turn the tables and reason with that Lian Kong guy. This is another thing I wanted to talk about. Although Peak Lord Qi's concerns aren't unreasonable, from now on, Dan Shen Peak's affairs don't need to bother Wu Peak. Her words immediately made the other guy uncomfortable. What do you mean by that? Si Jiao smiled. Because there just happens to be a most suitable candidate, whose strength you've probably all heard of, Lian Kong asked. Who's so powerful? She smiled, and began to introduce him. He's the one who made a name for himself in Luoyang City a few days ago, and entered the Tianyuan Pavilion with a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He's currently a disciple of Dan Peak, Xuan Chen. As soon as Si Jiao finished her introduction, Xuan Chen strode out heroically. Sect leader Song Jiang looked at him and spoke. You're Xuan Chen? I heard you chose to join Dan Peak under Elder Qin of Piao Miao Peak? He replied briefly. That's right. The elders on the side were getting excited. So this is the kid that old Qin stole from us? He looks impressive, with the same demeanor I had when I was young. Lian Kong scrutinized him, thinking, if this kid hadn't slipped through my fingers, I wouldn't have sent that useless Jiang Wufeng. If I can't recruit him to Wu Peak, keeping him around is just asking for trouble. Si Jiao and he approached Song Jiang, and she began to speak.
Sect leaders, I heard that Wu Peak recruited many new disciples a few days ago, which means it's a good time to have someone train them. Since Danshan Peak already has Jiyu Xixiang here, we don't need to trouble other peaks to send out troops. The sect leaders turned to look at Liang Kong and confirmed, that's true, Peak Lord Qi. Do you have any objections? How could he dare to disobey the sect leaders? Xuan Chen is a rare martial arts genius, so I have nothing to worry about. Song Jiang turned to leave. Jiao, whether you refine the 9 Dragons Divine Pill through your understanding of the Tao of Alchemy or just by chance it's a happy occasion for Tianyuan Pavilion, in the next few days you should exchange ideas with the alchemist from Jitian sect more often. Jiao bowed respectfully.
Yes. Xuan Chen stood behind her, secretly laughing. At Chen Juzhong's residence, he was focused and calmly cultivating.
Jiao and Xuan Chen arrived beside him, and she clasped her hands and said, "That's great! After using the 9 Dragons Divine Pill, Master's aura has been consolidated, and the power of the Tao around him is much stronger." She turned to him and smiled lightly.
"Young Master Ji Yu, thank you for lending a hand to help Master."
Just like you said, Qi Liankong couldn't just avoid sending additional disciples to Danshan Peak. Even the disciples originally in Danshan Peak have all been withdrawn, she continued, with some confusion. It's just that I have a few curiosities.
With young Master Gun's abilities, it's impossible for you to enter Danshan Peak. You and Elder Mo Wuya of the Jiantian sect are old friends, right? He silently contemplated for a moment. Knowing her place, Jiao bowed her head.
Never mind. If young Master Ji Yu doesn't want to say, I won't ask anymore. I've already agreed with young Master Ji Yu to personally invite Elder Wuya to exchange insights. She will channel her energy at midnight tonight. If young Master Ji Yu has anything to say to him, you can send a message through this talisman. Xuan Chen took the paper crane.
He asked, "Since you already suspect my identity, aren't you afraid that I have other motives? That I might bring harm to Danshan Peak?"
Jiao smiled. Young Master Ji Yu, you first saved Zhao Shu in the Cloud Beast Ridge, then detoxified Master, and after that you drove away the forces of Wu Peak. If you truly meant to harm Danshan Peak, could you have subdued Shi Lian? There's no need to go to such lengths.
He looked at her, his eyes thoughtful. While Xuan Chen was sitting alone, he channeled his energy with a flick of his wrist, controlling the paper crane to fly up.
Elder Wuya appeared instantly. Young Master Ji Yu, is it really you? Just now, a female disciple named Jiao came by and brought your message. Was it really true?
Xuan Chen looked up and affirmed. This venerable one has now entered Tianyuan Pavilion.
Hearing this, Wuya replied, No wonder. Actually, today, after I detected the projection of the ancestral dragon appearing in the direction of Danshan Peak, I was already vaguely suspicious. But I remember that the selection for new disciples of Tianyuan Pavilion should be over by now. Young Master Ji Yu, how did you get in? He stood with his hands behind his back.
Getting into Tianyuan Pavilion isn't hard. Have you run into any trouble here in Tianyuan Pavilion?
The old man replied.
Although my movements are a bit restricted, Miss Jiao and Elder Chen of this Danshan Peak have actually treated me very well.
Oh right.
Is everyone from the Jishin sect and Rushu all doing well?
Xuan Chen explained.
They are all fine, but this venerable one still needs to find something, so getting you out of this place will take a few days.
Wuya bowed respectfully with his hands clasped. What does that matter? What virtue or ability does this Mo have to trouble young Master Ji Yu to risk himself to come to the rescue? I just don't know what treasure young Master Ji Yu is looking for here. Is there any way I can help?
He continued asking. Wuya, do you know if there is an item in this Tianyuan Pavilion that can remold a physical body and scattered soul?
Wuya stroked his beard in thought for a moment, then replied,
You mean, could it be the 9 underworld's true water? He asked again in surprise, confirming. What is that? Wuya explained. Although I have been in the Jijichin sect for a long time, I have heard a little about things related to Tianyuan Pavilion. The mountain founding ancestor of Tianyuan Pavilion, back when he was in the supreme god realm, once traveled the 4 corners of the universe and obtained a wondrous technique. He said that based on this technique, one could use a method without a book to gather the rootless water of heaven and earth, then use the sourceless fire in a pill furnace to refine it for 9 days and 9 nights. If a person has died but their primordial spirit has not yet dissipated, this item can be used to remold their physical body, which is why it is called the 9 underworld's true water. It is said that later, the ancestor of Tianyuan Pavilion personally set up a barrier, and within that barrier, every mountain peak hides a cultivation technique or a treasure, guarded by a corresponding mountain-guarding divine soldier.
This challenge opens once on the 15th of every month. If a challenger can last for 2 hours against the mountain-guarding divine soldier, they can obtain the corresponding technique and treasure. Therefore, Many disciples of Tianyuan Pavilion use this for training,
and that 9 underworlds true water is located within one of them, Wuya continued. The next time the challenge opens is in half a month, Xuan Chen asked. HMPH? And where is it? The old man replied immediately.
Sanshen Peak of Tianyuan Pavilion. Half a month later, Xuan Chen opened his door with a serious expression. A purple-haired girl was waiting for him. Young Master Ji Yu, are you heading to Sanshen Peak today? Senior sister Si Zhao is unable to go at the moment, so she specifically instructed me to come and lead the way.
The two moved together, while the girl continued to speak.
Although each of the peaks in Tianyuan Pavilion has its own restrictions, there are quite a few public areas in the pavilion. After all, disciples can only join one peak, so they need a place to learn other things. For example, among the disciples who major in the Tao of martial arts, some also want to learn the Tao of formations, or the Tao of alchemy. And those who major in alchemy or formations also need to cultivate some martial arts. This Sanshen Peak is a sacred cultivation ground open to many disciples of Tianyuan Pavilion, providing them a way to fight for resources.
He listened, thinking to himself, this Tianyuan Pavilion really values the all-around abilities of its disciples. It seems it's no surprise they could rise so quickly to threaten the other sects.
They had arrived.
The girl spoke up again. Young Master Ji Yu, we're here. This is... They stood before an ancient building, and the young lady informed him, this is Shinshen Hall. They moved on.
The girl continued her presentation. This is the stone tablet that displays the trial status of the disciples on Sanshen Peak. Right now there are 30 disciples challenging the mountain-guarding divine soldiers. The challenges have just begun. The brightest phantom token, on the other hand, means the challenge is about to end. She looked at a token.
Looks like someone is about to finish. They continued walking. Alright, before challenging the mountain-guarding divine soldier, you need to enter the Shinshen Hall up ahead. First, you have to exchange your own resources for a marked token based on their value. Only with the corresponding contribution value do you have the right to challenge. He was puzzled. Contribution value? The girl frowned. Challenging the peak is risky. Although there are protective formations in place, they can only temporarily save your life. They can't prevent you from being maimed.
After all, there have been cases where severely injured disciples couldn't recover and ended up dying after the challenge.
In short, screening for disciples who possess certain resources is also a way of screening for disciples who have the capability to prevent some from just going to their deaths.
Take cultivation techniques as an example.
Like the yellow grade ones, they're split into upper, middle, and lower tiers. If you want to challenge the mountain and the reward is a yellow grade technique, the contribution points needed are like 100 to 1000. Basically, only a late-stage combination God Realm disciple can get enough points for even the lower tier. With the mysterious grade ones, upper, middle, and lower, you're looking at 2000 to 5000 points. To even be qualified to challenge, you gotta be at least a mid-stage spirit-nurturing realm disciple. Ji Yu Gongzi, you just got to the Tianyuan Pavilion, and you donated a heaven-grade cultivation technique, so you must have extra. Maybe I can assist you with some things.
He left.
No need. Thanks for the directions. Ji Yu Xuan Chen walked over from afar,
standing behind the crowd that was squeezing to exchange contribution points.
I want to exchange these contribution points. Hey, no pushing, no pushing. What? Are you kidding me? 4-star silver armor ironclothes is only worth 80 contribution points? In the midst of the chaos, a voice suddenly rang out. Next, hearing his name called, a purple-haired man carried a large bag of contribution items and placed them on the table excitedly, saying, it's my turn, it's my turn.
But at this moment, someone came to make trouble. From afar, a voice echoed, what are you looking at? Get lost. You're from the Huangxi gang. They arrogantly pushed down the people on the road. Seeing Huangxi, he laughed loudly and said, big harvest today. Hurry up and exchange contribution points for this daddy.
Everyone was terrified when they saw him. Look, it's Huangxi. Why is it him?
One of his lackeys went over and chased the purple-haired man away with a fierce tone.
Go, stand aside.
Seeing that he was slow, Huangxi rushed over and kicked him hard, angrily saying, you're really slow. The purple-haired man was kicked far away by Huangxi and fell to the ground. Seeing him lying on the ground, one of Huangxi's subordinates pointed at him and threatened,
behave yourself. Don't be ignorant. A person standing behind who witnessed this scene couldn't help but fearfully sigh. Huangxi is getting more and more arrogant. What bad luck.
The person next to him hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, shh, bear with it. I heard that his cold ice palm has improved again. Who dares to offend him? Then, one of Huangxi's subordinates immediately came forward and poured all the contribution items on the table, frowning and urging, calculate it quickly. The person who was calculating heard this and fearfully replied, yes. The lackeys also quickly carried chairs out and placed them in the middle of the field. Huang Shi sat on the chair, propped his chin, and said fiercely with an angry expression, "Hey, calculate carefully. If you dare to calculate a little less, watch out for this, daddy." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan Chen walked to his side. Seeing someone daring to approach, Huang Shi frowned and glanced over. Not giving him time to react, Xuan Chen kicked him, sending him flying to the ground. As he acted, he frowned and said, "Too much talking." Huang Shi's subordinates were frightened by this scene, and turned back to say, "Who are you?" At this time, Huang Shi angrily stood up, wiped the bloodstains on his face, and cursed through gritted teeth. Immediately afterwards, he rushed quickly toward Xuan Chen, and launched an attack. He roared angrily. "I think you're tired of living, right?" Huang Shi shouted with an angry expression. "Cold ice palm?" Everyone around was frightened and backed away when they saw his power. "Quickly use your energy, it's cold ice palm." The implication of this thorny palm, this elder, is afraid that it has been upgraded to the top grade of the mysterious rank, right? Huang Shi is going to kill someone here. Is this the power of the top grade mysterious rank cultivation technique? So terrifying. Xuan Chen looked at his move and sneered in his heart. This cold ice palm is to condense the invisible power of the heavenly path of the whole body into the heart of the palm, turning it into a sharp cold intent. Thinking of this, Xuan Chen then displayed internal force. Only then, with one move, he beat Huang Shi away. Huang Shi's cold ice palm, Xuan Chen raised his voice to taunt. "Too weak." The people around who saw this scene exclaimed in surprise. This outer disciple really has a big mouth. Zhu Tao was frozen by Huang Shi, but he could not avoid struggling. But why is he using a sword edge to resist? Yes, who doesn't know how to take advantage of mutual restraint? Using fire to fight back is the right way. But what they didn't expect was that Xuan Chen was able to break Huang Shi's move. Seeing this scene, they all said in surprise, "What? Cold ice palm was actually broken by his sword edge with absolute power." Then, as soon as the cold ice palm was broken, Huang Shi's hand was also frozen. He clenched his wrist, angrily said, "No, this is impossible. I spent 5,000 contribution coins to upgrade the cold ice palm." Then, Huang Shi turned to look at Xuan Chen with bloodshot eyes and full of killing intent. He roared, "I declare I will kill." However, before Huang Shi could finish speaking, Xuan Chen had swept past him like a gust of wind. He angrily watched him, then gritted his teeth and said, "You." But in the next second, Huang Shi screamed in pain. His underlings, witnessing this scene, trembled and screamed, "Senior brother Huang." The onlookers were equally horrified and retreated. They looked at Xuan Chen in fear, saying, "He actually killed Huang Shi." Huang Shi's Hanbing elder probably had a high-grade Xuan tier cultivation technique. This kid practices. Could it be a Dika tier technique or higher? Amidst the chaos, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute! This guy, I remember him. I saw him at Dan Shen Peak. His name is Xuan Chen." Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in panic, "Xuan Chen. He's the one who offered a Tian tier cultivation technique from the mortal world and joined the Tianyuan sect." The exchange officer saw him coming and respectfully said, "Greetings, young Master Gu. May I ask how much contribution value you wish to exchange?" Xuan Chen, however, hadn't come to exchange contribution points. He seriously inquired, "How much contribution value is required to challenge the guardian spirit soldier of Juming True Water?" The man was visibly astonished by his question, exclaiming loudly, "What?" The surrounding people buzzed with discussion. "What? This Xuan Chen wants to challenge the guardian spirit soldier of Juming True Water? I admit he's powerful, but isn't he being too audacious?" The crowd watched Xuan Chen's retreating figure, continuing, "Indeed, even senior brother Tianjian, ranked in the top 8 of our Tianyuan ranking, hasn't attempted such a challenge. The key question is, does he really have enough resources to exchange for that much contribution value?" As soon as they finished speaking, Xuan Chen conjured countless resources, too many to count. They were all utterly astonished. Then he asked the man before him, "Is this enough or not?" The man, somewhat flustered, replied, "Enough, enough." After quite some time, Xuan Chen was flying towards Juming True Water at an incredible speed. As he approached, Juming True Water suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The words, "Juming True Water," appeared on a sign. A nearby disciple, excited and astonished, cried out, "Look! The guardian spirit soldier token of Juming True Water is lighting up. Could it be that someone intends to challenge the guardian spirit soldier of Juming True Water?" Other disciples, hearing this, rushed over and surrounded the area, excitedly discussing,
It's true. Who's so unafraid of death? I know. I just came from the Three Gods Hall. His name is Xuan Chen, the one who recently contributed a tier cultivation technique and joined the sect.
After some time, Xuan Chen finally arrived. He landed on the ground. The Tao remnant soul suddenly spoke up. So this is the challenge arena of Juming True Water. It's not what I expected. Why is it so peaceful? I don't even see a shadow of the guardian spirit soldier. How boring. Is it scared of you already? As the Tao remnant soul finished speaking, a disturbance suddenly arose in the distance. Seeing this, he smirked and said, "Peaceful? Heh." Xuan Chen's gaze suddenly turned serious. He frowned slightly, saying,
I wouldn't be so sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan Chen circulated his qi and leaped up. He used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch to the enormous statue before him. Hurry up and show yourself to face your death. After the punch, the statue screamed in pain. The statue glared at him with murderous intent. In the next moment, the stone statue slashed fiercely at him with a spear. The Tao remnant soul, witnessing this, cried out in fear, Kid, it looks like you've pissed this guy off. This isn't good. Xuan Chen, at an incredible speed, continued to misdirect the stone statue. He frowned slightly, thinking, this thing's speed is decent, but it lacks any superb techniques. With this thought, he held a leaf in his hand, his expression sinister, and said, in that case. In the next moment, Xuan Chen unleashed the shadowless sword art with full power. On the other side, the statue was still attacking him fiercely. Seeing this, he slashed with all his might. This single strike easily defeated the statue. It was unbelievably bad. The Tao remnant soul, who was on the side watching everything, said, ugh, how boring. This guardian spirit soldier is just like that. At this moment, Xuan Chen suddenly looked at the statue in shock. The statue was actually slowly recovering. Seeing this scene, he grabbed his sword and rushed forward with a confident expression. Xuan Chen stared at the statue with angry eyes. The Tao remnant soul suddenly pointed towards the statue and spoke up, not dead, but rather a tough guy. But after recovering, the statue actually turned into the appearance of Xuan Chen. The Tao remnant soul then held his stomach and laughed. So that's how it is. Is this thing up here actually trying to copy him? Gotta admit, the look and the aura are pretty damn close. At this moment, Xuan Chen just let out a faint smirk and said, excellent. He then raised his sword, his face filled with righteous fury. I, for one, had no idea that just about anything these days could act so damn insolent. The statue on the other side raised its sword as well. Xuan Chen then said coldly, let's see you match my power. As he spoke, he channeled all his strength into a single downward slash, shouting, you think you're worthy. Unbelievably, the statue executed the exact same move. The two forces collided, setting off a massive explosion. Xuan Chen couldn't hide the look of utter shock on his face at that moment, and the top of the tower erupted in a blinding light. The disciples below witnessed this and were completely floored, chattering amongst themselves non-stop. Something's wrong with that mountain. It's clearly inside the barrier, so how is it shaking like that? Yeah, you don't think? Even the ancestral barrier can't contain the mountain-guarding divine weapon anymore? What in the world is going on? Just then, a disciple glanced at the 9 clarity true water and said, the trial limit is 1 hour. The light from the phantom image has vanished, which means time's up. The trial is over, and anyone who held on can bring out their reward. Another person saw this and chimed in. But the trial's been going on for a while now, so why hasn't the light from this phantom command token faded even a little? Hearing this, everyone had a sudden, horrifying realization. They said fearfully, does this mean there's no time limit, and it's a fight to the death? The other disciples were still buzzing with excitement. They said an hour is almost up, but the phantom command token hasn't changed at all. I bet Xuan Chen's chances are looking slim. Serves him right for being so arrogant. Did he really think he was invincible just because he killed Huang Shi? Amidst the chatter, someone suddenly approached from a distance. What are you all talking about? The newcomer was Feng Tianjian, a disciple of Martial God Peak, late-stage soul transformation realm. Seeing him approach, the disciples respectfully bowed and greeted him. Senior brother Tianjian. He stood with his arms crossed, an annoyed look on his face. I heard someone is challenging the mountain-guarding divine weapon of the 9 clarity true water. Hearing his question, one disciple stepped forward to explain. Senior brother Tianjian, it's Xuan Chen, but he's been inside for an hour now, and the phantom command token has been acting weird from the start. I'm afraid he's already. Hearing this, Feng Tianjian frowned slightly. So, it's the legendary martial arts prodigy. If that's really the case, what a shame. That's what he said, but inwardly he was ecstatic, thinking, that bastard Xuan Chen had it coming. Not only did he ruin my master's plans, but I hear even senior sister Si Jiao has a thing for him. The disciples outside, hearing his words, started to chime in.
What kind of prodigy is Xuan Chen? Senior brother, you're the real deal. If you weren't so modest, you'd have been in the top 3 of our Tianyuan rankings long ago. Exactly. That's right. Hearing their flattery, Feng Tianjian blushed and said, "You all praise me too much."
At that moment, Si Jiao suddenly arrived from a distance. One of the disciples saw her and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister Si Jiao." Seeing her arrive, Feng Tianjian rushed over with a cheerful smile. "Senior sister Si Jiao, are you here to watch the show too?" Seeing his enthusiasm, she smiled back and said, "Senior brother Feng, a friend of mine is challenging the mountain guarding divine weapon today, so I came to watch." Feng Tianjian turned to look at her, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Is senior sister Si Jiao worried about junior brother Ji? The situation isn't looking too good." At the same time, he thought to himself, "Back when I took the trial, she turned me down 100 different ways and refused to come." Just as he was thinking this, Si Jiao suddenly spoke up. She smiled gently and said, "I've heard, but even though the situation is a bit unusual right now, it doesn't prove that junior brother Ji is definitely in trouble." The surrounding people watched their backs as they walked away, whispering, "Senior sister Si Jiao has so much faith in Xuan Chen. Looks like the rumors are true, she really does like him." Feng Tianjian was now absolutely furious. His face darkened. Then, he let out a terrifyingly cold laugh and said, "Fine, I'm actually getting a little interested in this Xuan Chen now. If he manages to get out of there alive, then after his wounds heal, I'd like to spar with him a bit myself." Si Jiao turned to look at Feng Tianjian, her expression tense, and said in an angry tone, "Senior brother Tianjian, aren't you supposed to be participating in the Southern Domain's Divine Assembly? Why waste your time here?" Hearing this only made Feng Tianjian even angrier. "It's fine. It's not like I'm short on time. Today I want to see for myself just how capable he really is." Scene change. Inside the Starry Sky Celestial Diagram, Xuan Chen looked around and said, "I was clearly about to deal with that mountain guarding divine weapon, but why did this Starry Sky Celestial Diagram have to butt in?" He recalled what had just happened, and added, "Everything. Everything inside the Starry Sky Celestial Diagram has vanished again. This scene is just like when it absorbed the 9 nether heavenly flame." But just then, he suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. Don't tell me. The Starry Sky Celestial Diagram wants to absorb the mountain guarding divine weapon." Then, Xuan Chen turned to look at the statue. His suspicion grew stronger as he said, "It really is just like that." He continued to analyze the situation. The mountain guarding divine weapon was created from a basic formation array, designed to counter fire-based arrays. It's powered by and uses a spirit-bestowing technique. Only the supreme divine planes possess the means to grant divine artifacts simple intelligence. But no matter how human-like an artifact becomes, it is ultimately not a person. Just like the 9 nether heavenly flame, within this Starry Sky Celestial Diagram, the mountain guarding divine weapon is nothing more than an inanimate object that can provide power. Xuan Chen crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and continued. "So, it being absorbed isn't all that surprising. I'm just very curious about what changes will happen next." The giant spear pierced straight through the massive energy ball, completely shattering it. The Xiao Shan divine soldier's eyes shone like stars as it gripped the majestic spear with both hands, puncturing one ball after another. It lowered its body. With blue flames and golden words swirling around it, Xuan Chen frowned as he watched, thinking to himself, Suddenly, runes of the heavenly Tao appeared. He closed his eyes, floating amidst the golden runes, muttering to himself, "These runes are all transforming into different combinations, as if they're evolving some kind of profound heavenly Tao." Abruptly, he opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to light up with a divine glow, and a colossal, guardian-like figure materialized behind him. Outside, Si Jiao looked up at the towering spires, muttering worriedly, "An hour has passed. Why hasn't Jiu Gongzi come out yet?" Lian Jian appeared behind her from who knows where, smugly saying, "Si Jiao Shimei, time's up. I reckon Xuan Chen is probably stuck inside." Si Jiao brushed past him, replying, "I'm gonna find Fengzhu Niu." Wen Tian was quickly summoned. He was Niu Wen Tian, the formation peak's Fengzhu. At the late stage of the Yuhun realm, he asked, "I heard a disciple hasn't come out yet." Si Jiao respectfully reported, "Fengzhu Niu, Xuan Chen from Dan Peak hasn't come out." Wen Tian, upon hearing this, seriously replied, "This kind of situation has never occurred since our ancestors established the barrier." He quickly pulled out a compass with intricate patterns, saying, "If something went wrong with the formation's operation inside, it would be disastrous, but fortunately, our ancestors left behind the Kai-Zen compass. Wen Tian performed hand seals with one hand, raised the Kai-Zen compass high with the other, and shouted, "Help me open the barrier!" A nearby disciple replied, "Yes." Inside, Xuan Chen walked out unscathed, the defeated Shaoshan divine soldier quickly being sucked into the scroll. Dao Kanhun appeared, yelling, "Hey! This world is way too unfair. Your soul power was already heaven-defying, and now that you've come out of the star celestial diagram, it's even stronger." Xuan Chen raised an eyebrow, replying, "My Dharma idol seemed to have changed in the star celestial diagram just now. If it weren't for the time limit, and that I still want to grab the Ju-Ming true water, I would definitely want to comprehend it." Suddenly, a dazzling green light emanated from the tree in front, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Ah!" Upon closer inspection, he saw that the light was clearly coming from inside the tree trunk. He raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, using minimal force yet with astonishing power, instantly splitting the entire tree into pieces, revealing a porcelain bottle emitting a green glow. Dao Kanhun pointed and shouted, "Such an aura of boundless heavenly Dao power, this must be the Ju-Ming true water." Xuan Chen took the porcelain bottle. He held the small bottle up to his face, casually saying, "So, after the Shaoshan divine soldier disappears, the Ju-Ming true water will appear on its own, saving me a lot of trouble." After saying that, he glanced behind him and shouted, "Someone's here!" Sure enough, Niu Wen Tian, Si Jiao, and dozens of other disciples suddenly appeared behind him. Si Jiao happily called out, "Ji Yu Xuan Chen, so you've been in here for so long without coming out. It's a relief that you're okay." At this moment, Wen Tian suspiciously asked, "Where's the Shaoshan divine soldier? We've gone around so much, in theory, it should have come out already." Lian Jian chimed in with a sneer, "I think the Shaoshan divine soldier didn't even appear, letting him pick up a freebie for nothing." Si Jiao retorted unhappily, "Lian Jian Shixiang, aren't you being too harsh?" Lian Jian calmly said, "Facts speak louder than words." Replying to Si Jiao Shimei, "I'm not being harsh, but is it possible for Ji Yu Xuan Chen alone to defeat the Shaoshan divine soldier established by our ancestors? Even if he had that ability, there should be remains of the divine soldier here, right?" Si Jiao was speechless, only managing to say, Lian Jian recalled the past, sulked, and thought to himself, HMPH, this Ji Yu Xuan Chen is just a waste who got lucky. He probably didn't even comprehend the heavenly grade art, so he had to offer it to the Tianyuan Pavilion. As for those Luoyang city siblings in Huangxi, they were probably too useless, and that's why they couldn't beat him. Lian Jian thought to himself, that's right, if Ji Yu Xuan Chen is just a paper tiger, now's my chance to show off in front of Si Jiao Shimei and crush his prestige, and he'll be so happy. Imagining Si Jiao throwing herself into his arms and smiling to herself, also to let her know who is the real man, he immediately asked Wen Tian behind him, Valley Master Niu Feng, according to the rules of the Three Gods Valley, one must pass the trial of the Guardian Divine Weapon for an hour to obtain resources. This is a rule set by the founding ancestor, isn't it? Wen Tian sighed and replied, that is indeed the case. Lian Jian immediately stepped forward and declared, Ji Yu Xuan Chen, you want to take the 9 nether true water? Fine. Then I will replace the Guardian Divine Weapon and test you again. If you can pass my test, it will be considered a pass. Xuan Chen remained silent, but Si Jiao ran forward to block Xuan Chen and said loudly, Senior brother Tian Jian, this matter has nothing to do with your Martial Valley. It seems like you're meddling a bit too much. Xuan Chen then laughed and said, It's fine. Si Jiao, who was originally worried, was startled and exclaimed, You could see Xuan Chen flying straight into the sky, nonchalantly replying, What this seat wants, you can't stop it, even if you have 9 lives. He furrowed his brows, grinning menacingly, and said, But just now, this seat wasn't interested, so I'll play with you a bit. Everyone quickly moved outside the barrier of the Three Gods Valley. 2 nameless disciples happily discussed. One said, I heard that the Guardian Divine Weapon hasn't appeared yet, and Senior Brother Tian Jian wants to try it himself. The other replied, No wonder Ji Yu Xuan Chen has been safe and sound inside for so long. Meeting Senior Brother Tian Jian, let's see how arrogant he can be. Lian Jian pointed straight at him and said, Ji Yu Xuan Chen, if I replace the Guardian Divine Weapon to test you, I will naturally go all out. He triumphantly shouted. Of course, if you're scared now, it's still time to admit defeat and beg for mercy. Xuan Chen still stood straight as a bamboo, calmly retorting. Too much talk. Just start already. Lian Jian smirked and muttered. You stupid fool, I was just waiting for you to say that. He glared and declared. Listen up, everyone. This test will be without warning. He immediately charged forward, saying at the same time, If there are any deaths or injuries, you are responsible for the consequences. The crowd of disciples exclaimed one after another, It's the wind cloud, 13 styles. This is one of the sect's ultimate techniques recorded in the books. Isn't that obvious? Senior brother Tian Jian has also challenged the Guardian Divine Weapon, and it wasn't easy for him to obtain this cultivation manual. That's right, I heard Valley Master Shi Feng even rewarded him with the star-catching wind-chasing sword because of it. Another disciple cut them off. Shut up, just watch. There aren't many opportunities to see the wind cloud.
13 styles. Even when Tian couldn't help but sigh, this Feng Tianjian is indeed a genius. Si Zhao also worried inwardly. This wind cloud 13 styles. I didn't expect Feng Tianjian to be so proficient in it.
On the other side, Xuan Chen was surrounded by sword energy. Li Shanjian scornfully said, HMPH, not wanting to use your golden-bodied dharma to fight me, it's unavoidable that you're too arrogant. He laughed loudly, sending a palm strike of energy towards Xuan Chen, while saying, Gu Xuan Chen, you are now an object in my cage. I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces, so that junior sister Si Zhao will have a different view of me.
Xuan Chen still maintained a faint smile, suddenly asking, Is that all you've got? He simply waved his hand lightly, dissolving Lian Jian's attack, and still calmly judged, Truly, you can't withstand a single blow.
That one move immediately startled Lian Jian, Wen Tian, Si Zhao, and everyone else. Lian Jian's attack was dissolved, and he was even forced back by the aftershock. He muttered in panic. Not good, a disciple couldn't help but ask loudly. What's going on here? Senior brother Tian Jian's wind cloud 13 styles can't withstand a single blow? Si Zhao happily exclaimed. Worthy of being young Master Ji Yu, Wen Tian also stared blankly and exclaimed, How is this possible?
Lian Jian was very bitter, he thought to himself. This Ji Yu Xuan Chen actually made me lose face in front of my junior brothers and junior sister Si Jiao. He looked behind him again. The junior brothers were wholeheartedly discussing. What do you guys understand? Senior brother Tian Jian must be going easy on him, holding back. He is one of the geniuses of the Tianyuan Pavilion. He wiped the corner of his mouth, a disheveled mess, and heard the flattering words that made sense. After all, Ji Yu Xuan Chen is junior sister Si Jiao's junior brother. Senior brother Tian Jian is naturally giving face. Lian Jian knew he had no way to retreat anymore. He said loudly again, Ji Yu Xuan Chen, I was just probing your strength just now. It's just that, I'll be serious next.
In the sky, Fang Lianjian stood towering. Behind him appeared the mighty illusion of a general. Witnessing that scene, his junior brothers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, stammering, Senior brother Tian Jian has released his golden body dharma.
Si Zhao looked momentarily flustered, gently calling out his name, Ji Yu Xuan Chen. Lian Jian's eyes were brimming with triumph at that moment.
He laughed boisterously, thinking to himself, Ji Yu Xuan Chen, time for you to die. Instantly, the illusion of the golden body dharma idol behind him moved, charging toward Xuan Chen without hesitation. He didn't hesitate either.
Xuan Chen immediately rushed forward with the speed of the wind, his voice echoing in the air. This seat thought you had some ace up your sleeve.
A powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted from the palm of his hand, a dazzling light shooting out to directly confront the colossal golden-bodied Dharma idol. Xuan Chen coldly stated,
Turns out you're just here looking for death.
The Dharma idol was restrained by his energy, unable to move. Li Shanjian, seeing this, cried out in horror.
What? His junior brothers were completely stunned, one of them tremulously saying, This is 9 nether heavenly fire, but how can Ji Yu Xuan Chen, a disciple who's only been here for half a month, be able to use it? Another chimed in with admiration. Senior brother Tian Jian is a genius, but if he can defeat senior brother Tian Jian, then he's a genius among geniuses. Mastering it in half a month, it's not that surprising. Si Zhao's worries lessened, she thought to herself. 9 nether heavenly fire is the heavenly fire condensed from the essence of the netherworld, although it has a stronger restraining force against the soul compared to other heavenly fires.
Looking at the scene of the Dharma idol being restrained by Xuan Chen, Si Zhao couldn't help but sigh. But if the opponent's strength is strong enough, suppressing it with force can still forcibly break free. But now, senior brother Tian Jian is clearly starting to lose control.
Lian Jian looked at the Dharma idol being restrained by Xuan Chen with annoyance, thinking, Damn it, I originally wanted to sacrifice the Dharma idol, turning him into dust, but instead I'm getting locked up.
His face furrowed, inwardly calculating. If I break through at this moment, all my years of hard work cultivating the Zen Tian art for the 5 regions divine assembly, my efforts to suppress my realm, will be for nothing. But once the Dharma idol suffers damage, the consequences will be dire.
Thinking this, Feng Lianjian clasped his hands together, releasing a powerful energy, his eyes tightly closed.
The junior brothers standing below witnessed this scene and exclaimed in surprise, Senior brother Tianjian, he's going to break through, Niu Wentian cried out in alarm. If he doesn't borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to break through, causing the golden body Dharma idol to return to its original form, Tianjian's golden body Dharma idol will be refined by Xuan Chen's 9 nether heavenly fire. A ball of bright energy emanated from the palm of Lianjian's hand, containing a violent power, causing him to sweat and roar. Lianjian poured all his strength into his hand, launching the ball of energy toward Xuan Chen. He clasped his hands together, his eyes bloodshot with hatred as he screamed madly, Xuan Chen, you dare ruin my progress, injure my Dharma idol, today I will definitely tear you limb from limb. Everyone observing this scene couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Senior brother Tianjian's efforts for so many years were all for the Southern Region Divine Assembly, but now not only are they wasted, even his golden body Dharma idol has been severely injured by Xuan Chen. Consider it a major grudge. One of the junior brothers trembled uncontrollably, pointing towards them, saying, Xuan Chen is done for. Suddenly, Sijao seemed to discover something, and exclaimed in surprise, Wait, look! Xuan Chen suddenly appeared, his voice stern, sore loser, spouting nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately released a powerful energy, attacking Fang Lianjian. Xuan Chen's attack was extremely fast, not giving Lianjian time to react. Sensing the rapidly approaching attack, he cried out in a fearful voice, What is this? So fast! Immediately afterwards, Xuan Chen's attack landed, leaving him with no time to resist. A painful scream echoed. Fang Lianjian was sent flying, his body crashing straight into the pile of rubble. The disciples screamed in terror. Xuan Chen, he actually killed senior brother Tianjian. Qi Lian and the other disciples hurriedly rushed over. When they got closer, their eyes widened in shock as they saw Fang Lianjian's body. Lian Bu turned to glare at Xuan Chen and said, You killed Tianjian. Responding to his anger, he calmly asked, So what if this seat did? Lian Bu's face instantly turned ugly. He angrily said, Very good, well done, Xuan Chen, you little brat. You're truly arrogant. Lian Bu pointed toward Xuan Chen and ordered, Disciples of Wu Shen Peak, listen to my order. But Sijao suddenly rushed forward, raising her hand to stop him. Wait! But he didn't care about Sijiao's words, and slapped her away, causing her to fall. Qi Lian angrily ordered, Quickly capture this Xuan Chen. The disciples of Wen Tian replied in unison, Yes, master. They immediately rushed towards Xuan Chen in unison. He raised his sword, his powerful voice echoing towards the crowd. This seat is already tired today. How many more are there? Come at me all together, so that this seat doesn't have to waste any more time. They fiercely rushed forward, swinging their swords towards him. One of them even shouted, What an arrogant brat, daring to not put Wu Shen Peak in his eyes. Another also angrily chimed in, Avenge senior brother Tianjian. In the instant, all the disciples rushed forward. Suddenly, a long ribbon shot out from the tree like a bolt of lightning. The silk ribbons quickly wrapped around the disciples, not giving them any chance to resist, causing them to ask in surprise, What is this? Seeing this scene, Sijao, Niu Wentian, and the surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim in unison, What? Qi Lian's expression turned serious. Then he muttered, It's him, Xuan Chen. Witnessing the strange silk ribbons binding the disciples, was also surprised from atop a high branch as Qin Sanban, holding the ribbons, laughed loudly. He yawned, and a shout echoed from below. Who's still making noise there? Instantly, Sanban rushed down, annoyedly scolding. Can't a guy even take a nap? This old man was dreaming about a top-quality jar of wine. As he descended, Li Xiankong immediately waved his hand to attack. Seeing this, Sanban said coldly, daring to launch a sneak attack. The silk ribbons in his hand immediately split into many strands, attacking the disciples. Sanban rushed towards Liankong, provoking, Old folks bringing so many people, and little guys bringing even more. Bullying an old man like me, how shameless. Liankong also quickly rushed towards his opponent, scoffing, You're reeking of alcohol, what kind of appearance is that? The two collided, and two powerful energies exploded. Sanban asked back, Are we really doing this? This old man hasn't loosened his muscles in a long time. Liankong, hearing this, cursed. You fool, hurry up and get lost, stop hindering us. The battle was raging, affecting even the surrounding disciples, causing them to scream miserably. After a series of fierce attacks, each landed firmly on the ground. Sanban didn't seem worried at all, but calmly took out a wine bottle, took a big gulp, and exclaimed with satisfaction, Indeed, good wine, drinking it after a fight is even better. This scene made the blood in Qi Liankong's body boil, and he cursed inwardly. This is really infuriating. In the crowd, someone said in slight surprise, So it's the elder of Piaoyao Peak, no wonder he wants to do whatever he wants.
Xuan Chen looked at Sanban and sighed inwardly. He actually made a move. Si Jiao clasped her hands respectfully and said, "Elder Qin, are you here because of Gu senior brother's matter?" As she asked, she thought gratefully in her heart, "This Elder Qin is still as solitary as ever, only I didn't expect him to care about a disciple, unlike that good-for-nothing master of his."
With an indifferent expression, Sanban coldly asked, "Gu who?" Suddenly, Sanban's eyes lit up when he saw Xuan Chen. He quickly turned around and said happily, "Good kid, so you're here."
Sanban raised the wine bottle and took a big sip, then smiled and said to Xuan Chen, "The good wine from last time was all drunk up long ago. Quickly give me a few more bottles." Si Jiao felt a little embarrassed, muttering, "Too much already." Liang Kong became furious. He pointed at Qin Sanban and shouted loudly,
"Stop being so muddle-headed. Your disciple Gu Xuan Chen killed Feng Tianjian. Are you just going to let it go like that?"
Sanban turned to Xuan Chen and asked, "You killed him. Is what he's saying true?" He replied briefly,
"Yes." Hearing this, he casually said to Liang Kong, "I know," causing him to be furious.
Si Jiao stepped forward and said softly,
"Chi Peak Lord, this match was originally proposed by senior brother Tianjian, wanting to replace the Mountain Guardian divine weapon to test Gu Xuan Chen, and he also said he didn't care about life or death. If you don't believe me, Peak Lord Niu is also here, and the disciples of Tianyuan sect are also present. They can all testify."
Niu Wentian spoke up to explain, "It is indeed like that, because there seem to be some errors. With the 9 mountain divine manifestation of the 9 nether true water, Tianjian was the one who requested to personally test Gu Xuan Chen." Hearing his words, the disciples couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Ah, I seem to have heard senior brother Tianjian say something like that too." Another person immediately responded, "Me too. But who would have thought he really couldn't beat this kid?" Qi Liankong's face immediately darkened, and he cursed Feng Tianjian incessantly in his heart. This stupid idiot. He originally thought it was superfluous to teach this little kid a lesson, and he also thought that after it was over, he would continue to participate in the Southern Domain Divine Assembly to compete for resources for himself. Lian Kong recalled the scene before. Feng Lianjian's eyes were full of confidence, and he confidently said, "Master, rest assured, it's just a stinky kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just leave it to this disciple." Thinking back to that scene,
anger surged up, and he thought to himself, now, on the contrary, not only was he killed by Gu Xuan Chen, a little kid who just entered the sect, but he also left a laughingstock, truly extremely useless. Sanban stood on the side, raised his hand to pick his ear, and said with dissatisfaction, "Noisy. This is really troublesome."
He suddenly turned around, grabbed Xuan Chen's hand, and asked with a faint smile, "Kid, you feel the same way, right?"
With that, Sanban quickly grabbed his hand and soared into the sky. He laughed loudly. "Good wine doesn't wait for people. This old man isn't playing with you guys anymore."
Si Jiao watched their disappearing figures and said dejectedly, "They're gone." Behind her, Qi Liankong's disciples also asked in surprise, "Master, why did they leave?" Hearing this,
he became furious and shouted, "A bunch of useless people, shut up!" Qi Liankong's face was full of anger, and he ordered in a low voice,
"Go." Si Jiao watched Qi Liankong and his disciples leave, then spoke up, "Peak Lord Qi, Wu Shen Peak has to pay up after playing the game. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Liankong suddenly stopped upon hearing this. He turned back and threatened,
"Good, Gu Xuan Chen. Good for Dan Shen Peak. Just you wait."
At this moment, Sanban and Xuan Chen flew to Piao Miao Peak.
As soon as they landed, Xuan Chen wondered, "Why did you want to help me?"
Sanban chuckled upon hearing this. "Kid, you've got some nerve. This old man just found it noisy and wanted to stretch his muscles a bit."
He looked at the old man with sharp eyes, calmly stating, "Speak. Just now, you were injured by that palm strike. There's no one else here, no need to endure it." Xuan Chen's words surprised Sanban. His eyes widened, and then he burst out laughing.
Sanban touched his chest, then coughed a few times, finally saying, "It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. I didn't expect that old geezer to have improved."
He looked at Xuan Chen and spoke. "Kid, when did you see through that?" Xuan Chen calmly replied. "You didn't need to interfere with Wu Shen Peak's people. I never took them seriously anyway." Sanban laughed. "This old man has never liked meddling. But your temper, kid, suits my taste. Let me remind you, you really shouldn't have revealed your talents like that today." He suddenly fell silent for a moment.
Sanban cheerfully patted Xuan Chen's shoulder, saying, "Anyway, if you die, this old man won't have good wine to drink. The previous jars tasted bland." He paused, and, before he could finish, Xuan Chen was already flying into the sky, saying, "So talkative." Before leaving, Xuan Chen didn't forget to toss a small piece of paper down to him. Sanban opened the paper and was surprised to see the words written, No alcohol for 3 days for that injury. He raised his head to look at Xuan Chen, who had already flown far away, and muttered,
"This kid." In the sky,
Xuan Chen soared upwards, his hand raised high.
a powerful energy began to gather.
The energy ball emitted a dazzling light. Xuan Chen looked at it, slightly curling his lips, and said, "Long time no see, everyone."
At the same time, in the little world, a mysterious energy began to surround the golden leaf tree. A girl with golden hair appeared from within the space.
She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze surprised as she looked down at her body. She wondered, "My body? There's another girl as well."
Standing nearby, looking around in surprise, she exclaimed joyfully, "I seem to have consciousness now. What's going on?" Beside her, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Am I still dreaming? Moments ago, in the mysterious forest, 2 trees standing near each other revealed the faces of 2 girls." One wondered. So, Tianyuan's meaning is that we are now in young Master Gu's little world, and Zhao Meng has gathered our original body fragments? Right beside her, another girl softly replied,
"Sorry, even though Zhao Meng has collected all of everyone's original body fragments, there's no way to help everyone restore human form."
On another tree, another girl also appeared, smiling and saying, "So what? I didn't expect that we can meet each other again. I thought that I was a goner." The tree beside her continued, "That's right, Zhao Meng, we haven't thanked you yet." Just as she finished speaking, another tree, which was Zhao Zhao, also spoke.
"The spiritual energy here is so dense. Perhaps Master is now in the supreme God realm.
Everything must be going smoothly."
Returning to the present,
Xiao Meng was looking down at her body. She was filled with surprise and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, but we can't cultivate into human form anymore, right?"
Behind her, Xiao Zhao spoke happily, "So I'm not dreaming."
Suddenly, from behind, a figure with blue hair rushed over like a gust of wind, biting hard on Xiao Zhao's arm, causing him to scream, "That hurts, senior brother, what are you doing again?"
Xiao Meng turned to the 2 arguing men. She said happily, "I get it, it's Jiyu Gongzi. Could it be that the Gongzi has really gone to Tianyuan Pavilion to find that treasure?"
Suddenly from the distance, Xuan Chen's figure appeared. He looked at everyone gently and asked, "Everyone is awake, how do you feel?" Xiao Meng said excitedly, "Jiyu Gongzi is truly..."
Another girl standing nearby also couldn't help but gently called, "Jiyu Gongzi." Xiao Zhao stepped forward emotionally and said,
"Shizun, this is too good. I didn't expect there would be a day we meet again." In that instant, from behind, a small figure rushed over, threw herself into Jiyu Xuan Chen, calling out, "Master!" Xiao Meng hugged his neck tightly. She happily said loudly, "Xiao Meng can meet you again. So happy." Xiao Meng, beside her, asked gently, "Jiyu Gongzi, how did you get that treasure? Did the people of Tianyuan Pavilion make things difficult for Gongzi?" He replied, "The obstruction was just a few flies and mosquitoes, who didn't know whether to live or die. Dealing with them only took a bit of time." The black-haired girl beside him asked, "Jiyu Gongzi, so are you currently staying in the Tianyuan Pavilion?"
Jiyu Xuan Chen's face turned solemn, and he sharply replied, "That's right. This one stormed into the supreme divine realm to find Guanshan Yue of the Sacrifice Heaven sect, to get revenge. Now that the revenge is fulfilled and you all have awakened, this one received someone else's request. There are still matters to be settled here."
He also made a firm decision, and waited until all this has been resolved. "This one hasn't returned to the holy domain yet, so everyone can decide for yourselves."
Hearing this, Xiao Zhao also asked in surprise, "Shizun, do you want to continue searching for the whereabouts of other Shixiong and Shiji in the supreme divine realm?"
Jiyu Xuan Chen conjured a small, brightly glowing energy ball, and said in a serious voice, "Back then, in martial arts, formation, alchemy, and divination, there was nothing this one didn't know. This one cultivated countless top experts of the Qingyun continent.
But because of the seal being too long, I still couldn't break through."
Stopped at the Qi refining realm, staying on the Qingyun continent for about 10,000 years.
Recalling those who had helped him along the difficult path, he said, "Until you, Tianxi, Longying, and Ziwei helped. This one finally destroyed the tribulation furnace, blew up the sealed Dantian, and broke through the Qi refining realm that hadn't changed for 10,000 years. Now, this one's cultivation is progressing more and more. How can I forget the disciples who are everywhere?"
Jiyu Xuan Chen's eyes became firm, and he said, "Heaven and earth, this one must find everyone." The black-haired man heard this, and immediately agreed. "That's right. Sleeping in this world for so long, I actually miss the days when we roamed the heavens and earth together." Not to be outdone, Xiaoyao's eyes filled with understanding and determination as he said, "If Shizun is looking for all the Shixiong and Shiji, how can Xiaoyao be missing?"
Hearing them say that, Jiyu Xuan Chen replied, "This was originally a matter for this one's sect. If you continue to accompany this one, there will only be more small fries like Guanshan Yu. Do you still intend to follow?
The brown-haired girl with a tight ponytail said, "How could I be someone who is afraid of death? Besides, isn't training the same everywhere?" At the same time, the black-haired girl next to her said, "Forget it, I have nothing to do anyway. This lady will also venture into this supreme divine realm and give it a try." Another girl standing nearby said with determination, "If it's the same no matter where we go, Jiyu Gongzi, please count me in." Zhao Meng also exclaimed happily. "There's also Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng also wants to stay." Jiyu Xuan Chen was touched by the support and said softly, "You guys." He smiled slowly and said, "All right, if that's the case. This one understands." Xuan Chen continued softly, "You all can rest and recover in the small world for a few days, and then follow this one forward." Everyone standing around immediately replied with determination, "Understood." At Luo Songjiang's place, he asked in surprise, "Are you telling the truth?" Jiyu Xuan Chen actually obtained the 9 nether true water and easily killed Feng Tianjian. Below, a man knelt and reported, Feng Tianjian was not convinced that Jiyu Xuan Chen had obtained the 9 nether true water, used the matter of testing as an excuse, and set up a life-and-death duel, but died in Jiyu Xuan Chen's hands. Qifeng Lord wanted to attack Jiyu Xuan Chen, but was stopped by Qin Sanban the elder. Hearing this, Song Jiang asked sternly, "Qin Sanban? I was surprised that he took Jiyu Xuan Chen as a disciple in the first place, but I didn't expect him to meddle in other people's business now." "Oh, right. Has there been any progress in investigating the background of that Jiyu Xuan Chen?" "That's right. Is there any result for Jiyu Xuan Chen's origin?" The minion hesitated and replied in a trembling voice, "This is strange to say. Other than being able to find out that Jiyu Xuan Chen came from Luoyang City, there are no clues at all. This kid seems to have appeared out of thin air." Song Jiang narrowed his eyes suspiciously. A person with a solitary personality, unknown origin, carrying a heavenly grade gong method. A mysterious kid who has cultivated martial arts. His expression became serious. Remembering Xuan Chen, he thought to himself, "If it weren't for the heavenly grade gong method, I wouldn't have let Jiyu Xuan Chen join the Tianyuan Pavilion in the first place. This kid is too talented at a young age and is too arrogant, so he is not easy to control." The minion continued, "As for Qifeng Lord, he has been suppressing the peaks for many years and is also a little arrogant. The sect master just lets him continue like this," Song Jiang replied. "Why be in such a hurry? How is the matter you were asked to prepare going?" The man quickly replied, "This disciple has already sent a message to the sect leaders of Songzhu, who will gather at the Tianyuan Pavilion in 7 days." Lived. Luo Songjiang's expression remained unchanged, and then he decisively said, "All right, if the plan succeeds, the Tianyuan Pavilion will not only be Songjiao's biggest victory in the Southern Domain Divine Assembly, but also become." Speaking of this, Luo Songjiang clenched his fist. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and said, "The only sect in Songjiao." The minion looked at him, and said with a worried expression, "Speaking of the upcoming Southern Domain Divine Assembly, I don't know if that kid Jiyu Xuan Chen, whose origin is unknown, may have some details." Hearing this, Luo Songjiang's expression immediately became serious. At night, 3 people patrolled on the cliff. One of them said with a doubtful voice, "Just a ruined sect. What's the point of patrolling every night? I think it's just torturing us." The person behind lazily replied, "I'm so sleepy. Let's go patrol quickly and report the results of our work." Suddenly, everyone looked up at the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" A beam of light flashed across the sky very quickly. In the sky, Xuan Chen was holding a glowing energy ball in his hand. Dao Remnant's soul next to him kept sighing. "Today you killed Qilian's disciple Feng Tianjian. It can't be said that it is strange. Qilian is one who takes revenge. Could it be that he really gave up?" On the hands of these black-clad men, it was a violet light ball radiating electricity. One of them exclaimed in a very complacent manner, "Jiyu Xuan Chen. Even if your talent is much stronger, it would be the same to be facing the encirclement by us 7. After saying that, the 7 men rushed toward Jiyu Xuan Chen like bolts of electricity. "You will die without a burial ground." Jiyu Xuan Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and brilliant golden lights appeared around him. He didn't even bother looking at them, coldly uttering a single sentence, "Noisy." Outside, several disciples were observing, and one of them exclaimed in shock, "It's Jiyu Xuan Chen, the guy who broke into the Tianyuan Pavilion from the mortal world, using a heaven-grade technique, and the great victory immortal talent of martial arts, Feng Tianjian, Jiyu Xuan Chen." Another disciple beside him frowned.
a hint of contempt flashing across his face. So what? The best way to break the Heavenly Dipper formation is to destroy it before it's fully formed. Now that it's complete, there's no way his power is enough. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion erupted, and golden light spread everywhere. Xuan Chen broke the Heavenly Dipper formation with a single sword strike, sending the 7 black-clad figures flying. From behind, a massive golden dragon figure appeared, its mouth wide open, unleashing bolts of lightning. Xuan Chen's power was truly immense, and not to be underestimated. The disciples outside were completely blown away by this aura, one of them shouting in astonishment, "He broke it! What kind of heaven-defying existence is this kid?" Xuan Chen slowly stepped out, surrounded by radiant light. He glanced to the side and said, "You've finally shown yourself. Turns out my patience ends here as well." A figure dressed in black slowly emerged. An old man with a flowing silver beard. He said, "Just now, for a moment, I felt it was a bit of a pity to kill you." His face darkened, lost in thought. Knowing Xuan Chen easily killed the disciples I painstakingly cultivated for many years, I only thought he was an arrogant kid with some talent. The old man faced Xuan Chen, his mind racing. But just now, seeing with my own eyes how he broke the Heavenly Dipper formation and killed those 7 in an instant, I realized this guy actually has a bit more skill than I imagined. The old man furrowed his brow, grunted, and spoke. "The Three Gods Chamber is losing influence in Shuangjiang. How can I not know that the Ghost Nibbler doesn't have any slightest action? Seems like he is afraid of you." With that, his power erupted fiercely, and streams of dark purple light radiated outward as he shouted, "He fears you, but I don't. Who is Xuan Chen? Someone who came to the Tianyuan Pavilion to oppose me." Xuan Chen quickly circulated his spiritual power as well, and a golden light appeared on his palm. He waved his hand and said, "You think too highly of yourself. How could my plans be something a cowardly rat like you is worthy of knowing?" An array, hidden beneath Qilian's feet, appeared, shattering his dark spiritual power. Another stream of purple light quickly appeared in his hand, and he frowned and coldly grunted, "You're still so arrogant even when death is near. Qin-san isn't here to protect you now." Qilian then condensed his spiritual power to summon his Dharma idol, and a huge and imposing phantom appeared behind him. The phantom moved according to Qilian's every move. He charged towards Xuan Chen, shouting, "How is it? Can this old man sing now?" An electric ball was slowly condensed by Xuan Chen in his palm. As if Qilian's next move was nothing in his eyes, he coldly said, "A bunch of ants who don't know their place, daring to act presumptuously before me, deserve to die." The two extremely terrifying attacks collided with each other. The ground beneath completely shattered, and everything around them was utterly unable to withstand these two terrifying forces. Immediately after, Xuan Chen separated. Xuan Chen used a sword to unleash the figures of 9 massive golden dragons, constantly spewing fire towards Qilian's phantom. Qilian laughed loudly with great delight. "Haha. Xuan Chen, do you think? I don't know, this is the superb transcendence art. Dragon-shaped swordlight is indeed rare, but meeting me." Xuan Chen looked at Qilian with a confused expression. The figure behind him shouted loudly. His mouth widened, and in an instant, all 9 of Xuan Chen's dragons were sucked into it. Qilian said arrogantly, "Is this all you've got?" Qilian quickly transformed that figure of his into a giant sword, and he shouted, "You killed my disciple Wu Chunfeng in front of everyone, causing me to lose all face at the Tianyuan Pavilion. If it weren't for the Qin family stepping in, would you even be able to stand here and fight me?" Xuan Chen remained expressionless, frowning as he looked at Qilian with disdain. Qilian was extremely confident in his own strength, and he charged toward Xuan Chen without thinking. "Now you're a fish on the chopping board, meat for me to tear apart." Qilian gripped the sword in his hand and charged towards Xuan Chen, shouting, "Xuan Chen!" He wielded the sword along with a huge figure behind him, slashing at Xuan Chen. Die! This power was truly terrifying. Suddenly, at this moment, a pustule appeared in the mouth of that huge figure. The pustule gradually grew larger, spreading throughout the body of that figure. The scene looked extremely disgusting. Qilian saw this and shouted, "What? Why can't I control my Dharma idol suddenly? It's as if there's an extremely intense spiritual power clashing wildly inside, about to burst out." Sure enough, just as he said, a second later, his Dharma idol was instantly shattered. Xuan Chen's 9 dragons from before rushed out. Qilian cried out in agony, "Ah, my golden body Dharma idol!" Xuan Chen then raised his sword high, looking at Qilian with extreme impatience and said, Alright, this seat should send you on your way.
As soon as Xuan Chen finished speaking, the 9 dragons relentlessly charged towards Qilian, launching their attacks. Qilian immediately gathered all his strength, but still struggled to withstand the assault. He couldn't believe the reality before him. This is impossible. How could I lose? How could I be defeated by some unknown little brat? No sooner had he spoken than Qilian's sword shattered completely. A dragon's mouth immediately widened. Qilian was too shocked to speak, and he just watched as the huge dragon's mouth swallowed him whole. All that remained was a tragic, unwilling scream.
The dragon head quickly returned behind Xuan Chen. He didn't leave immediately, but stood there in contemplation, as if waiting for something, or someone. Suddenly, an attack from behind relentlessly headed towards him. That move immediately struck his dragon form. Xuan Chen still didn't turn around, but coldly said, "Get the hell out of here for this seat." Xuan Chen's dragon form also completely shattered after that blow. 2 earth-shattering forces collided, creating a huge explosion. The smoke slowly dissipated. "You've arrived." It was none other than Luo Shuangjiang. He laughed loudly and said, "To be able to withstand one of my attacks." He clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Xuan Chen and said, "Xuan Chen, your future is not bad." Xuan Chen turned to glance at him and said, "So it's you." A tiny soul appeared right next to Xuan Chen, and it said with a big smile, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The entire Tianyuan sect wants your life." It shrugged and said, "Xuan Chen, look at this, you really are not likable."
Xuan Chen's face turned cold, and he immediately condensed a ball of power in his palm, completely disregarding the person in front of him. "You seek death?" Luo Shuangjiang didn't bother with idle chatter anymore. Red lightning bolts radiated from his eyes to his mouth. The soul rested its chin on its hand, nonchalantly saying, "Even inside the starry sky heavenly compass diagram, I can feel the oppressive aura radiating from Luo Shuangjiang. Why didn't I feel it before?" Luo Shuangjiang's aura continued to rise, and around him, enormous rings of power radiated towards Xuan. Behind him, a brilliant orb of light appeared, an aura that could not be underestimated at all. When the soul saw this aura, it couldn't joke around anymore, and immediately furrowed its brows. "Wait, this is..." Only to see that the Dharma idol had a muscular body and fiery red hair. It had 6 arms and extremely sharp fangs. Its entire body seemed to be burning, as it stretched out an arm toward Xuan Chen. The soul's eyes widened and its mouth gaped, pointing at the Dharma idol and shouting, "Mutated Dharma idol!" It exclaimed in shock. The gold body Dharma idols normally condensed are similar to, or close to, the original Dharma form. But for some people with unique spiritual insights into the heavenly Tao, or rather, they obtained some chance during the condensation of the gold body Dharma idol, a gradually appearing gem appeared on the tip of the soul's finger. "As for gold body Dharma idols," the soul continued, "there is a certain probability that they will condense into gold body Dharma idols with special abilities." Saying that, the soul looked at Luo Shuangjiang's 6-armed mutated Dharma idol and said, "This type of mutated Dharma idol can not only grant people extraordinary strength, but more importantly, the fusion of the original body and the Dharma idol will often lead to a transformative strength that is hard to imagine." Xuan hadn't condensed his gold body magic item yet, but instead summoned 9 dragons once again. Those dragons surged around Xuan Chen. When Luo Shuangjiang saw this, he said, "Ah, it's the dragon-shaped sword." Xuan Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I'm that useless, Qilian?" Luo Shuangjiang stretched an arm towards Xuan Chen's dragon head, saying with extreme disdain, "Stubborn and inflexible. Since you're so set on dying, I'll grant your wish immediately, ha ha ha." Dao Canhun flew to one side with a panicked expression. Not good. A fire dragon soared into the sky, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became, shouting, "Once your dragon-shaped swordlight is struck by the 6-armed strength god Dharma obstacle, it will instantly dissipate." Xuan Chen heard this and uttered 2 words, "Troublesome." He threw out slash after slash at his opponent. Luo Shuangjiang also used moves to counter him. Xuan Chen, now you should disappear from the Tianyuan sect." The monster he summoned launched a very strong blow towards him. Dao Canhun saw this, and quickly shouted, "Little brat, be careful!" Xuan Chen heard the shout and realized something was wrong. The 4-armed monster punched the opposite cliff face with such force that it exploded. Small rocks flew everywhere, and the space was filled with white smoke. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Luo Shuangjiang was standing above, looking down, when a subordinate appeared behind him and asked, "Sect leader, Xuan Chen is dead. Do we need disciples to clean up the traces here?" Hearing this, he replied, "No need." Shuangjiang smirked.
Ji Xuan Chen, a disciple of Dan Feng, and Qi Liankong, the peak lord of Wushen Peak, were both injured and died together here. Got it. The other guy laughed gleefully.
Understood. The next day, on a high mountain, Si Jiao was being polite to two gatekeepers.
Please inform the sect leader that Si Jiao of Dan Shen Peak is here on official business. Shuangjiang, sitting high above, saw Si Jiao and asked, "Is there any progress on Mo Wuya's side in refining the Nine-Dragon Divine Pill?" She bowed slightly. Reporting to the sect leader, there is still no progress.
He wasn't too happy to hear that. It's been so long, and he still hasn't refined the Nine-Dragon Divine Pill. Is he doing it on purpose?
Si Jiao kept her tone steady and presented her thoughts. Elder Wu Ya probably isn't like that. And besides, refining the Nine-Dragon Divine Pill is truly a matter of luck. Determination showed in her eyes. I heard the sect leader invited several elders from various sects in Songzhou to gather at Tianyuan Pavilion in a few days. Shouldn't Elder Wu Ya return to the Qi Tian sect by then? Shuangjiang revealed a smile on his face and agreed. Indeed, that's right. Taking this opportunity, Mo Wuya should return to his sect. Si Jiao also agreed, replying, "Yes, there's still plenty of time, and I believe our Tianyuan Pavilion will have the opportunity to refine the Nine-Dragon Divine Pill in the future." Shuangjiang picked up his teacup, thinking to himself, "Only, by that time, this Qi Tian sect will probably no longer exist in the Supreme God Realm." Si Jiao didn't hesitate any longer and stated her true purpose. Actually, Si Jiao originally had something she wanted to request of the sect leader today. Hearing this, he looked surprised. "That's quite a coincidence. Judging by your worried look, Si Jiao, what's the matter?" She didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Sect leader, do you still remember Ji Xuan Chen?" Hearing this, his movements slightly paused, his face darkened, and he replied,
"Ah, that disciple who joined Piaomiao Peak not long ago, right?"
Si Jiao recalled the past and said, "Yesterday at San Shen Peak, senior brother Tian Jian voluntarily initiated a life-and-death battle, using the name of inspection to challenge junior brother Ji Yu, but lost to junior brother Ji Yu. Peak Lord Qi was furious and wanted to kill junior brother Ji Yu, although Elder Qin stopped him. But today, junior brother Ji Yu is nowhere to be seen." Shuangjiang's face darkened as he asked, "Si Jiao, what are you implying?" She fearlessly replied, "Sect leader, senior brother Tian Jian's challenge to junior brother Ji Yu wasn't meant to drag on, but even if life and death have been decided, one should accept defeat. Peak Lord Qi yesterday, in front of many people, pushed junior brother Ji Yu into a corner," she resolutely said. Si Jiao can't help but suspect that this matter is related to Peak Lord Qi. Shuangjiang placed the teacup aside and said seriously, "What you say does have some merit. Moreover, although this Ji Xuan Chen is just a new disciple, his talent is superior to others, and I quite like that. I will handle this properly."
Hearing this, she happily said, "Thank you, sect leader." Suddenly, another disciple ran in and shouted, "Sect leader!" Seeing him like this, he calmly asked, "What is it?" He knelt on the ground, urgently saying. A mountain patrolling disciple reported that last night, they saw Ji Xuan Chen and people from Wushen Peak fighting.
Hearing this, Si Jiao immediately turned around and exclaimed,
"What?" Shuangjiang looked at the person who had come to report, disbelieving, and asked again, "Is that true?" The lackey replied, "Absolutely accurate. I wouldn't dare to lie." The lackey continued seriously, "Moreover, just now I went to Wushen Peak and learned that Peak Lord Qi has been gone from the mountain since last night and hasn't returned yet." Looking at the lackey, Si Jiao suspiciously wondered, "Qi Liankong is also missing. What exactly is he up to?"
She looked up at Shuangjiang and called out, "Sect leader." Understanding her worry, he replied, "All right, Xin Jiao, I know what you mean. Step forward." He continued, "Qi Liankong, as the Peak Lord of Wushen Peak, if he's really doing something illegal for personal reasons, I definitely won't sit idly by. Come with me for a trip." Hearing this, Si Jiao could only reply, "Yes."
Shuangjiang and Si Jiao, along with a few others, went together to find Ji Xuan Chen.
While walking, Si Jiao shouted loudly, "Junior brother Ji Yu! Junior brother Ji Yu!" Suddenly, a loud shout made the frightened birds fly in all directions. Lifting the white cloth,
the lackey anxiously announced, "Sect leader, everyone, please prepare yourselves."
The scene before her shocked Si Jiao. She covered her mouth, worriedly thinking, Qi Liankong is dead, and the state of his death is so terrifying. Shuangjiang spoke up and asked, "What exactly is going on here?"
One of the lackeys kneeled down, checking the bodies, and reported, "Sect leader, after Qi Feng died, his corpse seems to have been violated with extremely cruel methods. That's probably why he couldn't close his eyes in peace."
Si Jiao was frightened and wondered, how could this be? Then she thought to herself, "Moreover, the disciples of Wushen Peak are all dead too."
Hearing this,
Luo Shuangjiang asked. What about Xuan Chen? Any sign of him? The lackey replied. We haven't found anyone else here for the time being, but just now, I ordered people to ask the 3 disciples patrolling the mountain. They didn't see Qifeng Peak Lord taking action against Xuan Chen. I don't know if these 7 took matters into their own hands. Maybe Peak Lord Qifeng went to stop them, so... Before he could finish, Si Jiao interjected. Impossible. Without some kind of prompting. How would the people of Wushen Peak dare? Luo Shuangjiang angrily snapped. Si Jiao. He glanced at her and said, I know Xuan Chen is from your Danfeng, but Peak Lord Qifeng, as the master of a peak, has died so miserably, and Xuan Chen is nowhere to be found. Who is right and who is wrong? You and I haven't seen it with our own eyes, but if he didn't have a guilty conscience, why wouldn't he dare show his face? Hearing this, Si Jiao hesitated, but Luo Shuangjiang continued. What's more, the spirit gathering convention is approaching, and it concerns the core interests of each sect. How can you be sure that no one is targeting us? Ordering Xuan Chen to kill outstanding people in our peaks, disrupting the Yuan sect, Si Jiao asked in confusion. Ordering, Luo Shuangjiang assured her. Rest assured, I believe this matter has nothing to do with your Danfeng. After all, this Xuan Chen has only been a disciple for a short time, and his background is unclear. Then he said, but even though I am the sect leader, I can't show any favoritism. For the sake of Tianyuan sect, and to give Wu Feng a clear answer. Xin Jiao, you have such ruthless methods, we absolutely must get to the bottom of this. Xin Jiao frowned, thinking to herself, Xuan Chen is unfathomable, and he is close to Elder Wu Ya. I have indeed suspected his origins. Why did he suddenly disappear? Could it really be? Chea's sect leader said. Looking at Xin Jiao in front of him, Luo Shuangjiang asked sternly, Si Jiao, you know something, don't you? She stammered. Ah, about Xuan Chen, she thought to herself. If it weren't for young Master Ji Yu, Zhao Shui might not have been able to get out of the poisonous Yunshao ridge of Shifu. And who knows when she would have been cured. And Dan Shen Peak doesn't know how long it would have been controlled by Qilian Kong. How can I doubt young Master Ji Yu? Breaking from her train of thought, Xin Jiao didn't hesitate and replied, Si Jiao doesn't know anything. Luo Shuangjiang looked at her with suspicion and grunted. By this time, the 3 of them had gone deep into the forest. Taking advantage of Xin Jiao walking ahead, the lackey whispered, Sect leader, I don't understand. Xuan Chen is dead. Why did you order people to dispose of Qi Liankong's corpse and put on a show for her? Saying this, he leaned closer, whispering in doubt. What's more, do you believe this Si Jiao's words? Taking everything she says as truth, Luo Shuangjiang smiled and asked, What do you think? Then he asked sternly, You were on night watch here. Did you notice anything unusual? The lackey lowered his head and replied, No. Shuangjiang frowned and declared, In fact, it doesn't matter whether she's telling the truth or not. Thinking of Xuan Chen, he assured. The important thing is that this little brat Xuan Chen is too talented, and he refuses to be controlled. On the contrary, we have to thank this stupid Qi Liankong. He's brainless and easily angered. Luo Shuangjiang stood on the cliff, with roaring flames beneath his feet, and judged. Wangyuan Peak is bottomless. Long ago, indirectly, elder disciples have been continuously disappeared, without any trace of them, whether dead or alive. This place has been abandoned and is called Desolate Mountain. He also suffered a blow from my Dharma aspect a long time ago. Xuan Chen must have. He raised his hands, causing the flames to burst forth, and loudly affirmed, Absolutely no chance of survival. On the cliff, Xuan Chen slowly opened his eyes and asked, How long has this daddy been comprehending? Flashback to a few days ago. He recalled that challenge. During the battle, the scene before his eyes surprised him. A huge hand swung out in front of him, intending to attack him. Recalling everything that had happened to him, Xuan Chen thought to himself, So that's how it is. I didn't expect this daddy to comprehend the heavenly Tao containing runes from Luo Shuangjiang's mutated Dharma aspect, which was originally struck out by the Mountain Guardian divine weapon. When that huge hand was approaching him, Xuan Chen said to himself. Before that, in the spiritual heavenly cipher chart, this daddy saw. Xuan Chen opened his eyes wide and said, So that's how it is. Tao remnant soul suddenly appeared. He said depressingly, Kid, the heavenly Tao that Luo Shuangjiang comprehended in the mutated Dharma aspect is likely under the instruction of a celestial master. He spent several months to do so, but you actually inferred it in a short time on the cliff. Tao remnant soul looked at Xuan Chen and excitedly laughed a few times, then continued, Luo Shuangjiang originally wanted to use his mutated Dharma aspect to kill you, but unexpectedly by accident it helped you comprehend. If he knew,
he would probably be pissed to death. Xuan Chen clenched his fist, loudly affirming, letting him live a few more days is already thanks to this daddy. Flying forward, he continued, and today, his death day has come. Elsewhere, a cheerful voice rang out. Thank you all for thinking of the future of our Songjiao, and not minding traveling thousands of miles to gather at Tianyuan Pavilion. Luo Songjiang, standing on the city wall, he raised his hand excitedly and said loudly, the Southern Domain Divine Assembly is the biggest event of the entire Southern Domain cultivation world. I heard that the strength of other provinces has increased a lot compared to previous years. Our Songjiao will definitely be more careful to deal with it. Below the city wall were countless disciples of Tianyuan Pavilion. Songjiang didn't hesitate any longer and announced, therefore, before this year's Divine Assembly officially begins, his deep voice echoed throughout the city. My Tianyuan Pavilion, in addition to conducting trials with the disciples of the Four Peaks, has also decided to invite the sect leaders and elders to bring their participating disciples to our Tianyuan Pavilion for some sparring and learning. Here, not only are there many disciples but also Wangyu Valley, Wushuang Hall, and Jitishan sect. Someone sitting next to the Jitishan sect asked, Where's Rushu? A guard standing next to him immediately said, Senior Sister Mo was just here a moment ago. At this time, Mo Rushu was walking and thinking to herself, I can't see Jiu Gongzi anywhere in this Tianyuan Pavilion. I wonder how he and his grandfather are doing. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Isn't that Mo Rushu of Jitishan sect? The speaker was Shen Feng of Tianyuan Pavilion. He continued, Aren't you with the people from Jitishan sect? What are you doing here alone? Is there a purpose that you can't tell others? Seeing him, Rushu thought to herself, this is the Tianyuan Pavilion disciple who didn't take Grandpa away with Qi Lian that day. It's not easy to cause trouble now that I'm in Tianyuan Pavilion. Thinking this, she immediately turned and left. Seeing her attitude, Shen Feng snarled, Mo Rushu, you dare ignore me. Suddenly, a sword flew towards them from somewhere. The sudden appearance of the sword surprised everyone. Si Jiao glanced at Shen Feng and reminded him, Today, Tianyuan Pavilion invited the sects here. Everyone who comes is a guest. Hearing this, he shouted, A mere Dan Shen Feng level person dares to interfere in the affairs of Wu Shen Feng. Si Jiao frowned, and she choked out, I can't control it, but if the pavilion master knows you're causing trouble here, can you bear the responsibility? Hearing this, Shen Feng was speechless. After the incident, Rushu hurriedly went to Si Jiao and said, Thank you, miss, for your help, Si Jiao happily replied. Miss Mo doesn't need to be so polite. May I ask, is Miss Mo's grandfather Elder Wuya of Jitishan sect? Mo Rushue stammered, Are you? Before she could finish speaking, Si Jiao assured, Miss Mo, rest assured, I am Si Jiao, a disciple of Dan Shen Feng, Tianyuan Pavilion. My master is the peak lord of Dan Shen Feng, an old friend of Elder Wuya. Now Qi Lian, the peak lord of Wu Shen Feng, is dead, and the pavilion master is preparing to take you to see Elder Wuya. Mo Rushue said happily, That's great. I can go see Grandpa. Then she suddenly hesitated and asked, That's right. May I ask how Qi Lian didn't die? And also, does Miss Si Jiao know someone named Jiu Xuan Chen? Hearing this, Si Jiao was surprised and repeated, Jiu Xuan Chen. Before leaving, Si Jiao said, This is a long story, Miss Mo. Follow me to see Elder Wuya first. Although Rushue was confused, she still replied, Okay. Standing in front of Mo Wuya's private room, Si Jiao calmly announced to the two guards, I am ordered by the pavilion master to bring someone to see Elder Wuya. Open the door. One of the soldiers immediately replied, Yes. Then Si Jiao and Rushue walked in together. Looking around the room but seeing no one, Rushu asked worriedly, Where is he? Si Jiao suspiciously looked around and said, He's not here, what's going on? Suddenly, one of the two guards quickly turned around and closed the door. Seeing the door being closed, Si Jiao panicked and thought, This is bad. Then suddenly a formation appeared in the room. Si Jiao asked loudly, Hey, what are you doing? A move unexpectedly attacked Rushu. Continuous attacks came, making it impossible for her to avoid them. She fell backward in pain. Seeing this, Si Jiao rushed over and worriedly called out, Miss Mo! Helping Rushu up, she said loudly, Useless. This is a defensive barrier within the pill refining room. Even elders at the soul manifestation realm can't do anything about it. If whoever's trapped inside can't break it with a single strike of heavenly Tao power, the harder they try, the more violently it'll backfire. Rushu looked towards the door, bewildered, and asked again, What? A guard peeped in and said, Si Jiao Shiji just needs to know that it's super safe in here. You two will be out first thing tomorrow morning.
Si Jiao, hearing this, angrily shouted, "You two are so bold!" daring to activate the defensive formation in the pill room without permission. "I'll definitely report this to the sect leader!" Ru Shu also yelled, "Where's my grandfather? What have you done to my grandfather?" Those two guards laughed and said to each other, "Report to the sect leader. The sect leader himself ordered you two locked up here. After today, Moi Wun Hai, or rather, all of Zhao, will be the domain of our Tianyuan pavilion." Hearing what the two said, the two girls' faces immediately turned ugly.
Then, Xuan Chen suddenly appeared. He attacked the two quickly, leaving them only enough time to shout, "Who dares trespass?" Then he said sternly, "Anyone who blocks my path will be killed without mercy."
Seeing him, Si Jiao and Ru Shu frantically called out, "Xuan Chen, young master Gu."
Without replying, he immediately made his move, and the barrier was instantly shattered.
Si Jiao hastily asked,
"Young master Gu, why are you here? Is Qi Lian not dead? The sect leader said you did it?"
Xuan Chen faintly smiled and replied, "If Qi Lian wasn't courting death, it wouldn't be a pity for him to die. As for Luo Longjiang ambushing me, he deserved to die too."
Ru Shui frowned and said, Xuan Chen, grandfather doesn't know where the people from Tianyuan Pavilion took you. I was worried that you... Before Ru Shui could finish speaking, Xuan Chen replied, "Elder Wu Nai told me to come here." Hearing him mention her grandfather, Ru Shu immediately asked, "Grandfather, let's rewind to half an incense stick's worth of time ago. When Xuan Chen flew up from the cliff, he glanced at the talisman and thought to himself, isn't this the communication talisman between me and Elder Wu Nai that Si Jiao gave me before?" Now the talisman appeared. The message on it read, "Dan Shen Peak, save Ru Shu." Xuan Chen realized something, and his eyes instantly sharpened. Si Jiao spoke up.
It seems Elder Wu Nai had already anticipated that Pavilion Master Luo would set up this situation, so he disregarded his own safety and used a bloodletter talisman to inform young Master Gu. Ru Shu also said painfully, "Grandfather." The two guards, taking advantage of the distraction, wanted to sneak away, but Xuan Chen already knew everything. He chuckled and asked. Trying to run, he unleashed a move that attacked the two. The two guys begged in fright.
"Don't kill us, young master. Spare our lives," Xuan Chen asked sternly. "Where is Elder Wu Nai?" One of the disciples went to report to Elder Wang. Disciple has searched nearby, but there is no trace of Shijimo. He sighed and said, "This child." Seeing this, Ji Chengfeng also turned to ask, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Elder Wang scratched his head and said, "Mo Ru Shu is missing," Ji Chengfeng asked in surprise. "When did this happen?" Elder Wang replied, "It's been a while, but the sect leader doesn't need to worry too much. It's broad daylight, so nothing big should happen. This child must have gone to inquire at Elder Wu Nai's place. I will send people to look for her again." Ji Chengfeng said worriedly, "I'm afraid it's not as simple as that." Luo Longjiang said loudly from above at this time. In addition, this old man also has something to announce. This matter is related to the Jitian sect.
Hearing about the Jitian sect, everyone was very surprised.
Elder Wang doubted. "Luo Longjiang, what trick are you trying to play?" Luo Longjiang said with a smile. "I still hope that sect leader Ji can agree." Ji Chengfeng frowned and stood up to ask,
"Pavilion Master Luo is being too polite, but what exactly do you mean by this?" Luo Longjiang didn't explain anything more, just gave the order.
"Why don't you bring the people up here?" The person who was brought up was Elder Wu Nai. When he saw him, someone asked in surprise, "Am I seeing things? Isn't that Mo Wu Nai from the Jitian sect?" Someone also quickly answered, "That's right, it's him, but why is he with the people from Tianyuan Pavilion? Speaking of which, I was strange just now. Sect leader Ji Chengfeng and Lu Mie. I was still wondering why Mo Wu Nai, who can refine the 9-dragon god pill, couldn't come together."
Luo Longjiang, all hyped up, announced, "As everyone knows, Elder Mo Wu Yai once concocted the 9-dragon divine pill, so you're truly sent someone from the Tianyuan Pavilion to invite him for a friendly competition. Talk about fate. Si Jiao from our Tianyuan Pavilion had an epiphany, and also managed to concoct the 9-dragon divine pill." Hearing this, everyone started buzzing. What, a Tianyuan Pavilion disciple also concocted the 9-dragon divine pill? It must be Mo Wu Yai who taught her, otherwise how could a nobody have such a coincidence? But I've never heard of anyone in the Jitian sect being able to refine it. Isn't Mo Wu Yai selling out his own sect? Ji Chengfeng frowned and asked.
"Pavilion Master Luo, what exactly are you trying to say?"
Luo Longjiang didn't beat around the bush, responding, "Elder Wu Yai seems to be quite happy living at the Tianyuan Pavilion. If my disciple, or rather, if he has a change of heart, I hope sect leader Ji won't stand in his way." The crowd outside couldn't help but chime in. "Tianyuan Pavilion is poaching people now," someone else added. Poaching? Nah. Saying it in front of all the sects of Songzhou. This is straight up slapping Jitian's sect in the face and snatching people, Elder Wang angrily roared. Luo Longjiang. You're taking this too far. Ji Chengfeng quickly stopped Elder Wang, preventing him from escalating the situation. Luo Longjiang smugly replied. Elder Wang misunderstands. There truly isn't one for forcing people to do things they don't want to. He turned to Mo Wuyai and continued. Elder Wuyai, do you still want to return to the Jitian sect? If you wish to go back, our Tianyuan pavilion will absolutely not stop you. Wu Yai, remembering Ru Shu, thought, just now, Luo Longjiang threatened me, showed me a mirror image of Ru Shu being injured. I wonder if Jiu Gongzi has found her yet. Before he could finish his thoughts, Luo Longjiang pressed on, Elder Wu Yai, it's all up to your choice now. The crowd continued to chatter. Why isn't Mo Wu Yai saying anything? Does he really want to join the Tianyuan pavilion? As the saying goes, people strive for higher places, and water flows downwards. The Tianyuan pavilion is the #1 force in Songzhou right now, so it's not surprising. Luo Longjiang couldn't help but be pleased, and he loudly announced, of course, if any of your sects here can attract someone from our Tianyuan pavilion, and they want to go to your place, we absolutely won't stop them either. After all, unripe melons aren't sweet. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards the man on the platform, and a sarcastic voice said, is that really true? Hearing this voice, the crowd below erupted in murmurs. Who's that? Who is it? Luo Longjiang blocked the magical force with his hand, angrily questioning. Intruder! How dare you be so insolent here? Who is it? As he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared behind him. It's only been a few days, and you don't even recognize this venerable one anymore. The person who arrived was Xuan Chen, and Ru Shu softly called out, Grandpa! Seeing him, Luo Longjiang exclaimed in disbelief, Ji Xuan Chen. He was filled with shock, not believing his eyes. How is this possible? Xuan Chen clearly fell off the cliff and died. The subordinates behind the purple-haired girl started gossiping. Xuan Chen. That name sounds familiar, I remember now. Didn't Luoyang City used to have someone who caused a stir, and even used a heavenly-grade cultivation technique to join the Tianyuan pavilion? His name was Xuan Chen. They looked at Ru Shu behind him, wondering, but why is this Xuan Chen with a Jitian sect's woman? At this moment, the sect leader saw him and excitedly called out, that's great, it's Jiu Gongzi. Just then, Ru Shu ran to Mo Wu Yai, overjoyed. Grandpa, I thought I wouldn't see you again. He gently reassured her. Grandpa's fine, Ru Shu. Are you all right? Don't get so impulsive and go looking for me like that again. Seeing this, the crowd below immediately buzzed. Look, Wu Yai is walking towards Xuan Chen and that woman from Jitian sect. Seeing him like this, Luo Longjiang angrily reached out, questioning, Elder Wu Yai, what do you mean by this? Wu Yai turned his head, decisively and coldly answering, this old man is old, and has long been accustomed to living in the Jitian sect. This is my choice. Receiving his answer, Elder Wang took the chance to confidently question, Luo Longjiang, what's wrong? Could it be that the pavilion master wants to go back on his word? He laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to invite, as I see it, this Jiu Gongzi has a connection with our Jitian sect. Why not join Jitian sect altogether? Hearing these words, Luo Longjiang angrily pointed at Xuan Chen, scolding, Good, good, so that's how it is. It seems this Xuan Chen was originally a person from your Jitian sect. Xuan Chen's face darkened as he angrily listened to him slander him. Our Tianyuan pavilion, for the development of Songzhou, invited Elder Wu Yai into the pavilion to refine pills. You Jitian sect are so useless that you even send spies to sneak in. As he finished speaking, the sect leader stepped forward to gently dissuade. Pavilion master is being too harsh. If you are doing this for Songzhou, how could our Jitian sect send any spies? But forcing things doesn't lead to good results. After all, this Jiu Zhao Xiangdi also has a connection with our Jitian sect. Luo Longjiang was silent, although Feng Tianjian once defeated Shushan Shenping, but as I see it, he's nothing much in the Tianyuan pavilion. You being able to defeat him doesn't mean anything. Suddenly, Jiu Changqing appeared, unleashing a round disc, the power radiating from his hand. He frowned and gritted his teeth. Xuan Chen, you betrayed the Tianyuan pavilion. Today I, Changqing, will be the one to clean up the sect. The round disc he unleashed pulsed with ancient incantations, completely engulfing Jiu Xuan Chen. Seeing this technique, the disciples below gasped in shock. That's Changqing, the formation genius of Tianyuan pavilion. I heard his 6-harmony formation disc, with its 6 interlocking arrays, is incredibly dangerous. Even my own master wouldn't dare take it lightly. Jiu Xuan Chen stood calmly in the middle of the formation, amidst the buzzing whispers. When you're up against a formation master,
The biggest no-no is letting them set up their array first. I mean, once you're caught in a fully interlocking formation, it's already super tough to break out, let alone when you're facing a genius like Chang Qing. Exactly. Looks like this Xuan Chen is finally gonna pay for his earlier arrogance.
Chang Qing puffed out his chest, challenging him. Haha, you can't even break through my formation, and I haven't even told you I've got a spatial array specifically set up. To put it simply, even if you were reduced to a bloody mess right now, you couldn't fly out of here even if you sprouted wings.
Just as those ancient spells flew close, Xuan Chen scoffed. Is that all you've got? Xuan Chen's eyes suddenly blazed. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air, tearing all the ancient spells to shreds. He stood tall and unyielding, proclaiming, "Today you're still not worthy enough to be this venerable one's opponent." The instant his words faded, the destruction of his spells caused Chang Qing to suffer heavy injuries. The Tianyuan Pavilion disciples rushed over to help him up. "Senior brother, are you all right?" The crowd below, witnessing his injury, erupted in a cacophony of gasps and shouts. "What? Chang Qing's 6 harmony formation was actually broken by Xuan Chen? I didn't even see what move he made clearly. Did Xuan Chen even make a move? I swear he didn't budge just now. To be able to injure Chang Qing like that, this Xuan Chen really has some genuine skill." Elder Wang clenched his fists, a look of admiration on his face. Young Master Yu only used a fraction of his strength just now. How could he possibly pay any mind to such a minor character?
Songjiang watched from a distance, his brows furrowed and thought. I saw it. Xuan Chen only used 1/10 of his strength, and he's already injured you, Chang Qing, to this extent. His eyes, deep and enigmatic, then widened slightly. What's more, the power of heavenly Tao around him seems even stronger than it was a few days ago. How truly fascinating.
Mo Rushu seemed to sense something, and her gaze immediately fell upon Songjiang.
She walked over and whispered to Wu Ya, "Grandpa, Songjiang's gaze is really peculiar. Should we warn Xuan Chen?"
He didn't seem to heed her words, deftly changing the subject. "Come on, Rushu, let's head down first." As she helped him descend, he deliberately spoke loudly. "It's been quite a while since I've seen sect leader and Elder Yang." Seeing him act like that, Mo Rushu stammered, "Grandpa, but Xuan Chen is still..." Elder Wu Ya immediately cut her off. "If you can see it, young Master Yu will naturally notice it too. He already has his own plans. If we stay here, we'll only get in his way." His next words left her utterly astonished, her jaw dropping. "Furthermore, though I'm not sure why, being so close just now, I could sense that young Master Yu has become even more unfathomable than before." Mo Rushu gazed at Xuan Chen's retreating back, lost in thought for a moment. At this moment, Songjiang let out a booming laugh. "Ah, young disciples are always so spirited and impulsive. Please excuse their little display. With the Southern Domain Divine Assembly just around the corner, all our sects should truly unite as one. There's no need for any further misunderstandings, wouldn't you agree? Sect Leader Ji." Hearing his name, Cheng Feng paused for a brief moment of silence. Elder Ying snorted coldly, muttering under his breath, "What kind of game is that old fox trying to play now?"
With that, Songjiang cleared his throat, adopting a seemingly friendly tone as he probed Xuan Chen. "Well, to be fair, Yang Jiyu, you really do have some impressive talent. Why did you hide your identity to join Tianyuan Pavilion back then? Perhaps there's been some kind of misunderstanding between us, wouldn't you say?" Hearing Songjiang's words, Xuan Chen's brows twitched slightly, a sneer gracing his lips. "Oh, a misunderstanding." The Tao remnant soul crossed his arms, thoroughly enjoying the drama as he whispered into Xuan Chen's ear. Before, he was trying to kill people to shut them up, and now he's all smiles, calling it a misunderstanding. This Songjiang is truly a two-faced old fox. I bet he's used Qi Liankong to do his dirty work and kill people more than once. After that, Songjiang let out a few chuckles, then ordered the disciples carrying goods behind him. "Well, it seems a little conflict is indeed the best way to get acquainted. Bring out the things this old man has prepared." Seeing the gigantic chest, the surrounding disciples immediately began buzzing with chatter. "What is that? No idea, but it looks super heavy." Right after, as the giant chest opened at Songjiang's command, countless treasures came flying out. Disciples from all the sects gazed at the sight, a mix of astonishment and delight on their faces. Songjiang stood on the elevated platform, surrounded by the dazzling treasures, and declared in a loud, clear voice, "On the path of cultivation, what truly leaves a lasting impression on everyone are the sovereigns. You are all exceptional young talents, which is precisely why this old man has specially prepared this box of treasures." He powerfully swept his hand upwards, announcing grandly, "Today is both a test of strength and a selection process. The aim is to discover the most exceptional disciples
and motivate them to help our Tongju claim the champion's title at the Divine Assembly. As for the selection rules, they're quite simple. We'll draw lots to determine pairs. And to save time, 2 matches will proceed simultaneously on the platform. The moment his words ended, the disciples below erupted into a clamor. Whoa! That's a grade 6 meteorite talisman. I've seen that in the True Treasure scripture before. That blade clearly isn't some ordinary item. It perfectly suits my returning total severance move. I've long heard that Tianyuan Pavilion possesses all sorts of treasures and weapons, and seeing it now, it's truly not false. Today I absolutely must give it my all. Song Jiang secretly flashed a cunning smile as he watched them, then turned to Jiyu Xuan Chen and said, Young Jiyu, it would truly be a shame for talent like yours to go to waste. Since you're already here, you should definitely have a chance to compete. In his heart he chuckled slyly, calculating, that night he really didn't die. Not only did he break my barrier to save Ru Shui, but he also crippled a disciple in my sect just now, Jiyu Xuan Chen. This time, this old man definitely won't let you off easy. At this moment, his expression turned serious as he replied to him. You think I'd care about any of that? Song Jiang feigned a smile, retorting. Then what do you want? There's a chance my sect can grant it. Immediately he replied straightforwardly, laced with danger. It's nothing too precious, just that I'm very interested in your life. Upon hearing this, his body tensed up. The people below started murmuring, Did I hear wrong? Xuan Chen actually wants to take Luo Daozhu's life? Those below the stage whispered curses at him. How preposterous. Even if he has some talent, he's underestimating his elders way too much, so arrogant. Just then, someone shouted out furiously, Xuan Chen, how can our sect let you be so rampant? If you have the guts, let's have a fight. That guy who just spoke up is Yang Zongqiang, a disciple of Tianyuan Pavilion. Dao's remnant soul chuckled with amusement in Xuan Chen's ear. Little brat. Looks like if you want to kill Song Jiang, you'll have to clear a few obstacles first. Immediately, he released his power, saying with anticipation, I was just about to get some exercise anyway. So he glanced at them all, full of challenge. I'll participate too. I'll play around with you guys a bit first. The power radiating from Xuan Chen made the atmosphere tense. Below the stage, the people around helped Wu Ya sit down on a chair. Sect leader Cheng Feng stepped next to the old man, frowning slightly, and said, Elder Wu Ya, you've had it rough these past few days. He raised his hand in a coughing gesture, slowly saying, the situation was urgent, and the sect leader was really powerless. Besides, with Sijiao Girl and Jiu Gongzi taking care of me in Tianyuan Pavilion, this old man can't really say he suffered. At this time, Elder Wang laughed heartily, asking, Elder Wu Ya, you can be considered to have picked the right side. Then he said, Ru Shu, where have you been anyway? Why are you with Jiu Gongzi? Hearing him ask, she replied, Sect leader, Elder Wang, Ru Shu left the team without permission. I'll definitely accept my punishment after returning to the Ji Tian sect. But I was really worried about Grandpa, so I wanted to hear some news. She began to reminisce and narrate. Back then I was pestered by a disciple of Tianyuan Pavilion. Fortunately, Sijiao Girl helped me out of the siege and said she was following Songjiang's order to take me to meet Grandpa. Little did we expect the two of us to fall into Songjiang's trap. Fortunately, Jiyu Gongzi helped us. Wu Yao continued her sentence, asking, Sijiao Girl must also be tricked by Songjiang, she said. On the contrary, I haven't met Sijiao Girl and Chen Fengju just now. Ru Shu, where are they now? She slowly replied from behind the old man. One incense stick ago the scene changed. Sijiao saluted the two people in front of her, seriously saying, Jiyu Gongzi, Mo girl, I didn't expect the sect master to even scheme against me. At first, I almost suspected Jiyu Gongzi. Actually, since the master went to see the sect master, he never returned to Danshan Peak. Now junior sister Xiao Shu is contemplating behind closed doors. I am really worried. Back in reality, Ru Shu carefully recounted. After that, Sijiao Girl left on her own, saying that she wanted to find her junior sister, and Chen Fengju. Wu Ya nodded slightly and said, I hope the two of them will be okay. At this time, on the stage, the referee shouted loudly. The duels for this match are Jitian Sect vs. Kasa, Wangyu Valley, Tianyuan Pavilion vs. Kasa, Wushuang Hall. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Elder Wang exclaimed in surprise, Jiyu Gongzi, are you really going to participate in the competition? Songjiang must have sinister intentions. Cheng Feng then asked the person next to him for his opinion, Elder Wu Ya. What do you think of Jiyu Gongzi's actions this time? Wu Ya supported his chin and laughed calmly a few times. Jiyu Gongzi has always known that there are tigers in the mountains but still enters them.
On the contrary, it doesn't surprise this old man. Hearing what he said, he agreed, "That's right." Suddenly at this moment, Zongqiang behind him pointed at him and scolded loudly, "Xuan Chen, hold on to your little life. In the next match, I will personally avenge the two junior brothers and make you—" He clenched his fists, grinding out each word, "die without a burial place." On the stage, Xuan Chen looked indifferent, not listening to what the people below were shouting. Sunlight shone down on the battle platform, where two people were preparing to fight. The opponent stepped forward and greeted him. "You are very strong to be able to defeat Chang Qing. I am Han San Cheng from Wangyu Valley, and I would like to ask Ji Yu Xiang for advice." He didn't say much, replying, "Make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge spirit appeared. With every move of San Cheng, "Maybe I can't beat you, but I have to rub against masters to feel comfortable, Ji Yu Xiang. Then I won't be polite." Xuan Chen quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. He rushed over immediately, and a black flame burst from his hand. San Cheng was shocked when he saw the flame and exclaimed, "Nine nether heavenly fire." Elder Wang witnessed this scene, and exclaimed unexpectedly, "Isn't this the nine nether heavenly fire of Danshen Peak, Tianyuan Pavilion? When did Jiyu Gongzi learn this trick?" Elder Wu Ya, "Have you ever seen it before?" Wu Ya stroked his beard with amusement and replied, "This old man has never seen Jiyu Gongzi use this trick before. He has been in Tianyuan Pavilion for less than a month. Not only has he learned the nine nether heavenly fire, but this flame is so pure." Immediately afterwards, San Cheng jumped up and used a powerful magic technique, exclaiming, "Your nine nether heavenly fire is powerful, but you obviously don't bother to use your Dharma image golden body." He and the huge spirit rushed towards Xuan Chen, shouting loudly, "It seems that I have to use my full power to let Ji Yu Xiang use a high-level move." Those below witnessed this scene and started discussing. "Look quickly, San Cheng has used his ultimate move." It is said that San Cheng's ultimate move has extremely strong explosive power. There have been rumors that one person has soloed multiple Yuhun realm experts beyond the realm. Dagyo's remnant soul watched the show leisurely, exclaiming in surprise, "This is a body image combined attack technique." He began to explain this. San Cheng's body and golden body dharma. In fact, the attack power is not considered too strong, but if these two forces hit each other, it will explode with extremely terrifying power. This is the powerful attack method that cultivators of all generations have realized, the body image combined attack technique. He seriously revealed its consequences. But this requires controlling the two forces to the minimum. Otherwise, with just a slight error, not only will the enemy be injured, but he himself will also be injured by the backlash of the power. Of course, if the power can be controlled well to a certain extent, it will not be inferior to the heavy blow of some late-stage Yuhun realm experts. Dao Tanhun chuckled at Jiyu Xuan Chen, who was dodging every attack. "Looks like I'm paying a big price for this 3 breaths just to challenge you. A move like this might give anyone else in the competition the upper hand." He watched Xuan Chen draw his sword, ready to counter, and said regretfully, "Too bad you ran into a monster like you." Hearing that, Xuan Chen smiled in agreement, replying confidently, "Indeed, a little stronger than that trash from before." Dao Tanhun rested his chin on his hand, grumbling in frustration. "What a waste." Xuan Chen's eyes lit up, and he declared loudly, "One sword breaks 10,000 laws." Then, a powerful dark sword aura shot straight towards Han San Cheng. He stared at the sword aura, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? Ji Yu Xuan Chen's heavenly power is overwhelming Han San Cheng? That heavenly power is so overbearing." Han San Cheng started to panic, knowing he stood no chance against Xuan Chen's sword. His eyes widened in fear. So he conceded. Han San Cheng admits defeat. He lowered his head. "Thank you, Brother Ji Yu, for showing mercy." Everyone was dumbfounded. Was that sword really that terrifying? Han San Cheng thought to himself. Others might not sense the profound heavenly dagyo contained within that sword, but I could feel it after he used the power of heaven and earth. It seemed like all that was left was the sword's edge, as if that sword could split the heavens and cleave the earth. Han San Cheng shuddered as he recalled that moment, goosebumps rising on his skin. At that time, I had a feeling that I wasn't facing a person, a sword, but a Sia, a heavenly Tao. He trembled, muttering to himself, "A heavenly Dao that could crush me into powder." If young Master Ji Yu hadn't shown mercy, I fear I would have been torn to shreds in an instant. Ji Yu Xuan Chen said unexpectedly, "You can see through it, you're quite intelligent." Suddenly, everyone turned in surprise to the other side of the arena, hearing a cry of alarm.
What's going on?
It turned out that the Tianyuan sect disciple, Yang Zongqiang, was beating Xiao Bin, a disciple of the Wushuang Palace, to a pulp. Seeing Xiao Bin getting his face smashed in, everyone exclaimed, "Isn't this just a friendly spar? Is the Wushuang Palace disciple dead? Yang Zongqiang is being too ruthless."
A moment later, Liu Qingyun, the sect leader of the Wushuang Palace, appeared in a panic. Xiao Bin. He reached out and checked Xiao Bin's body, as if the man had been dead for a long time. The people around sighed. Other sects could choose 10 disciples to participate in the Southern Domain Divine Palace, and the Wushuang Palace also chose 5. Xiao Bin was the top of those. Now he died tragically. It's really pitiful.
Liu Qingyun was grieving for his favorite disciple when Yang Zongqiang landed on the ground. He taunted.
Sect leader Liu, please forgive me, I didn't mean to. I just made a casual move. Didn't expect this brother was like this. Yang Zongqiang said with disdain. He can't withstand a single blow.
Liu Qingyun got angry when he heard his disciple and sect insulted. "You!" he shouted.
"You're bullying people too much." Luo Songjiang laughed gleefully, as if he had a good harvest. Wang Tianbao spoke out in disapproval. How can that be reasonable? Looking at Luo Songjiang's appearance, he secretly acquiesced. Mo Wuya said speechlessly. Offending. The Wushuang Palace is a sect that has only developed in recent years. Because of the small number of people, they pay more attention to talents. It is said that leader Liu even values and loves this Xiao Bin very much. Chang Feng worried. 10 Wushuang Palace are not opponents of the Tianyuan sect. It seems that there will be a bloody storm today.
Xuan Chen stared at him. Yang Zongqiang, winning easily over Xiao Bin, boasted loudly. "Ji Yu Xuan Chen, you've seen it all right? Now kneel down and kowtow to the Tianyuan sect to admit your mistake. Maybe I'll consider keeping your whole body." Naturally, Ji Yu Xuan Chen didn't care and didn't say a word, causing everyone to talk. Ji Yu Xuan Chen has always been arrogant. Why doesn't he say a word when facing Yang Zongqiang? What is that expression? Could it be that he was so scared by the scene just now that he became stupid?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zongqiang drew his sword aggressively, his whole body covered in purple lightning, rushing to slash Ji Yu Xuan Chen.
He seemed to have the expression of seeing a dead person. He laughed contemptuously and rushed up.
"Very well. You still dare to underestimate me," he shouted, as he unleashed his moves. "Today, I'll turn you into mincemeat, scattering your soul to the winds." Ji Yu Xuan Chen coldly retorted. Seeking death. Before Ji Yu Xuan Chen and Yang Zongqiang could even move, a whirlwind of heavenly power, accompanied by blinding light, erupted. What the heck? The whirlwind left them both gaping, totally clueless about what was happening. The whirlwind intensified, overwhelming the other cultivators as well. What's going on? It's so blinding.
Boom. Everyone realized that both Ji Yu Xuan Chen and Yang Zongqiang had vanished without a trace. Look. Ji Yu Xuan Chen and Yang Zongqiang are gone, I see it. The barrier just now seemed to have turned into a vortex. They seem to have been sucked into it. Luo Songjiang bluffed, trying to sound reassuring. "Everyone, it seems the barrier has experienced a temporary malfunction. No need to panic. It will return to normal in a moment." Ji Changfeng frowned and said,
"A grand spiritual chessboard formation?" Wang Tianbao asked, his face full of doubt. "Sect leader, what did you say?" Ji Changfeng replied. "It's the grand spiritual chessboard formation of the Tianyuan sect," he continued. "Those fighting in the formation not only face each other but must also guard against the constant dangers lurking within the formation. It's practically a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Even death or serious injury could be considered a good outcome."
Mo Wuya's face was grim. Thinking back, Luo Songjiang knew Yang Zongqiang was no match for Ji Yu Gongzi. The old man said sternly, "I didn't expect him to secretly tamper with the barrier, using the lives of the Tianyuan sect's disciples to lure Ji Yu Gongzi into an extremely dangerous fight." Everyone who heard this was terrified and apprehensive. Mo Rushu was very worried.
"Extremely dangerous, Grandpa. Is Ji Yu Xuan Chen in danger?" Mo Wuya said, "Ji Yu Gongzi is no ordinary martial cultivator, but this grand spiritual chessboard formation was originally created by the founding ancestor of the Tianyuan sect, and since the Tianyuan sect became known for this formation, it didn't suit the righteous style of the famous sects, and subsequent sect leaders stopped using it, leading to many people not knowing about it."
He continued, "But today there are elders from various sects here, people who are widely experienced. It's not like no one would recognize it, yet Luo Songjiang completely flaunted it in front of everyone. Furthermore, he just condoned his disciples' brutal killings."
"So, old Yan Di, he's threatening us all," Cheng Feng added. "That's right, human greed knows no bounds. Like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It's just a pity that when the water is full it overflows." At this moment, the formation suddenly became distorted. The disciples worried. It seems like something is about to break out.
Suddenly, Luo Songjiang's expression changed as if he was shocked. What? Even the Jichin sect held their breath, waiting for the next development.
Mo Rushu was panicked. Grandpa, everyone, look. Ji Xuan Chen effortlessly shattered the grand spiritual chessboard formation. Then, with one sword strike, he knocked out Yang Zongqiang, his body crashing to the ground with a loud thud. This guy really got his karma, looking even more miserable than Xiao Bin earlier.
Zongqiang's master rushed over and shouted,
"Zongqiang." His hands trembled as he checked, and discovered in horror that his disciple had logged out permanently.
He turned to plead with the sect leaders. His spirit, it's completely gone.
Luo Songjiang could only sit silently, helpless, his face very unsightly.
Everyone was in an uproar. What just happened? Wasn't the barrier out of control? Why is Yang Zongqiang dead? Moreover, his death is not only more tragic than Xiao Bin's, but his soul is also completely annihilated. I remember just now he seemed to say he would make Ji Xuan Chen's soul be annihilated.
Everyone was in a chaotic uproar. Wait a minute, where's Ji Xuan Chen? Looking over there, Ji Xuan Chen arrogantly appeared. Just now, this one couldn't restrain his power for a moment. I didn't expect the Tianyuan sect's disciple to be like this, he said coldly. Couldn't even handle one move. Yang Zongqiang's old master went ballistic, deciding to go all in against Ji Xuan Chen. Ji Xuan Chen, you're taking it too far.
Ji Chengfeng suddenly appeared with an extremely stern face.
He channeled his inner strength, using his internal energy to retaliate with a diamond palm strike, leaving that master completely dumbfounded.
After Ji Chengfeng finished, he scolded Elder Zheng. Matters between the younger generation are best left to them. We elders shouldn't interfere.
Elder Zheng's face changed, incredibly bitter. With this Ji Xuan Chen backing him, Ji Chengfeng dares to be so arrogant.
Everyone around spoke up in defense of Ji Xuan Chen. Sect leader Ji isn't wrong. Didn't Xiao Bin from the Peerless Society just die at Yang Zongqiang's hands?
Wang Tianbao asked suspiciously.
I think Zheng Difeng's punch isn't as strong as Qi Liankong's at first. Even I could fight him evenly. Why did the sect leader suddenly want to step in and block for Jiu Gongzi? Mo Wujie stroked his beard, assessing the situation.
This time, the sect leader has his own hidden intentions. A disciple of the Peerless Hall spoke up happily. That kid killed senior brother Xiao and was incredibly arrogant. Now this outcome is like karma, the cycle of heaven. Good. But Ji Chengfeng is standing up for Ji Xuan Chen like that. Isn't he afraid of angering the Tianyuan Pavilion? Qing Yun, sitting in front, retorted, "No, the Tianyuan Pavilion has dominated Songjiao for a long time. Today, Luo Songjiang clearly wants to use this so-called cosmic selection to take a step forward to explore,
even directly defeat our foundation." Liu Qingyun's eyes were somewhat wary. But now Ji Chengfeng is actually showing his clear attitude to the sects and factions of Songjiao, secretly observing Ji Xuan Chen from afar, secretly judging, but the Ji Qian sect has been silent for many years. Where does its strength come from to fight to the end like this? Could it be because of this young, unfathomable disciple in front of us?
Ji Xuan Chen immediately felt a huge wave of killing intent not far away.
He narrowed his eyes, searching for the source of that killing intent.
The one secretly sending a challenge is Tianyuan Pavilion's top disciple, Dao Canhun. A voice popped into his head, reminding him. Another one taking notice of you. Rare indeed. This guy's heavenly Dao power is even greater than Qi Liankong's. Suddenly, Luo Songjiang appeared at the hotspot, requesting, "Elder Zheng, step back, Pavilion Master." But Songjiang said again, "Step back."
Elder Zheng only responded with, "Understood." Luo Songjiang stood face to face with the Ji Tian sect and Ji Xuan Chen.
He laughed a few times, easing the tense situation from before. Elder Zheng was anxious to protect his disciple. Having a talent like little Jiu is a blessing for our Songzhu. But, having said that, little Jiu, you're tired from fighting 2 consecutive matches, right? Why not step down and rest first?
Ji Chengfeng thought to himself after hearing this. It seems Luo Songjiang is afraid that Jiu Gongzi will continue killing, and will kill so few of them left in Tianyuan Pavilion. But, how could Jiu Gongzi give him a chance to breathe?
But Ji Xuan Chen agreed, responding with a loud voice that surprised Chengfeng. Alright, Xuan Chen stepped forward provocatively. After all, these guys can't even handle one blow. It's really boring to use them as a warm-up.
After saying that, Ji Xuan Chen left the arena, discussing with the few people from the Jitian sect behind him.
Arrogant. This Ji Xuan Chen is really arrogant. He clearly doesn't see the Tianyuan Pavilion in his eyes. The person next to him replied, "But, why do I feel extremely satisfied after watching him beat up Yang Zongqiang?"
Luo Songjiang remained calm in the face of the hushed discussions. "Ahem, not gonna lie, me too," he muttered to himself through gritted teeth. Ji Xuan Chen,
You've made me lose face so many times in front of everyone." His body radiated killing intent. "Ji Changfeng, you're also very good, but don't be too happy. Today, I'll make sure your entire Ji Tian sect will never have a chance to reincarnate. I'll let you be arrogant enough." Mo Wuya looked at him, expressing his gratitude. "Ji Yu Gongzi, thank you for arriving in time. Ru Shu and I were able to retreat safely." He replied politely, "I merely did a small thing." His eyes shone brightly, expressing solemnly, "We have witnessed the strength of Ji Yu Gongzi with our own eyes, but I still want to say one more thing. If you need me, I, the sect leader, and all members of the Ji Tian sect will definitely do our best to help." The Ji Tian sect is definitely not the kind of people who are afraid of trouble. Ji Tian sect also emphasized. "That's right," he replied softly. "I do have something. I will speak out after resolving the troubles of the Tianyuan pavilion." Sect leader Ji suggested immediately. "Okay, Ji Yu Gongzi, just tell us." But the girl Mo Ru Shu inadvertently noticed something. "Grandpa, everyone look at the stage." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, turning towards the platform. Dula Feng got yeeted by Ku Hai, looking all kinds of miserable. Ku Hai stood tall, surrounded by these crazy, swirling energy waves, with a face that just screamed, "Don't mess with me." No wonder he's the top dog. That dude from Tianyuan sect, Kuti Hai, sent him flying out of the barrier without even throwing a proper punch. So impressive. If I could just spar with Kuti Hai once, get some experience, even losing would be worth it. Up on the high seats, Luo Songjiang leaned back, smirking like a cat who got the cream. Ji Yu Xuan Chen's gonna eat his words now that he's up against Kun Hai. Luo Songjiang grinned evilly, like he was waiting for some epic drama to unfold. Mu Wuya said gravely, "Kusai, I heard Si Jiao mention him once. He's Luo Songjiang's prized disciple. He smashed the record for topping the disciple rankings since Tianyuan sect was founded, and nobody's come close since." Mo Ru Xue chimed in softly. "I've heard whispers about Ku Hai too. But it's weird, you'd think someone that powerful would have more stories going around," Mo Wuya replied. "Ku Hai rarely fights, super mysterious, but some folks reckon he's second only to Luo Songjiang in terms of actual strength in Tianyuan sect." Hearing that, Ji Yu Xuan Chen muttered, "No wonder La Feng got blasted by that crazy energy of Ku Hai's." Ku Hai stood firm, arms crossed, face totally blank. Slowly, Ku Hai opened his eyes, and they blazed with this fierce, savage light. Mo Ru Xue, watching the match, piped up, "That's 3 Jijin sect disciples that faced Kun Hai now. Tianyuan sect's totally out for revenge. La Feng can't take much more of this." Kun Hai raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. La Feng hung suspended in the air, his body engulfed in flames. Mo Ru Xue couldn't help but shout, seeing the scene, "This is bad. He's trying to kill La Feng." The dude beside her roared in fury, "That bastard!" In a flash, Ji Yu Xuan Chen zoomed onto the stage like lightning. Mo Ru Shu cried out in worry. Ji Yu Xuan Chen, blasted out a wave of power from his palm. Ku Hai glared at Ji Yu Xuan Chen, his eyes practically spitting fire. Ji Yu Xuan Chen casually waved his hand, sending out a powerful surge of energy. "This is Tianyuan sect's top dog." Then he smirked, adding, "How underwhelming." The crowd below, watching the face-off, one guy muttered, "I admit Ji Yu Xuan Chen's strong, no doubt, but he's facing Ku Hai." Another chimed in, "Ji Yu Xuan Chen's gonna get his pride knocked down a peg or two." Someone else sighed, "What a shame. He was a talented martial artist after all." Mo Ru Shu looked up, wondering, is he actually trying to challenge Ku Hai? Ku Hai stood on the platform, his body radiating intense energy. "Ji Yu Xuan Chen, we finally get to throw down." In Ku Hai's hand, a command token appeared, crackling with sharp light. Ku Hai crushed the token in his hand, shattering it to pieces. The two stood facing each other, the space between them separated by an invisible barrier of energy. Suddenly, a massive barrier formed. The crowd gasped. "What kind of barrier is that? Why does it feel so oppressive?" Liu Qingyun, watching from afar, narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, "No, that's not just a barrier. More precisely, it's a formation that acts like a barrier." Liu Qingyun stared at the formation, thinking. The 9 Palaces formation. Ji Changfeng and Mo Wuya were both shocked. Ji Changfeng exclaimed in surprise, "The 9 Palaces formation? Oh. A formation specifically used in combat to imprison Heavenly Soul experts? Formation! Martial artists, below Heavenly Soul, cannot break the formation unless they sacrifice blood from one side within it. A fight that won't stop until someone dies." Mo Wuya responded, "That Ku Hai has initiated a deathmatch with young Master Ji Yu." Ku Hai glared at Ji Yu Xuan Chen with a fierce look, snarling a few words, "Ji Yu Xuan Chen," then he roared, each word spitting out of his mouth. Today you will definitely die. Xuan Chen wasn't scared. He scoffed and replied, "Such big words."
Kuhai spread his arms wide. 3 flags appeared floating in front of him.
Kuhai cast a spell. The flags immediately flew up high, then quickly formed a triangle. The forbidden formation flags. Xuan Chen suddenly looked up. Magic from the 3 flags erected a pillar of power. The overwhelming power from the formation exploded, making everyone around feel heavy. What? Kuhai used the restriction formation flags. The person next to him couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "What is that restriction formation flag thing?" That person replied, "Everyone knows that formations are created thanks to the power of heaven and earth, and once the power of heaven and earth is chaotic, a formation can't be formed. But the restriction formation flag is a special existence. It doesn't have any offensive power in itself, but it can still disrupt the power of heaven and earth in a space to some extent."
The person next to him listened to the explanation and said, "That sounds pretty good, huh?"
The other guy chuckled, "Of course. However, it's not like having a restriction formation flag means you're immune to all formations," he continued to explain. "Because once a formation is formed, the restriction formation flag can't overcome the power of the formation to break the original power of heaven and earth," he went on. "That's also why, after the restriction formation flag is placed, the original formation space isn't affected in any way, but after that, if the opponent still wants to set up a formation in the restriction formation flag space, that's impossible. So that's how it is."
Kuhai stretched out his hands, releasing a powerful surge of energy. Xuan Chen, I know you became famous after the battle in Luoyang City, and that the reason that woman who entered the Tianyuan Pavilion with you was given special permission to join was because of her high-level formations. His eyes lit up.
His face contorted as he roared. "But I don't believe that the formation she set up almost wiped out the Kenshu Manor. The power seemed to be accumulating bit by bit," he continued. "Fighting with formations is ultimately an external force, and now that you and I can't use formations, let's use our true abilities to compete."
The energy around him swirled as he roared in a voice like thunder.
"Supreme goodness is like water." He slammed his palm down, sending the energy ball hurtling toward Xuan Chen.
Mo Rushu exclaimed,
"This is intense. Xuan Chen, be careful," she thought to herself. "The power of the heavenly Tao is terrifying. If Xuan Chen doesn't act soon, it'll be too late."
Qi Changfeng, standing next to her, couldn't help but say, "What a great preemptive strike. It seems to me that he knows his formation skills are inferior to young Master Goose's, so he's resorting to cheap tricks like this. It's just, why isn't Xuan Chen acting when the situation is so critical?"
The surrounding crowd sneered. "I think Xuan Chen is about to die. He's even forgotten how to resist. What else is there to say?"
Mo Wuya remained silent, his eyes fixed on Xuan Chen, wondering,
"Young Master Jiyu, even now we still don't know how many secrets he's hiding. Every time we think we understand young Master Jiyu."
Facing the attacks from Kuhai, Xuan Chen calmly said, "Looks like you came well prepared, huh? This Kuhai also has some talent. Even I feel like I'm immersed in a vast ocean."
Xuan Chen still stood tall in the air, his thoughts racing. Each of those gusts of energy is like a huge wave crashing down, without any openings. Mo Wuya witnessed this scene and realized something with surprise. He can always easily shatter the perceptions that we consider to be accurate. Xuan Chen chuckled softly, saying quietly, "Too bad. That's all there is to it." Xuan Chen suddenly counterattacked. Shadowless sword art. He raised his hand, extending his index and middle fingers. "If there are no openings, then I'll find them. Then I will."
Xuan Chen's fingers emitted a powerful surge of energy, and he gently emphasized, using force to destroy.
The energy exploded, creating a shockwave that sent many people flying and tumbling to the ground. Kuhai was hit by the move, his body sent flying far away. The guy observing the scene widened his eyes in shock. What? Could it be that the shadowless sword art is some kind of heavenly grade technique? It can actually destroy Kumhai's supreme goodness, is like water?
The 2 guys next to him couldn't help but sneer.
"Not really heavenly grade. The shadowless sword art is just a yellow grade technique of our GTN sect." That's right, it's nothing special." Mo Rushu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. My worries were unnecessary. Xuan Chen is indeed very powerful." Kuhai was injured, blood flowing from his mouth. "Shadowless sword art? How is that possible? As far as I know, the shadowless sword art of the Tianyuan Pavilion is only a yellow grade technique. How could it destroy my supreme goodness is like water? It seems that this kid Xuan Chen's talent is no lower than mine. Here it comes."
Kuhai's expression became extremely excited.
Good, good." Kuhai flew straight into the air, his body steady, his face excited and full of madness. He laughed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the arena.
I originally thought I would only have to use the Golden Body Dharma form when I got to the Southern Domain Divine Assembly.
Kuhai chuckled, his cold eyes staring straight at Xuan Chen. You've surprised me, Xuan Chen, to actually force me to use my golden body avatar. This is truly your honor. Kuhai summoned his avatar in a flash, a colossal avatar appearing. Kuhai stood imposingly on its shoulders, its form incredibly bizarre, its massive body brimming with power, covered in countless gigantic eyes glowing with a ferocious and demonic aura.
It was the mutated avatar, the hundred-eyed strength god. Xuan Chen looked up, his voice deep and cold.
So it's a mutated avatar. Kuhai's eyes shone brightly like two flames, laughing triumphantly. He clasped his hands, countless beams of energy emanating from his palms, spreading across the sky, his voice booming. Xuan Chen, you die at my hands, Kuhai's roar. Your death won't be in vain.
Immediately, the colossal avatar stretched out a gigantic hand, hurtling towards Xuan Chen with incredible speed.
Dao Kan Hun, sitting cross-legged and resting his chin on his hand, watched with great interest. I reckon this kid got his ass beat last time by a mutated avatar. Facing Kuhai, Xuan Chen frowned, his eyes icy. You think that just you think you're worthy. He waved his hand, and blazing red flames erupted, rushing straight towards the giant hand of the mutated avatar, 9 nether heaven fire. His flames collided with the avatar.
Everyone around was shocked, one person exclaiming, "Look, when Xuan Chen cast the 9 nether heaven fire, the sea of flames actually contracted." He maintained his stance, his gaze unwavering, continuing to unleash flames, wave after wave of powerful energy rushing towards the avatar. Everyone around watched the explosion, as his 9 nether heaven fire battled the avatar. Unable to believe their eyes, they cried out, and then suddenly scattered, witnessing the horror of the battle.
Eyes wide, screaming. That's right, that's the power of the 9 nether heaven fire, and Kuhai's heavenly Dao power. The avatars are colliding. Under the terrifying power of the battle, the surrounding people couldn't withstand it. Covering their ears, eyes panicked, their bodies trembling, before collapsing one by one. The avatar's gigantic hand shot out countless beams of light, each containing terrifying destructive energy that caused the surrounding space to sway, the earth and sky seeming to churn under the fierce power. Mu Ruzhu struggled to stand firm against the terrifying pressure of the battle.
Everything around her seemed to be shrouded in darkness, strong winds blowing, making her dizzy. She cried out, "These two kinds of heavenly Dapio power are too overbearing. I'm already starting to suffocate." Mo Rushu struggled, sweat dripping down her forehead, her face showing exhaustion. She thought, moreover, what kind of avatar is that? Why is it so strong, and so bizarre?
Mo Wuya looked at Mo Rushu with concern. He said, "Rushu, don't talk for now. Your cultivation is not yet enough to withstand the heavenly Dao power radiating during their battle." He gently placed his hand on Mo Rushu's back, emitting a stream of energy. Under the healing power, she felt her condition gradually stabilizing. Mo Rushu looked at Mo Wuya, her eyes still somewhat dazed. She asked with a worried tone, "Grandpa, what's that avatar? Why is it so terrifying?" He replied, "I didn't expect Kuhai to have cultivated a mutated avatar, and it's the hundred-eyed strength god." According to legend, the hundred-eyed strength god is the offspring of the union between humans and foreign races. From birth, it had no head, but countless eyes. Although from a young age it had to endure discrimination from both races, in cultivation it had a special talent that was far superior, overcoming many difficulties and hardships, finally setting foot on the pinnacle of the divine realm.
Luo Shuangjiang sat outside, his hand propping up his chin. With a smug expression, he said, "Xuan Chen, you didn't expect it, did you? My direct disciple Qianhai even has a mutated avatar, and he has an amazing talent. Even I was truly surprised back then."
He laughed, his expression sinister, saying, "Although I don't know how you died and came back to life before, this time I must witness you completely annihilated." At this moment, Kumhai stretched out his arms, puffed out his chest, pouring all his strength into his technique, countless streams of energy swirling around him, forming a violent storm. He shouted, "Xuan Chen, now it's time to end this fight." Immediately, Kuhai and his mutated avatar charged straight towards Xuan Chen, their speed unimaginable, the momentum of the attack causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Mo Rushui and Mo Wuya stood in the distance, their eyes fixed on the battle, their bodies tense, extremely worried. She cried out in fear, "Xuan Chen, no!" Xuan Chen glared and roared, "Utter nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated avatar, the starry sky divine chart, appeared. Kuhai exclaimed in horror, "What?" Everyone around covered their ears, collapsing to the ground. Unable to stand firm against its terrifying influence,
Mo Rushu widened her eyes. Staring in disbelief at the scene before her, she cried out, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Ji Xuan Chen, senior brother, is." Mo Wuya also couldn't believe his eyes, the old man replied. "The Starry Sky Divine Chart. I didn't expect young Master Ji to have cultivated the mutated avatar, the Starry Sky Divine Chart." Hearing this, Mo Rushu was startled, her eyes filled with shock. One person, with a stunned expression, shouted, "Isn't the Starry Sky Divine Chart one of the 4 supreme treasures of the God realm? Yet someone can cultivate the mutated avatar, the Starry Sky Divine Chart?" Suddenly he remembered something, and said, "I remember now." He began to recount.
3 months ago, when I was in closed-door cultivation in my cave, I sensed a strong fluctuation of heavenly Dabio power from the Starry Sky Divine Chart in the direction of Phoenix Ridge, he continued. But when I went back to look for it, I couldn't find any trace. He suddenly turned and pointed at him, his face full of shock, saying, "Could it be that Ji Xuan Chen was at Phoenix Ridge at that time, just when the Star Celestial Chart appeared in the world? He happened to be condensing his golden body Dharma form, and, due to the influence of the Star Celestial Chart, he comprehended the mutated Dharma form, the Star Celestial Cipher?" Another person, looking stunned, said to Liu Qingyun, sect leader, "How long ago did the Star Celestial Chart last appear and cause such strange changes in the world?" "Ji Xuan Chen's cultivation speed is also terrifying," Liu Qingyun replied softly.
"You think his cultivation speed is the only scary thing about him?"
Ji Xuan Chen unleashed terrifying waves of power, each surge of energy slamming straight into Kunhai. The aura radiating from his body was like a fierce and unavoidable storm.
Kuhai frowned, clearly uncomfortable with Ji Xuan Chen's attack. He wondered, why does Ji Xuan Chen also have a mutated Dharma form? Moreover, the power of his Dharma form has absolute suppression over mine, an absolute natural restraint. Kuhai gritted his teeth, his eyes strained, clearly feeling the pressure from Ji Xuan Chen's power. A disturbing thought popped into his head. What's worse, it even makes me want to kneel down and worship him. Ji Xuan Chen stood firm, his majestic aura radiating powerfully, shaking the surrounding space and creating a suffocating pressure. Someone coughed and said in disbelief, "Ji Xuan Chen's mutated Dharma form hasn't even truly attacked yet, and it already has such pressure. Could he be a genius among geniuses from the supreme God realm?"
Kuhai's face was filled with anger, his eyes flashing with hatred.
Kuhai roared, his voice full of rage. "Shut up, Master once said that a mutated Dharma form only appears once every 1,000 years, and I haven't failed once since joining the sect. Ji Xuan Chen, what are you relying on? What are you relying on?"
Kuhai rushed towards him, his face flushed red, shouting angrily, "Ji Xuan Chen, I want you dead." The two of them unleashed terrifying power, creating powerful shockwaves. Ji Xuan Chen attacked fiercely, releasing a huge amount of energy with sharp lightning that tore through space. Rushing straight towards Kuhai, his eyes were cold as he said, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overestimating yourself." His power engulfed him, the heavy pressure making it impossible for his body to move. Ji Xuan Chen's power wrapped around Kuhai like a storm, trapping him tightly and making escape impossible. Kuhai's face was filled with rage. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock, "Look! That star seems to be flowing."
Kuhai struggled against his body. Trapped by Ji Xuan Chen's terrifying power, he thought, "This power, why can't I resist it at all? No, this is impossible." Finally, Ji Xuan Chen's power, like a violent tornado, sent Kuhai flying. He was swept away without any resistance, screaming in panic, "Ji Xuan Chen, who are you anyway?"
Ji Xuan Chen looked at Kuhai, his eyes as cold as ice, and replied, "A lowly person like you dares to pry into my identity." Ji Xuan Chen's power swept Kuhai away like a piece of debris. He cried out miserably, "No!" Someone said in disbelief, "What? Am I seeing things?"
Kuhai, he went into that star. The person next to him replied in shock, "More precisely, there's a force that he couldn't resist that sucked him into the arm of the mutated Dharma form."
The light from its feet spread out, forming strange patterns like ancient runes awakening. Then the body of the mutated Dharma form emitted powerful light like a small sun blazing in the sky. Ji Xuan Chen stood still, his deep eyes fixed on the mutated Dharma form. He said, "Why does the Dharma form feel like it's connecting its mind with me?" The Tao remnant soul's eyes flashed with joy and surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, kid. Your mutated Star Celestial Cipher Dharma form is indeed extraordinary. It can even refine divine weapons." Hearing this, Xuan Chen's eyes flashed with understanding. He thought, So it's refining a divine weapon.
The mutated star Dharma form emitted glittering rune characters. Lightning-like rays tore through the sky, carrying a huge and mysterious source of power. He thought to himself, exactly. These rune characters are exactly what the real star celestial chart released when it analyzed the mountain-protecting divine weapon of the Tianyuan sect. At this moment, Kukenhai's face was pale, his eyes as black and deep as an abyss. He cried out in a miserable scream. A cold light flashed in his eyes. From his palm, a blazing flame ignited in the space. He said, "It seems that my mutated Dharma form has also inherited the moves of the star celestial cipher. How interesting." The man standing outside the battle exclaimed, "Young Master Gu, he's really too awesome." The person next to him nodded, his voice mixed with surprise and a hint of awe. 9 Dragons Divine Pill, Star Celestial Cipher, Mutated Dharma Form. Young Master Gun's background is probably not something we should be curious about. Kuhai's body fell to the ground with terrifying force, piercing through layers of rock and leaving behind a shocking crater. The surrounding people were stunned. Many cried out in panic, "Kuhai, he's really dead." Whispers quickly spread. One person shuddered and whispered, "That's right. Originally intended to use this Southern Domain God Assembly, maybe Kuhai could have helped the Tianyuan sect enter a new era of glory." Another voice said, "Since Kuhai showed his outstanding talent, the Tianyuan sect has used all its strength to support him. He didn't expect that he would die so miserably." Hearing this, another person in the crowd exclaimed, "Even the power of his Dharma form has been swallowed by Xuan Chen to refine a divine weapon." Luo Shuangjiang's face darkened, and he roared angrily. Kuhai, Luo Shuangjiang's face was full of anger. He rushed up to attack Xuan Chen, wanting to avenge Kuhai immediately. Immediately, Zhang Difeng performed a move to stop him. The powerful and raging flames from Luo Shuangjiang's palm flared up, his eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted, "Xuan Chen, you're so bold." Another man immediately performed a move. A solid barrier was created, surrounding Xuan Chen, trapping him in a separate space, completely separating him from the battle outside. Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked. One person asked, "This is a god-binding barrier." An elder with a long beard frowned slightly and said seriously, "Although the Jintian sect has a heaven-defying powerhouse like Xuan Chen, it's not certain that they can withstand the joint attack of the Tianyuan Pavilion's powerhouses. Moreover, he's currently trapped in a barrier." 2 other elders agreed with him. "That's right, if we stand on the wrong side, and the Jintian sect fails, we'll have to pay with our lives. It's best to think about the bigger picture." Just then, Qing Yun shouted, interrupting them, "Foolish! Do you think you can save your lives by retreating today? Over the years, the Tianyuan Pavilion has been pretending to be righteous while plundering the resources of various families. You've all been angry but dared not speak out, but my Wushuang Hall has had enough." Then, he stepped forward and addressed Cheng Feng. "Even though the Tianyuan Pavilion is the leading force of Songzhao, who could have expected that the young man surnamed Ji Au could defeat Kughai? Sect leader Liu Qingyun of the Wushuang Hall, am willing to fight alongside you." Cheng Feng agreed with him. "All right." Immediately after, with his immense power, Song Jiang laughed disdainfully. "Good. If your Wushuang Hall is willing to be buried with the Jitian sect, I'll help you fulfill your wish after I kill Xuan Chen, and make both your Wushuang Hall and Jitian sect disappear from the Supreme God Realm without a trace." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out, and a dragon flew out from within the shattered barrier. Xuan Chen emerged from the explosion, grumbling annoyedly, "Why do you keep blabbering on and on? It's so annoying." The shattered barrier seriously injured the elders of the Tianyuan Pavilion. Seeing him come out, Mo Rushu happily exclaimed, "Xuan Chen." Seeing him, Song Jiang got into a fighting stance and praised, "Xuan Chen, you broke the barrier faster than I expected. It's just a pity that your mutated Dharma idol is newly refined." Bayan Li Shen immediately used his mutated Dharma idol, the 6-armed power god. A giant appeared behind him, speaking arrogantly, "You won't be able to withstand even one of my moves in a short time." Qing Yun and Cheng Feng struggled to withstand the immense power, exclaiming in shock, "Song Jiang, this is the mutated Dharma idol 6-armed power god." With every movement of Song Jiang, the giant hand raised, "Xuan Chen, whether you were pretending or not, you're definitely going to die this time." Xuan Chen calmly looked at the approaching giant hand, mocking, "I thought you had some other tricks up your sleeve. Is this all you know?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yanli Shen rushed forward to block in front of him. Seeing this, a young man frowned slightly and said, "The legendary Bai Yanli Shen used to terrify the world.
but he was still inferior to the six-armed power god. Xuan Chen is too arrogant, self-important, and underestimating his enemy. In the end, he's still too inexperienced. But quickly, he noticed something strange. Wait, these are the runes of the mutated Dharma Idol Star Celestial Mystery. Immediately after, the two giant hands threw punches that collided with each other. The two immense forces collided, creating massive gusts of wind that blew everything away. Two Tianyuan Pavilion disciples witnessed this scene and exclaimed in shock. Kumhai's power god Dharma Idol didn't have such terrifying power before. Could it be that it is the mutated Dharma Idol Star Celestial Mystery? Not only did he refine the Bai Yan Li Shen Dharma Idol into a divine weapon, in the end, Bai Yan Li Shen blasted the six-armed power god away to their surprise, and granted it even greater power. After blasting the six-armed power god away, the person of Bai Yan Li Shen radiated an extremely immense power. The young man who had been criticizing earlier now shouted in horror. That move just now, the six-armed power god Dharma Idol, was constantly being pushed back, while the Bai Yan Li Shen divine weapon had now switched from a passive to an active stance, quickly throwing a punch. Quickly, the six-armed power god bounced up and charged forward again. The disciples nervously watched every development of this battle. Look, mutated spirit energy. The six-armed power god Dharma Idol is also accumulating power, so this strike, who will win, who will lose? The two power god forces collided with each other with a punch again, but very quickly, the six-armed power god was blasted away and lost an arm. That punch created shockwaves that blew everyone around away. The young man used his power to resist, exclaiming in shock. Such powerful spiritual force. He cast a spell, gritting his teeth to resist, full of curiosity. Is this the move of the mutated Dharma Idol Star Celestial Mystery? How can it be so terrifying? At this time, Song Jiang saw that things were not good, and ordered retreat. He took a step back, blocking the wind that was blowing everything away. Then, he wiped the sweat from his brow and snorted coldly. Damn it! The Bai Yan Li Shen actually inherited some of the power from Xuan Chen's mutated Dharma Idol. Miscalculated. Witnessing such an exciting fight, Elder Wang exclaimed with amusement. Well fought.